older version, when it had Daps as the in-game leader of NRG, he still had loose structure, but it felt like Daps, you know, he couldn't deliver the same frags as probably what Stanislaw can do.
It's also two different in-game leaders, right? Because Daps was a guy that would always sacrifice for the team. You'd see him drop weapons and all that kind of stuff, whereas for Stanislaw, it's all about aiming, all about killing.
Well, they've had at least since the EPL finals in Asatani to get it all together, as was Stanislaw that did join them there. And now we're going to see what they can do in the server when their backs are actually against the wall. And to do that, it's time to jump into Turing.
With Dan and James. Thank you. Vanguard going to be starting on the CT side with 4 players in the A bomb site. Kikat's going to be alone towards B with a not a defuse kit with some Kevlar. And that's about it. James is by connector, and indeed Sanji will make his way over as well. So with no fast play towards A, it seems Vanguard will ask questions towards B, but they haven't seen much of NRG just yet. Stanislaw and Ethan with some grenades, a smoke and a Molotov held at the moment. There goes Moyes, quite a far one. And the smoke on the side. Will they go for a side plant and try and take the entire train yard? That would be pretty cool.
And Breeze is pushing forwards. You've got to get that forward positioning, and they are doing a decent job of that. The bomb will go down. All 4 players, in fact, looking to meet the CTs in those forward positions. Jane will go for the challenge as well, but it's Buster to get the kill on Destruct. It's changing lots of blows here, but it's a Vanguard looking a bit stronger. Still need to get closer to that bomb, but if they get all the frags, they will be definitely doing that very soon. Ethan needs to defend 3 players to face him in 1 by 1. Stanislaw trying to isolate these duels, but it's so difficult. Too many players, and that is a fantastic retake. And there it is. Defuse will come in.
That is quite the retake. I like the idea from NRG. Normally you'd have the smoke towards the connector. They put the Molotov there and use the smoke on the other side of the train. So there's less vision for the CT side. They push behind that smoke, but they just don't get the frag at the end of the day. Well, Ethan got a frag, but on the wrong team, unfortunately. Such is life. Seen a few TKs in the last 24 hours. We'll see how many more there will be today. NRG, what will they choose to do? Okay, we've got the hero Krieg on Breeze. And it is a force buy. Okay, we've got AK on Ethan as well. So this is quite a gnarly buy from NRG. This could be quite dangerous, but of course, Train has some pretty tight choke points, and Vanguard have more utility. So they'll need to get into position to succeed. And you want these pistoling players to stay alive in the meantime. Kikat caught off angle. That's a great start for NRG.
It certainly is. But they need to close it down somehow. And once you've got a 5 versus 4 on the T side and all this time to work with, it's a nice spot to be in, considering the fact that, as you can see on the mini-map, the CTs suddenly have a position where they can't quite cover everything. They're going to have to pull back from the forward positions, and Breeze is going to make it worse here. Buster trying to play for information in Ivy will be punished. And again, you've got to take some risks in this position as the CTs, and given the scenario, this is starting to look really scary for a Vanguard. You get that 1-0 lead. This is the worst thing that could possibly happen, and more risks now need to be taken by a Vanguard. And so they will rotate 2 towards the B bomb site, leaving Sanji all alone on that A bomb site, playing around the sandwich. I honestly don't know if there's any good answer for a Vanguard right now against what NRG are going to be bringing to the table. Taking their sweet time. Adren will defend towards B, but NRG's main push comes into A now.
Yeah, NRG in a much better spot at this point. Breeze creeping up the IV position. Dan Stanislaw can go first now, take the bullet, get the information with the pistol. The bomb's been dropped. Not a big deal for now because there's so much position for NRG. And there's Sanji traded 3 versus 2 in favor of NRG. Make it 1. Adren now, last one to fall. And there is a huge force buy win for NRG. Really turns things around for that team. Well, for Vanguard as well in the worst direction. Leaving them mostly with $1,700. So what is next now for Vanguard? Do they force straight back? Beautiful round from NRG. Again, it was unfortunate how limited their success was on a pistol round, considering what they tried to do. 4-play survive for Vanguard, but not on this occasion. The force buy from NRG will be good.
Absolutely. The scouts will be coming out here for the Vanguard, and we know that they can work out quite well on train, so see if James can get something done. Oh my god, denied. Ethan with a fantastic long-range headshot. Clinical stuff from NRG. They are looking ready for this game out of the gates. And NRG, a team that we've seen, a lot of train from. It was always, a map that NRG could play, and under Stanislaw, it's always a map that he, with his teams, previously I think Optic was where where they made their name on train. Buster unable to connect his shot. And one thing we can expect from NRG is a lot of defaults on their T side. 2 players IV, 1 player main, 1 player above the ladder room, 1 player towards inlet. That's kind of how the setup is going to look almost every time here from NRG. Unless they, against the Vanguard, have something specific prepared. And so if they break the script, NRG will be looking for that, and we can be excited to see exactly what is going on and what is the reasoning behind that. But here, it's not looking too good for a Vanguard. Down 2 players already. NRG in a position at this point in which they are grouping up, rallying towards that B-bomb side.
Nice to see Cirque with his game face on. He was in the makeup room trolling us a little earlier on.
He loves doing that, actually.
I love bumping into Cirque, be it on the deathmatch servers or in real life. He's really cool and pretty funny.
He's hilarious, yeah.
25 seconds for NRG to plant the bomb, however. That's not so funny. But there's no one on the B-bomb site apart from them, so they'll have little issue. And a Vanguard can try to hold on to these scouts. Breeze will eventually go down, keeping the CTs away. So that's a nice upgrade for Sanji. Now, if these 3 players can hold on, it's still a very dangerous round in round number 4 for NRG to deal with.
It is, as you say, though, a great pickup, getting that Krieg. And they will pose a lot of danger to NRG in the following round. 2 scouts, a Krieg. That's actually pretty damn huge. Honestly, if you get a couple P250s in there as well, I'm not sure that they will decide to invest anything whatsoever. Actually, that said, there is 2 CZs on Keycode and Buster, and Sanji has a Deagle, so they can drop those pistols to Jaime and Adren. And they're going to have a pretty scary next round in which they can do a lot of damage. You connect a couple of the scouts. Krieg, obviously, should be good for 1. And the pistols, obviously, are a great follow-up to any scout damage that happens to finish off players of NRG. So one thing I hope that we'll see, though, is that Vanguard will have certain strategies prepared for this game. Because NRG, again, as I mentioned previously, they're a team which are one of the more predictable top teams in terms of how Stanislaw likes to call, at least in the early stages of a game. And so there is certainly exploitation to be done there. And to begin things here, NRG will take it a little bit slow. This is an anti-eco round from NRG. You can see them more grouped up here, not going into that default. So they're looking to get towards B, get the bomb down straight away. That's a great way to get rid of the scout threat, is just get the bomb down.
Double HEs towards the ladder room has actually attracted the Vanguard more towards the A-bomb site than the B. Players spotted above B. There's the late smoke from Kika. They're going to go through it, though. That's going to catch him by surprise. The trade is there. That's good enough. Position so important on Train and every other map on CF, really. Buster and Jaime remain with these scouts. Now, don't want to hold on to them for too long because it's a full buy next round, although the money is still less than stellar for a Vanguard. Buster will do what he can. He could actually do a fair bit here if we look at the health on Cirque and Ethan. There's more to do. Was he spotted? Looks like he was. Cirque went reaggress. Now, Buster, I mean, he could hold on to his Kevlar and his pistol and so on, but there are upgrades to be had, and they will not be had. NRG 3-1 after a pistol round win from a Vanguard. We'll see if NRG can continue that momentum now that the first buy comes in for a Vanguard, but again, it will be lacking. It won't be a full buy. You can see Jaime, AWP, no grenades whatsoever, and they may be light on defuse kits as well.
I like what we saw from NRG there, the decisiveness of that push. It's all too common that you'll see teams be a little bit too afraid, but if you can get your players into position on a map like Train, get them into the open spaces, then you just let the individual skill do the rest, and worked out nicely for them there. We'll see a boost on the pallet. Team main trying to get forward position, denied by Molotov. So able to get rid of Sanji as well, so a really troublesome opening to the CD side for Vanguard so far on Train. They'll still maintain some forward positions towards the A yard though, and already, I'm seeing some deviations from what NRG will typically do. We're not seeing this default approach from them in this round. Although they break into it now, going into the mid-round situation, we'll see them spreading out to two players on Ivy, which is, again, how they like to approach things towards Ivy.
Here, watch these smokes. Sorry, smoke on one side, Molotov on the other side. That is how you push the CTs away from Ivy. Learn that, people at home. Download the demo. Learn the grenades. not going to follow up behind it just yet, NRG. Dren going up the ladder. Has he been hurt? Did he make any sounds? Doesn't look like it, or maybe. I don't know. He's not attention, but someone else to deal with it, I think, above him. Yeah, Ethan. Ring around the Rosie. This is really ruining the time for NRG. Adren has no idea Ethan is there, but while all this madness is going on, he's got the bomb. He's trying to sneak now back into the site. The second player. This really could go either way. This is absolute madness. Ethan's got to find that frag. He can back up the ladder. Where is James? Still waiting in connector. 2 versus 4. He's going towards the B bomb site, but they need to plant the bomb. Looks like he's gonna just hold on to what he has.
Yeah, I think they called it a safe situation. As soon as Keycut is so completely locked out of. I mean, Adren also dies in Pop Dog, so I think does it go from a to a 4v2? They're also locked out of position entirely towards A, and they know that NRG is all over A, so and they called the save right then and there. Keycut will defend. Keeping these guns alive is, of course, extremely high priority. Is imperative. And they look pretty good to do that, actually. And keeping up Anna Krieg in the CT hands will enable them a good chance to do damage in the following round or even win it if they are positioned well. However, that said, NRG have been really disciplined, and their approach to these rounds has been the communication. Everything just looks so smooth for them so far.
Hero AWP time. Yes, the Krieg is there as well, but really it's about the AWP as far as I'm concerned. Jane does not look to have the best spawn in the world, but we'll see where he chooses to go with it. He needs to maybe get an early pick, and that's something that NRG will expect. Now, where is he headed? You can see him by the IV position. He can look either side of the train, but Keycut look the other side. There he is. There's the early pick. That's exactly what you want. NRG don't have position towards the B bomb site, for example, to do anything. Tarek taking a gamble on the A bomb site, and now it's a 5 versus 3 with at least one rifle to collect. Buster maybe trying to pick up the other one. That won't happen. Sanji has control of B for now with the smoke grenade. So this is a great start for Vanguard and makes things extremely difficult for NRG.
Breeze looking to push awesome information towards Ivy. But indeed, with that bomb having a perimeter set up around it by the CTs, that in of itself will kill so much time. NRG trying to work on some of the extremities there, but ultimately it all comes down to grabbing that bomb, and Vanguard don't have to hold on to it forever. You can see they're actually starting to move away, and Stan is going to be pre-aiming to the deep positions, and he will get caught out on the close ranges. Sak will find the bomb, but he's lost all of his teammates. And, you know, in that situation, I love how Vanguard decide to just fall back, and you know they do have to look after their economy. They must nurture their finances, make sure that they don't lose anybody else.
I'm interested to see what happened with NRG and what positions they had after the IV kill. I think Tarek was near E-box or something on the A bomb site. Just trying to pick off some of the other players while the AWP was in action. Curious to see what happened there. NRG, you've got the money to weather this storm. You can see Cirque just shy of $10,000. So they're fine in that respect, but that's a huge round for Vanguard. They came into it with 2 rifles, got that early pick straight away towards IV, and then put NRG down on 3 players, where NRG didn't really have the position to capitalize on anything to push towards B, for example, with the action towards A, there was a smoke towards B, so that worked out really, really well for a Vanguard. Maybe that gets them back into this game earlier than you might expect. They're on a real full buy now. AK, AWP, Krieg, loads of grenades, 3 defuse kits. Things are looking a lot better, but of course they need to win that round. They need to win this round. Both teams do. Money's not perfect for either side, but of course it can be worse for the CTs. Ethan will learn a hard lesson around the ladder room with that punish from Adren. Thunderfall's been seen by Sanji, but I don't think he saw him. Angles, and there's pushes from Keycut in the meantime. He only played towards the bomb site, maybe having a read towards A. It is a fast round from NRG, but now they've got a man advantage, 4 versus 3.
Yeah, the bomb's going down on B as well. What a turnaround. NRG were looking like they were struggling, but just immediately they get 2 kills, they get position. However, Vanguard actually
able to gain a lot of space on the B yard. This could be the way back into this round with the bomb ticking away. Tarek gets spot. Will he get traded? Yes, he will. Buster on the frag. There's still much more to be done. There's no utility here for the CTs beyond that smoke that was just put on the bomb. And that's a huge frag from Breeze. And that's going to seal the deal in this round at least. 5 rounds now for NRG against the 2 of Vanguard. They are struggling, Vanguard, on their CT side.
A little anarchy favoring NRG on the T side, 5-2. Again, that was an important round for Vanguard to win, but they've got the money to buy. But again, it will be lacking. At least not in weaponry. They've got the M4s out, busted with the AUG. It'll be a mixed bag in terms of weaponry. Dren really had to land that kill. I feel like he had the jump on Breeze there, and not looking at the angle. So that was an important one, a critical miss there for Vanguard. Who knows what might have happened? And then Buster was moving back into the front. Okay, here we go again. This time there'll be a trade, just abusing the numbers in RG. Fast rounds, they're not really giving a Vanguard time to adjust to anything the way things are happening at the moment.
Yeah, I love this. NRG are playing a little bit off the script in terms of we haven't seen too many defaults from them, and we're seeing some fast bursts. They're really trying to keep the pressure on a Vanguard. And the interesting thing here as well is that they know a Vanguard's utility is low, so going for these fast plays, you're less likely to run into counter utility right at the beginning of the round. And so that allows you to be more successful on average with those faster plays. Dren to get blinded there. Lovely play coming in from the likes of Breeze and Ethan with a flash to AK follow-up. Jame, oh my goodness. So that's going to take him down from atop the train. That's unfortunate. Doesn't really seem like there's all that much to play with now here. Quick kill from Buster, but it's 1 versus 3 for Keycut. He's out of position, locked out completely. And they know that he's likely coming from the B side of the map, so you can see they're able to cover everything here. Safe plant as well. What on earth does Keycut do except save?
No kit. Surely he's just going to pick a position to hold. Yeah. This is a pick of NRG. We saw a really good showing from Vanguard on Dust 2 yesterday. I'm looking forward to seeing how NRG deal with that. But it's looking good for NRG on train at the moment. Their controversial new logo. A lot less pink. And there goes Keycut. The duel's just not really being won by Vanguard at the moment with these M4s on the CT side. Maybe starting a little cold. There's still time to recover. This is going to be an eco situation though. They're on about $3,000 per person. 6-2 in favor of NRG on the T side. A nightmare of a CT side for Vanguard so far. There's been a lot of action in this ladder room in the last few rounds.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, because if NRG are able to just take it whenever they want, they kind of condition the Vanguard away from playing ladder room early, which gives a lot more information, or rather space for NRG, as well as denial of information later on. If NRG, let's say, play a slower round, a Vanguard might not have that position because they've been abused there so many times, which gives NRG just better chances to obscure what their plays are going to be. And that's one of the important parts of that ladder position for the CTs, is not only does it allow you to better deal with the A pushes, it gives you flank timings towards B, it also gives you information, as it's the most forward position you can really have. And so to deny it, or to condition your opponents to not want to play that position, is huge. So we'll have to see if that is the case for a Vanguard. Maybe they'll start playing 2 players there. Maybe they'll double down. Dren is going to find himself a cheeky frag, it looks like, just about. Took too many bullets though, can't handle the follow-up.
If Sturk didn't run back at that exact moment, I think Adren might get 2 kills there. Or the situation gets a lot more weird, picks up an AWP, who knows. 40 seconds for NRG to clean out the rest, being very, very careful. Great situation for him now. James got a P250. If he finds the right person, then who knows? Pops Stephen in the head. Maybe through the wall or something. Looks like a headshot, but there we go. Either way, it's 7-2 for NRG. Vanguard now. Plenty of money. They'll take a timeout to discuss the proceedings. They pick up a second AWP. Adren has dropped 1 for James. Buster and Sanji haven't bought just yet. Grenades coming out, but what do they expect from NRG? There's been fast rounds from NRG. It's been a bit bedlam, a bit anarchy. There's been lots of aggressive plays towards ladder room. They failed with 1 player. They put 2 in there instead, or even 3 actually. on the round prior. Now, do NRG go for a fast play towards B or some kind of something to throw a Vanguard off and just break them again immediately? Seems there is some entanglement behind NRG at the moment.
Yeah, there's so much to be done here. And when you pick a timeout as well, you know, if you're an NRG and you're thinking, they're going to try to maybe counter some things that we've been doing, it's your opportunity to like really throw a wrench into the works by mixing it up yourself. And it's another fast one here from Breeze at the very least, going through to Olofmeister, and Stan will be making his way towards Ivy by himself. Breeze with the defense there. Sanji goes down.
He had no idea.
He really didn't. There was no nades to really help him out there. Well, not enough at least. Breeze goes for another duel. That could have, I mean, if that had gone his way, what a disaster it would have been. But still, Dren takes a lot of pain from Krieg. He's down to 40 HP. And look at the walk into the B-bomb site, just contacting it straight away. And that was actually, I think, a really cool play from NRG, but it's backfired on them here. They've shown the bomb. The bomb's lost, in fact. Zerk has to try to get it. He's thrown a smoke down, but just barely escaping with his life. Stan able to get a cheeky frag from Ivy. So there is still play here for NRG, but it's very dangerous with such low HP.
Zerk's left the bomb on the high ground. Problem is, Kikert's flanking. With all that noise being made, Kikert would have had those sound cues, so he may just find the bomb above the ladder, and now that's going to make things really awkward. Zerk waiting for somebody to move forward. There's the bomb. What does this mean? What is the meaning of this? There are 2 players left. They've left the bomb above the ladder. Kikert, I assume, will read that someone's probably coming to rotate to pick it up. There he is. He's seen him, but where's the other guy? Starting to back off now. They've got a time advantage, 25 seconds on the clock. He's got all the information they need. There's very few places NRG can be, so I think that was a regrettable decision for NRG. Zerk maybe didn't want to risk losing the bomb down the ladder, but at that point, there'd only be one person alive anyway. But still, Vanguard are really spread out, far away from the pop dog. NRG have tried to bait them towards the B bomb site with some grenades, and James moving a little. He's near old bomb now. And there is the round.
I like how he decided to fall back. I think, you know, there is definitely a lot of decisions that could have been made which are aggressive in nature, given that, you know, they don't have much time. You know, it's a 3 versus 2 and so on and so forth. I've got the information. You know, he could have, after that peak, called a teammate to come towards B and get his guide teammate to come towards Pop Dog. You know, but he went for the guaranteed play, which is really important. Good to see the cognizance of that in a pressured situation. Don't want to see those mistakes get made. Ooh, Breeze absolutely demolished there. Great timing on the flashbang. You can see why that flashbang can be so critical. And we'll see NRG with 2 players towards Ivy once again. Sanji looking like he's going to take team main. Indeed, he's checking that position out. Kurt, you got to be careful with that. Those bricks are deceptively. You can do a deceptive amount of damage through them.
Is there a flash? Here comes a flash. Zerk won't get anything done. 2-man spray down for Buster. Perfect timing from Avangard. That's exactly the kind of play they needed. They've got to survive in the numbers. Ethan and Tarek from main. That's a big headshot from Ethan, but where is the bomb? It's been picked up by Tarek. He's run at main position. They have a minute on the clock, so there's still work to be done here for NRG, but of course it won't be easy.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate situation. I think in a perfect world, you'd have Ethan with the bomb in this spot, and Tarek could try to run distraction towards the A-bomb site. Given the smoke that Ethan threw, that would allow Tarek to potentially get out of team main and make some plays. But instead, they're going to have to commit together towards this A site. And it's not going to look good here. There's so much attention in this position from a Vanguard. Beautiful shot from Jane. That's going to deal with Ethan. Tarek will be able to respond, but he's critically low, down to 13 health. Stuck in the Olofmeister position, moving towards Sandwich now. As NRG don't really have any options to finish off. And a Vanguard, another much needed round. Really good to see them stabilizing somewhat here.
Yep, they will take a second AWP into round number 12. And they've got the money to buy around it. There's an up again for Zerk.
I like the graphic on the, like, that's like an old MS 1.1, eh? James, he's going to be such a key factor. Got to see him get fired up in this series. Tactical pause from NRG, so it looks like they might reassess their approach here. They've realized that Vanguard have started to adjust. Vanguard have secure economy, so they have everything to work with. They can settle into their most optimal defensive setups. So now it's time for a change, James. It's time for a change.
Technical pause at present. For those of you in GoTV, I think with the action that we're seeing from NRG, I mean, it is late in the first half. I keep forgetting. I apologize. But with the action, I normally would pick CTs on train, but just the way NRG have been playing, I'll go for top fragging Ethan. He's got 12 kills at the moment. So that's my pick for the remainder of the half. And then I'll go for Cirque. Always fun to watch in the second half.
Really depends on how NRG are going to approach the rounds from now. I think that they have recognized that this is somewhat of a turning point. This is a position in which Vanguard really make the comeback, or in which NRG get to shut it down. If NRG win this round, Vanguard's money is somewhat crippled. They will have to half buy in the following round, so that allows NRG to really have a strong result. Or if Vanguard hold on, Vanguard get to have a very close score and a recovery against NRG, which really keeps the game very open going into that second half. So I really like the timing of this pause, even though it's a tech pause. So I guess actually I would like a tactical to follow at some point here, because I do want those NRG players to be talking to each other. I'm curious what they will decide to do. They know that the ops will be out in numbers for Vanguard. And as interestingly, we haven't seen too much of the standard defaults from NRG, and it could, as I mentioned before, it could potentially be partly due to the fact that it is punishable if you're too predictable. If you play, like, one way to punish defaults is by really hitting the extremities with aggression on the CT side.
Looks like there's some kind of TeamSpeak issue.
Oh, hello. Like how the first highlight is actually just a team kill from Ethan. Digging that.
T-side players looking sharp on the aim. Vanguard, in some rounds, look like they've still been waking up. Like that duel from the drone, I feel like he really should have won that one. And who knows what may have happened. But it's come and gone. And Vanguard still have a chance of getting a reasonable score out of this half, all things considered. 4-7 for the moment, but they could still turn around.
That moment from Bust to that double, that was a really good series of kills that really turned things around for Vanguard. That was really when things started to go wrong for NRG. You can see Ethan a player with one of the best, for me, like one of the best mechanical players in North America. Really steady rifler, very consistent. Cirque not necessarily always as consistent, but his ceiling is so high. He can take over a game by himself.
Still waiting for this tech pause to be resolved. Are you looking forward to a particular map in this series?
No, James.
Okay, well I am. I'm looking forward to Dust 2. After what we saw from Avantgarde yesterday,
A good Counter-Strike.
I'm very interested to see how NRG will match up to them on Dust 2. And if they'll go into it with the same confidence, especially if, depending on what happens in this first map, and if that gives them, if that changes things for them mentally.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to Dust 2. We saw a lot of great stuff from Vanguard on Dust 2 previously. They had some great utility usage and very methodical approaches to their T side. So, that in of itself is beautiful to watch. So that, there will be quality for sure to look forward to. And that, they're really in a position where if they're able to make a comeback here in this half, and then they are able to take it over Train, I feel like they're in such a strong position. That's how they win this series, is by winning this map against NRG, as Dust 2 will be a strong pick for them. It's so good to see Adren at Majors. It's so good to see Adren hungry and sharp. One of the more experienced players that we have, one of the players with the biggest legacies.
Here we go, the unpaused has come in. We will continue, round number 12. Indeed, I love watching Adren. Always been a fan of him, considering back in the day, some years ago, he'd always be playing in online with 100 ping and still be wrecking people. I have much respect for him. Doing it the hard way. 3-round lead for NRG. Again, the Vanguard took 2 AWPs away from the previous round. The second one will be on Buster. Oh dear, Molotov's gone in the wrong direction. He can't even hold the angle. I don't think the T's know just yet. They're deploying grenades of their own, so not too much harm done, or will there be? Actually, here we go. There is a smoke down in the middle, though, so everything's fine. 4-player starts on the A-bomb site for Vanguard. They are deploying grenades in towards that main position, but they won't put anybody in a forward spot. They'll just drop the grenades there. You can see on the radar they're moving pretty far back, playing around the bomb train and Ivy, and moving a second and third player in towards B.
Oh my god, you got to be so careful there. That is such a big moment. Another mistake on the grenade there. It's not going to really amount to much again, but it's just a bit annoying for Buster that he can't quite land those grenades in the way that he wants. But really, really important duel one there against Zerg. That was one of the plays that they had. You had that smoke grenade. It was in the middle of Ivy, which was to bait the AWPer to peek towards the smoke because you think that it's safe and you can maybe line up a nade. But the boost over the smoke would counter that and with a kill. So that was huge. Speaking of which, Kiko in the middle of nowhere. Tarek's going to find the kill there. That's going to equalize things. And NRG needed an opening. They've got 30 seconds to go.
Must have been a calculated risk from Avangard. Man advantage, but it had no information. They were passive everywhere. Kiko going for a walk. Now, how valuable is that information? He sees one person outside of B bomb site. Now there are big issues for Avangard. You do wonder if that push was well timed. James from the connector position. Tag, he sees the bomb towards main, so it can be a full rotation for a Dren. Another tag around the E-box, but they're still alive, and that's a problem. 11 seconds now, 2 versus 3. There are no grenades to stop them. They've got to find a frag. It's a huge one for James. He can't go to the pistol. The bomb's being planted. He's looking over the top, and now it's just Stan. Pistol will do the job. James with a 3K. He did enough. Both AWPs still in the hands of Avangard, but that one was a scary one.
Sick round from James. The focus there on the AWP is just so phenomenal. Honestly, the first connection is very difficult to get. He hits it through the wall, and then the second connection was through the E-box as well. It feels like he's getting denied repeatedly, but he still gets all the kills. That is fantastic for Vanguard. That could have been a moment where things go really wrong, and NRG were so very patient. There were so many situations there that were on a knife edge, you know, around Ivy specifically.
I don't know what the plan was with Kika, because they didn't really have any indication that NRG were in any particular part of the map. It was quiet everywhere. So, it started to fall to pieces from there onwards. Bus is in trouble now. That smoke will actually help him fall back a little bit. Or will it? So that goes straight through, and he gets himself a nice toy to play with. 3 versus 5. A Dren drops off the train, and that's enough sound cues for a Vanguard to be in a safe situation.
Oh, no.
My God.
Oh, no, you can't miss those shots when the pistols are running in quickly at you like that. You can't afford to miss them. When they gain ground with numbers and you can't thin them out, it just gets too overwhelming. And you're going to pick up an unexpected round. But, if James can keep hold of this AWP, life can still work out for a Vanguard in the following rounds. Their money is ruined, though. This was the round in which they're supposed to build money.
Yeah, this might be the difference between an 8-7 scoreline and a 10-5 scoreline. That is not the greatest round for a Vanguard, but there's still more to be done. With an AWP and a rifle, they did a lot in a previous round. Maybe they can do the same again. Maybe. Let's see what they choose to do with their money. There are 2 rounds remaining. This is round number 14 in this half, so I'm sure they'll go for both and force it up, and indeed they will. We've got a French gun coming out. Lots of exchanging of weapons. You can see an MP9 being deployed. Probably go towards ladder room. We'll see what Kika chooses to do if he gets curious again towards the B-bomb site later on. It will depend on how things go at the start. 3 incendiaries for the CT side to help them get their initial control, and indeed Kika will be solo towards the B bomb site. There's the initial flashbang to kick things off towards B, and they'll force him to throw his smoke early. NRG looking to burst somewhere, be it ladder room or B.
Desperate situation on the buy, but here comes a quick push. Kika falling back behind the incendiary.
Has to be careful of the push around sidewall, but Sanji's got him covered, and there it is. Kikurt now has an opportunity. Flashbang around the side as well, and there's the peak. Beautiful timing from Kikurt as Cirque tries to do what he can, but there's still so much to be done, and he's got to buy time for Breeze on the flank. That's what this is all about, but the HE will prevent that from being a factor. They don't know where Breeze is, but they can surely hazard a guess at this point. Here he goes around the corner and peeks in. Oh my god, Breeze at 2! And now it's just Buster. Where is he? Breeze needs to predict this one perfectly. There's so many options here for Buster. There's, oh no, a missed shot. Buster, no! Breeze makes it work with 3. That should never have happened. A steal for NRG and a Vanguard. That is not how that was supposed to go.
Get the feeling this is not going to be their map. What an effort from Kikurt as well. Playing off of his teammates really well and then using that flashbang, popping out at a great time. But Breeze just wiped them out completely and Buster's capitulated with the AWP again. That is a nutty one. Another opportunity for a Vanguard with a horrible buy in the previous round and this round as well. Cirque in quickly. Got to be careful about his positions. I think Jay may have seen him just move away. Looks towards top sign, nothing doing there. That is such a huge run, such an energizing run for NRG in the overall series, let alone this map.
Absolutely, it's such a big deal, and a missed AWP shot there, you know, quick scope. Buster's a couple of times now with the AWP that he's created problems for a Vanguard, unfortunately. Having a slow start to this series, perhaps, Buster. Hello! Adrenal C2 players just on the, you know, setting up the totem pole there, but it'll still be NRG with the frags. Looking good for the 10-5 at this point. James has looked really good with the AWP, but he hasn't had many positions to succeed. He's going to have to do something monumental to bring a Vanguard back into this one. He's trying to find the action with the AWP leading the charge. It's a 3 versus 5, and he's going deep with the AWP. He knows risks must be taken. Yeah,
he's got to go deep somewhere. NRG moving up the IV position. The bomb looks to join him. And now there are some sound cues for Avangard, but I don't know if it's 1 person there, if it's 5, if it's 2. Buster just sitting on the B bomb site with a Desert Eagle. Sanji now in the ladder position. James got plenty of cover. If he can get the first shot off, he can. Does he know a second person's there? Loads of sound cues. Which way to look? He doesn't know. There's just too many people. 20 seconds. There's still something to be done if NRG picked the wrong bomb plant. They may want to go back train because they don't really have... Okay, they've got cover of the ladder room. Ethan looks away just as Sanji emerges, but how on earth can they possibly win this? Buster making his way towards Old Bomb. Sanji maybe wanting to play off him. Don't really have the range with the MP9. No kit for the 2 players. Maybe there's one on the floor. Ethan starts to wonder. A double peek won't be needed. Ethan's enough, and there's the last frag. 10-5 at halftime for NRG.
Has chances for a Vanguard, but NRG will shut him down. Maybe a Vanguard can turn the script. We'll see after the break.
Als die Menschen damals nach Amerika kamen, brachten sie uns mit. Die alten Götter. Aber in Amerika wächst die Macht neuer Götter. Und jetzt wollen sie uns auch noch zerstören. Kriege kommen. Ich habe eine wichtige Rolle für dich, Shadow.
Den mache ich platt. Ich werde sie alle auslöschen.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It is not a good look here for a Vanguard. If you're just joining us, 5 rounds
on that first half. It was a very difficult CT side for them. Maybe the T side will be better. For them, it needs to be better because NRG are looking, they're looking so damn sharp at this point.
Yeah, now they move to the CT side. They get the luxury of the angles. And maybe 2 AWPs, which I imagine will have more success than what we saw in the first half from Avangard. I can never decide to call him Avangard or Avangard, so I switch between the two. Buster and Sanji with grenades for the T-set, no P250s. Ethan's made inroads. This is not an advantageous situation for Sanji. He's got half the grenades as well, so if he gets popped, that won't be ideal. Ethan will say hello, and will fall back. It's interesting. With the USP from that range, it's a favourable engagement. Doesn't mean you have to take it, though. Cirque's got a smoke and a flash. No defuse kit for NRG, and they wait for a Vanguard to make their play.
So much silence. Things are getting a little bit sweaty here. We get down to a minute, and there go the nades. And here comes the A push. Breeze lying in wait by the sandwich. How many can he get? Snaps ahead of a Dren, but the trade is there for the Vanguard as well. So making ground towards this bomb train. The bomb going down. What a fadeaway from Tarek. Looking for more here, but it's Stan to drive it through with Keycut going down. And now problems for a Vanguard. They didn't get the bomb down. That's what they needed. They needed the bomb to get planted. What on earth do they do now? At least James able to steal that bomb away into safety. Sanji needs to win a battle, but down to 5 HP now. He can barely take a fight. He can barely stand. 20 seconds to plant that bomb. It's got to go towards B, surely.
Sanji's got to die on his... Oh, no, he doesn't, because James is going towards the A-bomb site as well. 13 seconds. This is so going down to the wire. That was a free headshot for James there. It wasn't going to happen. And it might not happen for a Vanguard on train. 11 to 5 NRG now. Firmly in the driving seat on the first map of this series. NRG having beat Simon Gaming, Vanguard having beat Hellraisers. That was such a nice shot to open things up from Breeze.
That fadeaway is unreal.
Yeah.
An afterthought.
Mad fraggers in North America.
Yeah, what a perfect start for NRG. We get a complete save from a Vanguard. Single taser is the only investment. Very cheap though. NRG, not really all that much they can do wrong in a round like this. Vanguard will be very pressed to get even a single kill. And we'll be looking for that bomb plant on the B bomb sites, using the numbers to do so. But again, we've got Cirque in position with Stanislaw, both with SMGs.
He gets in the smoke of his use. But he's got his Glock out, interestingly. We'll see what he does. Maybe looking for a re-emergence. Only Glocks. At least they can exhaust the grenades of NRG. They might not get more than that. Maybe, if 3-men push B, maybe one trades. Because Kiko, he's just hoping. He's hoping, he's praying. There's a ding. Oh, there's a dong. There we go. 2 headshots with the Glock, and the rest should be a simple cleanup. Sanji now with 4 HP. Will be the last one to fall.
That's a surprising kill for sure. You don't expect the Glock to make that work, but it does.
But now it's time for the big guns, Dan.
Biggest of guns. Yes, the AWP, the Krieg, the AK is coming out. NRG. Looking so good here. Obviously, the firepower advantage for this round is with the Vanguard, even though they've been losing the rounds as they get the full buyout straight away. But really, it's a very big deal that they win this round, because otherwise they lose it. They lose the AWP. That's the problem. Here comes Breeze with the aggression. They know they have all weapons. They're going to get extremely aggressive, and it's going to work out for a trade. Oh my god, Ethan jumping through. Sanji ready for that one. I think there's a pop flash. I think Sanji was in position to hear the pop flash, dodge it, and then catch Ethan jumping in. So big frags for a Vanguard. 4 versus 3. And now they reset the situation.
Big race car play from NRG towards the bomb site. Leaves them a little handicap, but that will certainly help. That makes things a little worse, though. Jane pops out perfect timing as Stanislaw shows his back. So can Tarek remain? Tarek in a forward position. The bomb's still in position with a Vanguard, but no one's near the bomb. They're all separated for both teams. Big duels to be had. Now, does this pull a rotation? Does this pull Tarek away? Starts to move away quietly, though, from the main position. Sanji is still waiting. There's plenty of time for Avangard to wait and try to figure out where Tarek is. Buster sees nothing towards the B-bomb site just yet. He's smoked off connector. Oh, the shadow's giving everything away! But Tarek is going to look at the right time. I don't know how. And still, Sanji's going to make his way towards the B-bomb site. I think Tarek he surely hears the rotation now. He has the information. Doesn't know it's the bomb carrier, but he knows where people are headed.
Tarek also has an incendiary, a smoke, and an HE grenade, and a kit. So he has the utility to actually do some damage here, but we do have coverage on this ramp from Buster, and there's nothing that Tarek can do. There you go, though. NRG do make it expensive. I don't think the AWP will be collected. Nope, it is not collected, so that's a painful situation for a Vanguard. They'll have to wait a little bit until they can afford one again, but they should be okay, given that NRG will be on a save rouse, half five.
Going back to the situation on Ivy where James saw Tarek's shadow, just for the people at home, always make sure your shadow settings are on high, because the lower they are, well, sorry, the higher they are, the further away you can see shadows from. If you have your shadow settings on the minimum, it's going to cause you problems. For example, if you are, let's see where Kiko goes. If he goes a bit further to look down the ramp, if someone's standing on the train down the ramp, you can see their shadow. But if they're a little far back, but you can still see their shadow on high, if you put it on the minimum, you won't see their shadow, or it will be very faint. So there is an example of the advantages you're missing if your shadow settings are on minimum. So even if you have a toaster to play CS on, keep the shadow settings up, because it will help you in the long run.
And takes down Stanislaw. Takes a lot of damage, but they'll have control of the bomb train, so they'll get the bomb plant. And that's all that matters in a round like this. Well, I suppose another thing that's important is not losing money. You really need to build money around such as this, and Breeze will do his best job to prevent that from happening. That's the objective here for NRG. They know that once the bomb goes down, it's very difficult, not impossible without a kit to win the round, but they can certainly make it painful. That makes a Vanguard a little bit soft in the economy-wise in the future rounds. That is an issue. See, they really don't want to give away any more guns here. They will be able to escape. Tarek pushing up. Sanji will steal away an AK. Tarek looking for it. Oh no! Oh no! It's quite unfortunate for Sanji. If Vanguard survive only with 2 players.
Well, the main thing is that NRG won't take any of those rifles away. It's more affordable on the T side than the CT side. Situations like that, although Vanguard are on the comeback trail. But they'll be okay. They've got the money for the grenades and so on. They just need to keep winning rounds. Circle on the AWP. NRG a little short on grenades, but it's not a disaster. They've got 2 incendiaries and 2 diffuse kits. They've got no helmets, so maybe Sanji has a field day with this map 10. James got 3600, so he's not dropping for his pro. But I mean, it can work as well if they read that there's a lack of helmets, but through the smoke, Breeze will punish. Again, when you're closer to the smoke, those tracers will be a problem for you. 3 unanswered frags for NRG. The journey's creeping, he needs to find 2, but NRG are being active. They're looking around, there's 1. Will he find Circle? No, Circle trade, leaving Buster in a 1 versus 4. The bomb is in the A bomb site. He's got a minute 20 to try and do something, but what?
It's not the best scenario here for a Vanguard. Bomb well and truly lost. There is a world if the bomb wasn't lost that the plant can be had. You can be sneaky on train, but Buster, it's all about survival at this point. Although the issue is that the money's going to be pretty weird. Vanguard have won the last 2 rounds in a row, so they will not have any loss bonus. And so that means $1,400 will be awarded the players who died in this round for a Vanguard. Jane will be able to buy, and Buster will have what he has here. So I guess there is a world if Jane buys, spends a little bit of money, their money will actually be together. This is actually okay it's pretty important on a map like Train on the T side to have your money together as a team. Otherwise, you can kind of be committed into certain types of rounds, which might financially be a problem in the future. Upgrade for Ethan into the AK. And there you go. Another round for NRG. 3 are away from winning that first, well, from winning the first map Train.
Props for the Nitro sticker on the AK. Never gets enough credit. 6-round lead now for NRG. 3 rounds away from the first map. Trent did what he could, but it wasn't much. See some frustration there. They haven't really had much in the name of momentum of Vanguard in this entire game of Train. Once again, the MAC-10 is out for Sanji. It'll be a force buy for Vanguard. Jame on the AWP. That's why he left the money in the hole. Worst case scenario. You have 3,600. That's an interesting... I don't know if he meant to release that. But maybe he did. Maybe he was fearing a push from the CT side. Let's not forget the first buy round. NRG went charging up that position. And they wait. Seems Kika will take the bullet for the president if necessary. Like sending out a scout. Now, how do Vanguard get into an angle to do something, to be impactful in this round? James on the AWP, he's got the big gun. He and Buster with the AK-47, but James currently above the ladder room. Moving towards B. Sanji, in the meantime, having a look towards Ivy, but he's got no grenades and a MAC-10, so what's an ideal situation for him? And here comes some utility. And Vanguard are notorious for putting a Molotov down the ladder room and then having somebody popped out main to just punish a rotating CT, but not this time.
Yeah, Cirque has the angle towards T main as well, so, you know, that's something that NRG will be able to cover for. So perhaps that's one of the reasons why Vanguard are not doing it, knowing that it's perhaps telegraphed. You see here that NRG have forward control of the A yard as well as forward control of the B-bomb side. So they can defend here, they'll be good to go. And Breeze will take down the first Kiko with the trade. Oh, look at that. Beautiful moves and grooves around the ladder. And that is going to be Jane with the follow-up to make things look fantastic now for a Vanguard. It was not looking all that great. NRG had a brilliant setup, but a Vanguard moved through it. Demolish it.
Not over just yet, though. Kiko fourth from his position. 2 versus 2. How deep does Jame go? Again, Sanji only with the MAC-10 up high on B. Jame doesn't pull the trigger. That was a sitter for him. Sanji just waiting to make a play. There's a flashbang from his teammates. Not coming out just yet. Lovely stuff from him. No one touching the bomb just yet. And surely Ethan's got to fall back. He could try to make the T side die with him, but he'll hold on to his AK-47 or even an AWP. How on earth did they pull that one out of the bag of Vanguard? That looked helpless, hopeless.
Yeah, big moves from Keycut on the entry, using the ladder to really mess with the spray of the NRG defenders on the bomb site, and that 2K was everything. Obviously, Jame, if you get Jame into position with the AWP post plant, you're going to be having a good time. So, much needed round. Again, that, like, if they would have lost that round, I don't know that a comeback's really possible, but NRG losing that round, their money's really stretched thin now, so they will be able to get a decent enough buy-in. Lacking utility, lacking some of the rifles. Tarek's on a Mag-7, and he will presumably play some close positions with that one. Pop Dog's usually a favorite, and that is actually where he will find himself. All the Vanguard have to do is win this round. NRG will be on eco, and that's 2 rounds in the bag. And their economy will hopefully be in a better place.
Oh, Breeze has been spotted, and Vanguard will take position. So far, so good for the T side. Plenty of recovery to do. Are we looking at a full rotation in towards the A-bomb site? Stands made his way towards Connect side, the only man on B. Some pre-fire from Breeze, showing some presence, some warning shots maybe, some more pre-fire. Vanguard have to wonder if they're going into a bait situation. Cirque takes a Dren out, and Breeze will fall to Jame. So I suppose it was, but it's 50-50. No one near B for a Vanguard just yet. There's just under a minute on the clock for a Vanguard to make a play. Still lurking around the CT side of Ivy. Really nervous stuff for NRG. What angles can they take on the A-bomb side? That certainly helped. Kurt and Sanji being eliminated, leaving only 2 players left. Buster sees the shadow. Ethan going up, sees the head. But they need more than that. 2 versus 3 now. 28 seconds on the clock. The bomb's in main, and all the CTs are here.
Yeah, James needs to deliver something pretty remarkable in this position. Buster's with him, but Berserk's on the angle. He's going to spot the legs. He gets the flick shot through the terrain. That's now 24 HP for James, and he's going to have to fall back. They have to save. Their money really does suck, and that was a really interesting round. It was Cirque on the bomb train. If they would have had a molly for the bomb train or something like that, that would have been a different round, I think. But positionally speaking, it was very interesting. You don't often see that the T's drop 2 smokes on CT spawn. That's quite an odd move. And you can see that NRG was suspicious, thinking that, okay, are they doing this to pull rotation away from B here? Because that's typically what, you know, that is an impact of a round such as that. However, Vanguard very focused on the Ivy and the T main split, which can be difficult to execute. Just lacks the utility to follow through. Decent enough buy in this round, though. They, of course, have to force around what they save. NRG looking really good here now.
Yeah, they're very well equipped. It's really hard to expect a repeat performance with an AWP. Well, 2 rifles for Avangard. They've got flashes, 1 smoke on Sanji. This may be long and drawn out. Cirque's getting hungry, though. Can't imagine he goes into main alone, not knowing what's deep left, unless there is an incendiary. Only Stan has one at this point. He's towards B, so... Battle sniper looking for something, but he won't find much of anything. NRG are too far back on B to hear any of these footsteps from Avangard. Oh, beautiful stuff. Tarek in the wrong position. That's the go. That's the green light for Avangard to move straight into the B bomb site. Angle's being held by Connector. Now, what did NRG choose to do? Oh, he had to land that one, James. He's got 17 HP. He's in trouble. There are no HEs, though. 2 players in the red for Avangard on this hold.
So much utility now expended. Big kill from Ethan. That's going to gain them some good ground towards this bomb train. Stan, oh my god, all the kills going towards the likes of NRG as Buster gets taken down. And now it's just Sanji. The molly, though, might do the trick. He's got to go for the peak. He's got to take down the player. And that's going to be that. NRG with round 15 in the bag. At the very least, they have secured themselves an overtime. But you know what? It looks like they may have secured train at this point because the money for Avangard really, really sucks.
Yeah, it's been a difficult map for Avangard, and it is not getting much better. Any of the buys they've had have always been a mixed bag. Now they have lost the AWP, which has been integral in the struggle rounds they've won. 3 pistols, 2 rifles. And they've got more grenades for some kind of setup, but how likely is it at this point? Ethan got to be careful, some pre-fire. Jay may have to be careful himself. HG goes up. In the meantime, Tarek creeps into main. Again, CTs don't normally go beyond this position because you can see how horrible an angle it is. This is enough info for them for the time being. Waiting Avangard out, who are themselves waiting for some utility. To be exhausted. There is a smoke now in the ladder room. Some shenanigans again. Ethan wondering about main, but of course Tarek is in there, so he doesn't need to worry too much.
Sanji in a really awkward spot here because it's difficult to know exactly where the CT is going to be standing. Tarek in a forward position there is dangerous. Ethan flash through. Oh my goodness, the flash works out. Ethan executes Buster, gets himself Jame as well. And now it's just 2 remaining for a Vanguard. Make that 1, a Dren with a CZ. He's going to find himself a Galil, but I don't know that that will offer him much help in a scenario such as this. Trying to line up a Molotov there for the trains, and Breeze lurks above. Will it be death from above? It might just be as Breeze goes for it. Will he try to commit here? He's really playing this very safe. And there we go. Breeze finishes it off with a headshot on the Dren at 16 to 8. NRG close it.
That's a fantastic way for NRG to start this series. They never looked like they were in trouble. That really felt like they were always going to win that game, and that's how you want to start a series. As for Avangard, it wasn't their pick. They after a break and trying to forget about that game, they can remember how strong they were on Dust 2 yesterday. But perhaps this is going to be a bigger challenge for them with the likes of Cirque on the server.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I got to say that even though 16-8, there were a lot of situations where a Vanguard had earned themselves a turning point. There was quite a few rounds where it's like, all right, if they win this round, they kind of cripple NRG, but something would always happen. And I think one of the big moments was when we had that huge clutch from Breeze, that 3K with the AK. Buster misses a shot in a previous round to that as well. We had Buster missing a couple of AWP shots when they were rushing in with pistols. That was another round in which our Vanguard should have converted, and it could have really made all the difference.
We're going to a break. When we're back, we'll see if Avangard can take Dust 2. We'll see you soon.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Sie sind besiegbar, die Faschisten. Es liegt in unserer Hand.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Berlin Major, where we did just see that first map go down. NRG did it in style, and I do say that over that of Avangar. Welcome back, everybody. I want to go ahead and tell you about our friends over at epics.gg. In fact, as I do tell you about them, it's probably best for me to do it in a way in which you can all understand. The 2019 cards with Epics, they have all the cards from your favorite CSGO stars, and the chance to win signed jerseys, merchandise, and CSGO skins for a chance to win a game-used Get Right skin. That's right. He had it in the game. It was in his inventory. He's fragged people with it, probably. Maybe not. But yeah, you can get all of that over at Epics GG, so go ahead and check them out. Meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and break down this matchup and what was the first map of this best of 3 alongside of Pimp and Sponge. Guys, what did you see there?
Complete domination from NRG, let's be honest. I mean,
okay.
You wouldn't say so? I mean, the T side, I think they came out hot and strong. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Ethan in T Connector was trying to find peaks. He found peaks in the beginning as well. I think Stanislaw prepared them well. I think NRG had a good idea of what they wanted to do, and they executed it. And in my mind, that's, domination.
I don't think they had to break a sweat. I think, like, obviously, we have different categories for things. Avangar put up a fight in certain rounds, but I think it's all about the first half, right? You talked about the T side proficiency they had there. Just to back that up with a statistic, within the first half, the T side of Train, it's only quite difficult to find opening kills. NRG, they were able to do it within 10 rounds. And it was the 10-5 first half. So, that's a good success rate.
And here's the thing. We kind of highlighted some players to look out for. And guess what? They delivered. Ethan and Breeze show up in a big way yet again. Tarek there, too. Obviously, a major champion through Cloud9, and then they did win the major. But now, when we talk about this NRG team, you have to recognize the fact that Ethan and Breeze are bringing a lot to the table.
We haven't spoken about this, but we actually have 2 previous major champions right now playing against each other.
Yeah. Weird, right?
Yeah, Dren, obviously, he was the MVP of the majors they were able to pick up all those years ago. And then Tarek, he was part of that Cloud9 roster that you just led towards. But this roster for NRG should definitely have Ethan and Breeze as their main stars, right?
Front runners.
Yeah, don't build your system around Cirque. And I think that, Stan has probably realized that and is probably going about making sure Breeze and old boy Ethan can do whatever they need.
Well, we need to start talking about the next map of the series, that being Dust 2. This one, well, when we start to look at it all, if Dust 2 is on the cards, you got to wonder who picked it. Well, let me tell you, Avangar did. So that's got to mean that they have something in their wheelhouse.
Well, if I was Stanislaw, I would definitely build my Dust 2 around Cirque, because he's a hell of a player on Dust 2. He can roam around, he's strong with the AWP, and especially on the CT side, he's so good at just standing in one spot and just killing people. Kind of like the same like James from Avangar, right? I think he has a good Dust 2 mentality as well, in terms of how he plays as an AWPer. I've seen him be more aggressive as well. We don't give him credit for that sometimes, because we always talk about him saving, not really taking any risk in his plays. But on Dust 2, you will see him push catwalk. You will see him go towards long. You will see him move towards B, or even middle sometimes. So James can do more than just one thing, which is standing still and saving the op.
That's right. He does more than just save the op, no matter what the meme says, no matter what the GG.bet odds say, and no matter what the Strafe Esports app has to say about it with your votes. Yes, NRG are the favorites here, but there is still a chance to battle back.
There definitely is on their map choice, and I think this is where they can all maybe find a bit more individual impact across the board. Some of the things that I liked from the Avangar of old, they were one of the first teams who I saw throwing the elevator box smoke when they're doing their A execute, right? They're running out catwalk, they're using that as a bit of one way to take the duel with the player orping over towards car. That kind of innovation I think is going to be necessary here when going up against a team like NRG. If you want to play fast, NRG love that style because all of their players are heads-up Counter-Strike players, right? They want to take the fight first before they worry about pulling out grenades.
But do we feel like NRG has set a precedent in this best of 3 as it stands? I mean, because it did not seem like Avangar had an answer to the problems that were NRG over there on Train.
I'd say so. I mean, if NRG is playing some of the best Counter-Strike they can, there's no match from Avangar. I don't think so. We talked about them coming into the tournament. They haven't really been looking that good. It seemingly was a little bit better throughout this tournament, but go against a team like NRG, who I think potentially have the foundation, they have the players, they have the in-game leader to be a top 5, top 6 team in the world. You can't really expect Avangar to win, and not on a map like Dust 2 either. If I'm NRG, I'm just going to go out there and I'm going to ruin whatever Avangar is playing by being aggressive in the beginning and just sit back and win.
I like how NRG have also gotten to this point, right? Because last year, they weren't even able to get to this point. You know, they really struggled. And now, they're only one game away against Avangar for making it to the next stage of the major, the Legend stage. And I think that I've been watching this team. They look very focused. You know, it doesn't look like they're getting flustered. It doesn't look like anything's coming in. They just look extremely focused. And I think they should be able to take this one 2-0 here today. And if you want to come see them at the major traders, you can head over to major.starladder.com and still pick up your tickets.
You're damn right you can. You can pick up tickets to see these teams compete in the Legend stage. You should pick them up. You should head on down to Berlin. It's actually a pretty unique city, all things considered.
Look, here's the deal. If you are in Berlin or in Germany and you can come and watch next week while Legend stage is on, we're just sitting just behind you. We watch the same way that you actually will come and watch this tournament. So that's a kind of cool thing.
And we kind of have this peanut gallery approach to it too, where there's obviously some yelling sometimes, some incoherent mumbles. You might hear some things that you really don't want to hear, but we're going to say them anyway.
I've thrown out a couple of Let's Go Jerry's, but right now, let's go NRG.
Let's do it. I think NRG locks it in here. Jacob, do you agree?
I agree, 2-0.
Okay, well, let's find out. Dust 2 on the cards, and so are DDK and James.
Yakub, wine merchant. Do you know that reference, Dan?
No.
Never mind. Anders knows it. Anders knows it.
Oh, well, I'm not Anders.
That's also true.
Know your audience.
Vanguard are on the T side of Dust 2. Can they have a repeat performance after what we saw from them yesterday? We got 3-man on road in that short position from NRG. They've come into this with a plan. They got a stack looking into lower tunnel, and Breeze is going to have a look up. And they will see not much of anything. Now, the question marks are B tunnels and long doors. Long doors is where Sanji's making his way. No 50-50 for a Vanguard. We've got stereo frags though for NRG.
Just splat, splat. What do you do about that? 3 players left. At least they're on the T side, you know, it's a little bit easier. When that happens, when you're on the T side, you got more space to move. You can maybe find still an engagement that makes sense. So they'll have Sanji making noise towards A just to make things a little bit more confusing. Keep the rotation away from B. And it's really difficult to go in the tunnels. The reason why you can only have one, or rather I should say, the reason why you can have just one player defending B is because you have such a favorable long-range engagement, and you get all this time in the world to nail these players coming through the tunnels. So you can see this is one of the reasons why Vanguard going back into mid. So it looks like they may even go for the split on A. But now making some noise. I think Stan would have heard that, and Breeze certainly will. So he's going to realize what's going on.
James fell off the box and then got back on the box. So I think they were trying to give Sanji that they were going towards mid, maybe. Well, all the information is known now. Sanji is alone. They're coming up from the long position versus 4 with 17 seconds on the clock. He needs to die. Now, the CTs could troll and just move away and have him with $150. You see, Tarek's going to stand his ground. 7 seconds, though. I don't think they should engage. Leave him with no money. Leave him with no money. He's got no time to plant the bomb. They're going to lead around by... Oh, Stan, why you do this? Man, leave him with no money. $150. He's got less to come at you with in the next round. Well, he chose the bonus cash, Stan. And that's fair enough. Can't really argue with that. He was presented with a T, and he chose to engage and pop him in the face. So there's the first round for NRG, and we haven't seen much purchased yet by a Vanguard. We've got a Desert Eagle for Sanji. And that's about it. Again, I think the Vanguard are going to be up against tougher opposition here on Dust 2 than what we saw yesterday, so there's no guarantee the same thing will happen. I can't wait to watch Cirque. For those of you in GoTV, I'm picking Cirque all day in this game.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what a Vanguard can do on Dust 2. I think they will surprise them. I'm glad that we see them on the T side first, because, again, the T side is so drilled and regimented that it should help to give them confidence, especially, of course, if they find success with it. The Eagle, therefore, Sanji looking through the double doors with the flashbang, making sure there's no CTs close, but there is one close on the left side and the right. And so that crossfire is going to be a problem. However, looks like a Vanguard might not test it as they move towards the tunnels, back towards B. And Stan has actually reversed also back towards the B doors. So, oh man, this is not going to be easy. They're going to have to get a really nasty shot with that Deagle. Just one. It's on Sanji. I hope he's good with it, because that's pretty damn excellent with it. Going for it. Ooh. Oh man, the nade has done some serious damage there. Nothing they can really do, is there?
Meat with a follow-up of potatoes from the rifle of Ethan. Spray down the garden hoses out, and Buster just waits for his eventual doom. 30 seconds. No need to run to his demise, but he'll try and do something. So getting cheeky. Standing there with the USP. And there we go. There is the round. Marvelous stuff. I'm curious as to how much damage was done by that HE grenade. One can only imagine.
Energy in the zone right now. They are very focused. The thing as well is Vanguard is this kind of a team whereby they can be some serious, like they can be a serious gatekeeper team in terms of what they can offer. They can play at a very high level, and they can definitely surprise you with the tactics that they have on offer. You know, actually, you know, of course, Chad was describing that on the desk. I believe it was Chad talking about some of the innovations they have made on Dust 2, but I think he referenced the elevator smoke. Some nice angle from Ethan, that right eye peek, doing some damage, finding Keycut and Adren. That was very unfortunate. He peeked out at a perfect timing. They were not looking.
He also has the advantage of the gap in the wall. If you're in CT spawn, you will see a T slightly earlier simply because of the shape of the wall there, which is really good if you're sniping. Really good if you're sniping. Interesting one to deal with. One to be aware of at home for sure. 1 minute on the clock for the remaining 3 players of Avangard. They've got 1 flashbang and a bunch of guns. James always looking, well, often, not always, looking for that shot, that entry through the middle doors. There we go. So that makes it even more difficult now for Avangard, and will avoid the flashbang, but one has gone beyond his scope, and James will deliver the kill. There's a chance to plant the bomb. James may look to try and hold a short position now. However, that Molotov is quite painful. The bomb can't be planted just yet, going for a flick, not quite hitting the mark, and the CT is encroaching on the bomb site now. James is going to get taken out. Only 1 kill in that round for Avangard.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know, James had an opportunity to really save the day there, but the shots that he would have had to have hit, it would have made Reddit, you know, spread away. It would have been 2 really, really nasty flicks on very tiny targets. So can't ask for that all the time.
Ethan 7-0 at the moment.
Yeah, the timing on this, the angle is just so perfect. And then Dren goes to that trade for Ethan again. That's one of the reasons why Ethan is so good, as I mentioned before. His consistency, his mechanics are so damn good. He is the best rifler on the team, I would wager.
Yeah, it's interesting with Ethan because I feel like in the last, say, 6 months or so, NRG didn't really achieve as many results as you would have wanted them to, like to have seen him doing, bearing in mind the skill on the team and so on. So I feel like he's still a little slept on. He is a really, really strong player. So I don't think was seen there by Adren. He's got no one to boost him over the short box, and now he's got nothing to boost because he's dead. Can't boost a cadaver. In the meantime, Avangard will move through the long doors. They won't see much of anything, but James with his Mac 10 is moving elsewhere. A Mac 10 on Dust 2 in an eco round. Good luck.
Yep, that's all you can really say. Cafe American. Nice.
American.
American. Well.
That weak-ass coffee. Give me Levada any day.
Circle spots the oncoming push from a Vanguard, the Hail Mary into the... Oh, hello. It's going to connect. Oh, caught on the
that was awesome.
Run boost. Yep. I mean, they got a frag out of it. It's not bad. It's not bad, but you don't want things to get too far away from you. We'll get the second big buy coming in from a Vanguard, and the first round did not work for them. And hey, you know what? The first round fell flat a little bit. You know, Ethan had a great performance getting that 2K in middle, and that really hamstrung a Vanguard's push.
How satisfying is that to watch? That's beautiful.
Looking to see a better result here for a Vanguard in this one. Oh, well, looking to disrupt the action. So he's looking to be a little bit cheeky here. The shenanigans in the lower tunnel with the AWP.
If you saw the angle Keycut was holding, though, he was looking to push, I think, without showing his weapon, which is why he was aiming at the wall. But Sonic gets a kill anyway. Where's the flashbang?
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. That's really rough. NRG finding ways to open up with the opening first or second kill, which is, again, we know a Vanguard. If a Vanguard get to set up, they're good to go. But NRG know that, and they keep denying them that potential. But you can't do that all the time on the CT side of Dust 2. Oh, Okay, that smoke is supposed to stick in the wall and then cover you as you jump up towards catwalk. It's supposed to be like a Xbox smoke almost. But Adren, we've seen Adren throw it and he nails it. He's dead. So that's presumably why Buster's thrown it instead.
I've seen 2 different players for a Vanguard throw that and land it. This is the first time I've seen it fail.
Yeah.
So with the aggressive short angles. I like that one. That one's better for being able to fall back. The box is towards the right, jumping on the bags of grain. You can get on that box up there, but that's harder to fall away from and move to cover. James having a look, and speaking of look at the time. 20 seconds for these players to make their way towards the A-bomb site. Tarek and Circa simply waiting. Avangard probably going to have to go for the short plant here. They've got the smoke to set up. Cirque had to get a fatal connection there, but he didn't. The bomb almost falling down in the city spawn, but it's still up, and the flashbang will force them back to Vanguard. The time not working out for them, and neither are the frags. No answer to any of these kills on short. James with no other option but to save.
Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. That's a really hard pill to swallow for a Vanguard. $200 to James, dying after time. And they'll take a tactical timeout. And one of the problems we have to highlight is Vanguard are not being allowed to run their default. Stuck in that last round, got a pick from lower tunnels unpunished. Then we have, in the last fight that Vanguard had, there's a push out from middle. Ethan swings and gets a 2K. I mean, to be fair, Adren's trade timing was good. Ethan's just extremely good himself, and he just nailed that shot. And so that's the 2 big buys we've seen from a Vanguard, where they're trying to run their defaults. They can't get to that phase 3, which is, you're set up and boom, you go for a set piece, which I think is what they're really going for here. I think it's so strong for them. They execute it very well. They've decided to go for a force up here with the 5 rounds of loss bonus, James. No nades at all.
That's a lie. They've got a flashbang. Don't mislead the audience, Dan. It's the major after all. Kiket's going to take one in the face. That flashbang won't really get much of anything done. It is a shooting gallery once again. It's target practice. It's archery. And a Vanguard rather bored, it seems. This is round number 6, and they have a combined 5 frags on 2 of the 5 players. What happened to all the success of the Vanguard from yesterday?
Well, that's the thing, they lost the pistol and they've had 2 big buys. So they buy there because they're thinking, all right, we have this opportunity to change the pace because we don't want to give up the pressure. But if we get a bomb down in this round, even if we lose it, we still get a full buy in the next round. And so that's kind of what they're gambling on. And they go for the B rush as a huge change of pace. But NRG seemed to be very ready for it, and it just didn't work out for a Vanguard. So the play made sense. I can see what they're going for, but right now NRG are looking really, really confident and very sharp. Speaking of which, sharp objects thrown into Kikert's face. It's not a great start for a Vanguard in round 7.
Making holes in the spacesuits. Trent looks only finds that. I like the other angle that was being held through double-sided CTs. So if anybody goes to the left side here, it will get caught. There's a nice smoke you can throw actually from that left side in front of his boxes for the CT cross and long, which goes into CT spawn. Alex would sometimes throw it on LDLC. You don't see it very often. Actually, I never see it, to be honest with you, these days. But it's a nice one to know if you're going to post up there to cut off rotation towards the short position. Sanji asks questions with a smoke. What is the value of that smoke? Considering they only had 2, it's a lot more than $300 for sure. Buster will drop one. Now, what is their play? Flashbangs. Cirque won't see it coming. But he holds his angle. They're lining up for him. Buster's still alive. But not for long. Adren taken out as well. 2 versus 5. They just can't find any frags, Vanguard. Again, this is not really the round for the frags. Maybe they'll get a bomb plant. That would certainly help them. Bonus money's always good. But some around, some frags. Line them up. There's a flashbang. Beautiful assist. And NRG, they're going to start losing money by winning rounds. Stanislaw is 6 for 0. Tarek, 8 for 1. Ethan, 8 for 1. Spree, 7 for 1. Cirque, dragging his heels with 2 deaths.
I do wonder if NRG
wait, sorry, Dan. We are triple 007.
Yeah. Well,
I've never seen that before.
So this is the thing, right? A Vanguard and winning rounds it's more or less about getting set up for their set pieces at this point. So they're not even really playing. They're not playing like these long takes where you're going to get kills even if you lose rounds and stuff. They're playing to set up, and they're getting denied their setups. And this is a huge issue. So NRG, they decide not to go super aggressive. They're actually playing a default setup. If Vanguard was to fall into what looks more to be default Dust 2 T side, which is where you go for those long takes early round, which Vanguard haven't done. NRG just prepared for that. And they found out that, okay, Vanguard haven't done that. They've taken a fast approach towards Catwalk this time. And so this should help Vanguard in terms of getting set up now, because they've managed to make it onto Catwalk without losing a player. They haven't done that yet in the buy round. So that's progress, I guess.
Perhaps they've been afforded this luxury by NRG, who have 2 players towards long. Cirque moving back with a pop flash to have a look. Again, one thing people may not realize is the role for the sniper on A with utility, flashing for his teammates, be it a flash towards long, or if there's a person towards Goose, for example, then a flash in that direction. It's not just about the sniping, often about the team play. And here we go, Vanguard setting up once again with the usual smokes. They've got a second one now that they're on a full buy, excuse me. So waiting for the flashbangs, has a look, and he won't make a connection this time. He was teased with a head, but they've got to go back to short to Vanguard. They've got to plant for short and move back. The bomb's only just now making it towards the site, but it will get planted. 5-on-5 retake for the CTs, and Jane with a crucial miss there. He had to land that one.
Oh, he's in so much trouble. There's a player coming from the upper tunnels as well. Jane needs to hit shots. He's got to hit at least one of those. And because it's all about the catwalk play. Because then the long players are unlocked. They're starting to try to pincer Sanji with the flank. This is so timely. They need this from Sanji. And it's the trade from Buster. He finds the back of Breeze. It's now the 3 players on catwalk. And Vanguard know exactly where they're coming from. This is their chance to win a round. In they go. Buster takes down one. And there's simply not enough reinforcements for him. And the defuse comes through in the nick of time for NRG. But that's the kind of round that Vanguard have been playing for so long. And they've been denied because NRG had previously been aggressive.
Yeah, the frags are basically irrelevant at this point. Yeah. There's just too much money. Again, NRG, I think Stanislaw was just shy of 15K at the end of that round. And yeah, James really soiled the bed in that mid position, which gave NRG possession of short and long. It was back and forth though, but when you've got short and long on a retake of the A bomb site, it's not often you're going to lose the round, and indeed NRG retain the clean sheets. 8-0. 2 players now for Vanguard, 008. Not how we like to see Adren playing.
It's really good too, because the way that NRG structured this, their CT side, is they put all the aggression in the kind of first half of the first half, and now, you know, of course, they've secured their economy, and the reason why that's particularly strong, again, is because Vanguard are a setup-based team on their Dust 2 T side, which is really strong if you don't harass them. And then you get into this point where now NRG are covering all their bases by playing really default. They're starting with 3 towards long, making sure they have that position, going back towards A, just playing really standard Dust 2 now that they have a really good lead. And Vanguard have to commit into their style. Can they deal with Cirque, though? He's not shown this position just yet. And you know they love these kinds of plays. Cirque, he's trying to go for the counter. They're going to make it work, though, falling back to the side. They've got a player on Goose. He can't escape in time. Sanji catches him. Will there be a molly? They often molly Goose. There's no molly here just yet, though. They don't have one. And Tarek will survive with the frag.
Breeze has got to throw a flash for Tarek. Here it comes, but won't do much damage, but the gun certainly will. The bomb's on the floor now. Adren's just been waiting for the rotation all this time, but at the same time, there's a fake flash with the gun, but it won't work. Shame on the site now. Has a chance to plant the bomb for short. Breaks for the fake, looking for pushes. In the meantime, Kika can't really help the short plant, and now Breeze is going for it. 1 versus 1. Can they get their first round? They can, finally. James gets that final kill. The bonus money from planting the bomb as well, certainly needed, only surviving with 1 player. And there are still bags on bags of cash. We've got stuffed mattresses, pillows, false floors, everything. There's money everywhere for NRG.
And look at the issues here for a Vanguard. You know, it seemed to be the case that they didn't have enough money for the full utility, because you would typically expect 2 Molotovs that just weren't there in appearance. Well, I mean, because Cirque died, maybe they don't care about Molotoving the slope, but they should always throw that one on Goose, which they normally do. So Vanguard are playing their style, but it's not looking as clean as it normally does.
And Vanguard they have to win this round. Their money is so low. They have to win this round. And now we have double ops from NRG. Ethan's picked one up. He's pretty deep on Catwalk. And let's not forget, Vanguard loved that Catwalk control.
Man like Ethan with the AWP. Tarek's a dab hand with it as well. As is Stanislaw, to be fair. And again, you can see the shape of the wall is to the advantage of Cirque, and they're going to move before the smokes are up, and it'll go down for free. Kika finds a way to land a headshot. And now there may be some room for variance. Ethan's gone through the smoke, and he's not touching the money just yet. Tarek on the high ground, doesn't need to activate just yet. Stanislaw and Breeze delivering, there's a flashbang, going for the follow-up, but now he's missed his chance, stuck in the corner, but he's still got support from his teammates. Hopping back up once again, and Sanji's alone, 1 versus 4. There are no players, but he walks into a triple peak, and that's 9-1 for NRG.
Yeah, NRG are looking so solid right now. It's really cool to see that not only are they able to play their game, they're able to also do just the right maneuvers to make a Vanguard feel so uncomfortable that they can't play their own game, and to make the right moves to abuse the exploitable parts of a Vanguard style of play. That's kind of what we're seeing here from NRG, and then if you back that up by just good fundamentals, good communication, and good individual level, then here we go. Another spot where we'll see NRG pick a timely moment for some aggression. Obviously, Vanguard have pistols, so maybe it's not as timely as maybe I shouldn't have used that word. Some risk to this, but Tarek gets a shot, it's fine. And he gets a 1-for-1 though. But Stan will push upper tunnels as well. So it works out here for NRG.
Ooh, that works out even better. Breeze has utility. I think he just dropped a smoke in front of the bomb. Vanguard remaining players in the B halls, Adren rotating around. But again, it doesn't look good, does it? It looks terminal, to be honest with you, at least in this series.
Yeah.
9-1. There is room for recovery, but we haven't really seen any suggestion of that. You know, there's space for it in terms of rounds, but there isn't space for it on the map. They're being choked out. Smoke everywhere. It's hard to breathe if you're Avangard at the moment.
I have to say, though, actually, I think actually the aggression from NRG does actually, I'm going to go back and rescind what I said. I think it does actually make a lot of sense, because knowing the bar that Vanguard has, I will hold that for one. So 2v3 now. Breeze and Cirque. 2-man setup here on Catwalk. Looks very strong. It's going to take something special here from Adren and Kika. And, well, it's going to be dismantled, but just to quickly finish my thought, what teams often do when they expect pistols is they'll play very passive on the CT side, which allows the T side to run a set piece on the A side, which is very common, and they get short plant. So to go aggressive like that, you kind of have a great spot to prevent that.
Yeah, I think there's also, like, if you look at Fnatic at their best, the psychological warfare factor, where you might do things which aren't like the safest plays, but if you just crush it, if you're just feeling it and you just crush it, it just mentally dejects your opponent and makes them play even worse.
True.
10-1. NRG with 10 times the score of their opponent. Avangard, they've got the guns out again. James on the AWP. They've got double creep AK. Enough utility. Once again, NRG will focus on the long part of A, and they'll leave short open. And that's been working for them. Vanguard have posted up on short, they've had their grenades and so on, but they haven't really had the success. They've been counter-flashed, they barely made it to the bomb site, and when they had it, they've been annihilated. They've been annihilated. So what can they do different? They have to expect. They know they've been given short for free for a reason. When they've tried to execute previously, it hasn't worked. They're offering a fake towards the B bomb site with utility, not personnel necessarily. There's still a minute on the clock, however. Ooh, Breeze is going for a walk.
It's going to work out here for Vanguard. This is not an optimal setup at all for NRG. They've got to, Cirque really has to give this up after this frag. You can see he walks back. He's so consistent. He's been playing, everybody's been playing really well for NRG, but here it is, a short plant, and we've seen this situation before. They can hold long, wait for their teammates from B, the 3 players, to go towards Catwalk, and then they will do an A split, effectively. And that's how the retake's going to work. Ethan's looking for the
lurker. They expect that someone's going to be lurking, but there isn't actually. But what there isn't also for Vanguard is any grenades. They have no utility to hold this bomb site now.
Oh, they're defending from the site itself. They've chosen not to hold short, maybe because of that lack of grenades. So far, so good. Kika hopping down, taking out the player in CT spawn. It's a 3 versus 4 in favor of a Vanguard, just looking for their second frag. And now it's Breeze 1 versus 3. Now, he still has lots of money, so he could try and do some damage. He does try, but it doesn't work. A Vanguard double their score in round number 12.
Yeah, you're completely right. It was a really interesting setup from them. You rarely see anything like that with so many players and all the time they had, because they took the bomb site really quickly, so they had plenty of time if they wanted to go catwalk to go and take it, and that would typically be what you would do. As you say, you know, if you're an RG and you've got, you know, the last bits of utility you have, you're going to spend it on catwalk because that's just so expected that the teams will have a setup there. So that must have looked really weird from NRG's perspective, and that will work out for a Vanguard. But you know, if a Vanguard, you know, don't get too many more rounds on this half, and you ask them about this half, I would expect that they would describe it as, yeah, we couldn't play our game, and that is all to the credit of NRG and how they've been approaching this one.
They've been asphyxiating them.
Ooh, look at this one though. Oh no. Another Bus has been missing a lot of nades. You're on train as well.
Nerves, maybe.
Yeah, that was a... Oh dear. Oh, it actually didn't take almost any damage somehow. It's a pretty thick pillar, I suppose.
Yeah, talk about second life. I wonder if that game is still alive. 3 rounds remain in this half. Again, Short has been gifted to Avangard. They finally had some success in the round prior. I did wonder if there was a flank because Breeze was through long doors. Well, not through long doors, the initial doors with a smoke down, but didn't go all the way. There was no flank. Can't blame him with the pace of a Vanguard sometimes and how they like to hold those angles and just wait for a peek, as you see James doing. As we talk about this with him. He's moving towards long now. 40 seconds, so there'll be 2 players on short. They'll have to move late, surely. Maybe they'll draw the attention of the opponent with these grenades. The bomb's being left in situ. Cirque flashed off the initial angle. Tarek waiting. There is a... Oh, actually, I've got some info a little later on. In the meantime, Breeze has been taken out in the long position. This is a huge problem. Set's going to go forward, but he can't get on the ledge in time. Tarek hiding behind the box. 20 seconds. Is there a flash or something that can come for him? Stanislaus making his way up, but he's got no grenades. Tarek doing what he can. He's got Sanji by the car. There he goes. Dario frags now 2 versus 2. 10 seconds to plant the bomb, and James is alone. Coming in from a short position. Tarek just needs to hide. Molotov to force him forward. But he's gone beyond the angle. 1 second. And there is the win by timeout. So from Tarek's position, there is a flashbang that you can throw, which goes behind the palm tree, and you can't see it coming whatsoever. It's something that if you watch Alex from Vitality, he's got all the nerd grenades on his stream, so check his stream out for that. But there's a really solid flashbang you can do where you don't see it at all coming up behind the palm tree. It's another hold for NRG.
It is. Went down to such fine margins. It's crazy as well if you consider the fact that there's a really favorable duel lost for our Vanguard with the Krieg up towards Catwalk, but enough about that. We've got a long push coming in, and we have not seen many of these, and it's working out so far. Sanji will go down, but can there be a trade? Buster on the other end of this will get traded out after his frag, and it's a 3 versus 3, working out pretty well here for a Vanguard. They can give this up. They haven't committed the bomb. Adren falling back, takes down Breeze. Cirque takes some damage as well. Adren stuck in the corner. Oh my goodness, catching Cirque at a bad timing for Cirque at least. And it's a 3 versus 1, and this is one of the reasons why we didn't see many kills from Vanguard early in the half, because they were never going for these scrappier openings, which are so common.
Unlucky for Sturk there. He shot Adren through the corner of blue. That's why he pulled out a pistol to follow up. He was confident, just land 1 shot. However, didn't do all that damage due to the penetration shot. Ethan now in a 1 versus 3. Keep making a step. I think he might have 19 HP left. As he expected, Adren. He's looking for somebody to top mid. There he is. He's going to try and take the duel, but he's got to get past the door. He does. 1 versus 1 now with James on the site. Can he pick the right angle? The clock is ticking, not for the bomb, but for Adren rotating. James with a Molotov in his hand. He's going to go down to the pistol, and he will just about land the shot. A 3rd round for Avangard. 1 more round to go in this half.
I don't know about them, but if when I'm watching that, I'm afraid of Ethan running at them with an AK-47 with nothing to lose. There you go. 3 rounds for a Vanguard. They're scraping some rounds at the very least. Digging deep, finding what they can.
wonder if we'll see another aggressive take on Long at the beginning of the round. It's worked out. Oh, hello. I like to see this. We get the rush down suicide for a quick timing in around middle. Ooh, James just knows those angles, doesn't he? Through the smoke, through the doors, and into Stanislaus' chest. And it's a, of course, a bad buy. You know, finally the money's been broken for NRG. Only took 14 rounds. And Vanguard should be able to claim this one. And you know what? Like, 4 rounds is not awful going into that second half. If they can, you know, obviously they have to win the pistol. They have to start out with a good economy. And if that is the case, you know, you can have these really strong CT sides. This one isn't over just yet. So taking one through the door as well. Oh my god, the push comes in. Buster will deny them. Good stuff there from Buster to keep things calm. Now there's just 2 left. Ethan's got a Mag 7. On Dust 2, Mag 7 is not so good.
Yeah, nothing is good about this round for NRG. Just a reminder, both these teams are playing for a spot in the Legend stage. So NRG will feel confident, however, it's not over just yet. Long rotation from Avangard, and of course James and T-Spawn to get the final kill. At half-time, Avangard have 4. Can they recover in the second half? A few minutes until you find out.
Huber?
Ja.
LAPD! Du kannst mir bei einem Fall helfen, an dem ich seit Jahren dran bin.
Ja. Du, was ist los?
Wir sind die Guten. Er ist ein Cop, ich bin ein Uber-Fahrer.
Das ist ein Leasing!
Du bist kein Cop! Warum lachst du? Hör auf damit!
Du drück ab!
Stuber. Nur im Kino.
And we are back. But are Vanguard back? That's the question. Only a mere 4 rounds on that first half. They are a great T-side Dust 2 team, but you know what? NRG found a way to completely disqualify Vanguard's game approach. Their style of play just did not work out. They looked for those setups, NRG denied them with aggression, and then played a great heads-up Dust 2 CT side after that. And now Vanguard have to follow the act. They've got to follow the act. They've got to start it off with a pistol win. They've got to start off with good economy. There's no other way forwards.
Sanji spotting mid. Dren making his way down short. Some of NRG showing presence towards the B-bomb sites. Some of them waiting along, waiting for an overextension perhaps. NRG players towards B, trying to bait. Tarek having a look lower tunnel, seeing nothing. And now James made his way to Goose. He'll spot the long position. Smoke to create some space. Dren is really wondering what he should do. Oh, we've got some grenades as well. One going towards the window, I think. One going towards the box. Buster down to 51 HP. In the meantime, NRG creep towards long.
And with the great range here to use against these Glocks, that USP, they will get closer and closer, though. They move pretty damn quick. Jame and Adren will take down one apiece. Not bad to start off with. Cirque with a good trade, a much needed trade, but the bomb is down in the open. That's very unfortunate. Cirque has to try to get that. You can see he throws a decoy as a fake here to try to get him to turn away. Just barely grabs the bomb, but Ethan goes down for his troubles. He looks for the re-engage. Cirque doing some good damage here. Another kill comes in from him. That opens up. Tarek opens up short, which allows a bomb to go down. And just like that, they're actually now in advantage. Unreal. Vanguard, they need this.
This is quite the turnaround from NRG, considering where the bomb was dropped. Buster's head has been spotted. Distraction being run. Can Cirque capitalize? Trying to pick the timing. Stereo frags again for NRG. What a recovery from them. Not easy to do. The fake flash with the decoy. Everything going very, very well for NRG. Really smart stuff from them. That was really solid. Avangard had to feel like they were in a strong position with the bomb in such a deep spot, but it wasn't enough. Fully baited by that decoy. Sometimes it is worth buying the decoy.
Yeah, great save coming in from Tarek and Cernek. James on the scouts. And they don't actually go for the full commitment. Wow, he goes really deep there. That's crazy. He looked for it, but so was Cerk with the Krieg. That's the biggest gun gone. I don't know that they will be able to recollect that because James was pretty committed.
Yeah, I think Cerk was probably mainly watching the rotation into lower tunnel. But snipers know all the angles. And that pistol recovery was really impressive, I have to say. Dren is going to get taken out. Sanji, 2 HP, USP. Maybe Stan goes for an upgrade here. Finally cleared out. Okay, Cerk's got still got the Krieg. Breeze on the Galil. Are there any sound cues? You can spray through this box, by the way. So if someone's standing in the usual position behind it, if you're not shy to concede your position on the other side of a smoke, for example, you can go for a spray there. Ring the bell of somebody. By the way, it's 13-4 for NRG. This may be a brief one. Avangard are not going to have a great buy here. You can see a Dren pulling out the MP9. Well, we can see it. You'll see it soon enough. So this is a really tight spot for Avangard.
Yeah, NRG are kind of shaping up here, showing some playoff level form. Again, we know we're at this early stage, but you know we're seeing a really tight ship run here by the likes of Stanislaw. They're looking great, and this level we're seeing out of NRG is what is needed to compete and to potentially have a good performance to make those playoffs, to become the new legends. Good start here for NRG. He cut with the AWP. So that was dropped on the ground. Not a good look at all. Avangard taken up a dog, but Ethan lurks on the other side of things with that Mac 10. Will he go towards the upper tunnels here? Buster's waiting. Stanislaw's there with a Galil to trade as well. So it's looking really good for NRG. It should be a trade at worst. Buster gets 2. That would be a good way back into the round. He's going for it, but he only gets to 1. And indeed, good spacing coming in from Stanislaw to guarantee the trade. He got on the angle, and it's a 2v3 all of a sudden, but the bomb is at T-spawn, so NRG have to go get that. And they've seen the AWP towards B. So Avangard have really hard decisions to make it. Do they try to rotate the AWP? Oh, Sanji, he goes for the taps, my god!
Pushes through the doors. That was a mistake, and it will be okay for NRG in the end. A bomb dropped at T-spawn. That's a weird situation, but it was quickly cleaned up. And now NRG are up 14-4, and it's eco territory for Avangard, excuse me. Unless they don't want to play against 10 match points. Okay, they're going for it, it seems. James has full boards. Okay, there we go. It's coming in. It's a full force buy. Not going to play 10 rounds in a row, but going to try and pull something out of the hat in this one. And they've got a fair amount of utility. They've got grenades to deploy towards long, but Ethan goes beyond the angle. He's got teammates to flash for him as well. In the meantime, Sanji's going to get eliminated. Tarek is here for support, drilling the players on long, and this may be the end of the road for Avangard.
Yeah, it's looking like that. James has a scout to defend A, and that's where the bomb is going with 3 players strong from long. As Circle make his way through the double doors. That's actually where James is going now. Maybe trying to save the scout, trying to get towards B, knowing that that will be safe territory. But they get shot in the back, so there's no survivors here. It's just Buster. And honestly, there's 4 players who can plant the bomb and try to commit to get the kill. Deny everything from Avangard. So Buster might have some fun here as he's got a couple players on his 9 o'clock. There you go, there's 1. Sound cues will allow him some good crosshair placement, but doesn't survive the trade from Ethan. 15-4, and this seems a non-starter for Avangard. NRG looking like he might just breeze through to the Legends stage.
Yeah, how comfortable is this looking for NRG? 11 match points over Avangard. 11. Really, I really don't feel like they've been challenged, really, in this entire series just yet. Avangard have gone missing after a strong performance on Dusty, which was really impressive. We were really enjoying that yesterday. It's night and day. from then to now. In all senses. Triple French guns. It's almost a picnic. They've got one flash, two flashes, Avangar. Two flashbangs, a hope and a prayer. And NRG wait to impose their will on Avangar once again.
It's not a bad position from Kike. You see that they're checking for it. Circle deny the push in upper dark, and it looks like they understand exactly what's going on. They're catching everything. Neat Priest doesn't get him on the way out, but he's taking severe damage. And what are you going to do from an MP9 unless you're in the close ranges? So that's a good position to take away from Keycodes.
Angie makes his way towards the mid position. A better equipped Tarek awaits. Could be a meaty HE from Kika. It won't be. Sanji has a look. No, he's dead. No one towards B. Death by paper cuts. All they can do is wait for their turn. Now calling ticket number 8. Kika walking through the smoke to his doom. There's James. God, this is painful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really rough. Bomb's going to go down on B, and Avangar, it's a desperation move, but the flank comes in from Breeze. NRG completely outclassing the likes of Avangar, and they're going to breeze through to the Legend stage, 16-4. What a beautiful performance from them. They're ready for the next stage, James. They're looking so damn good.
What a brutal last round. It's like a game of snooker. Congratulations to NRG. They make it to the Legend stage with little trouble in that final best of 3. Really strong stuff from them, and for Avangar, that wasn't the one. In some matches, they've shown some brilliance. In other matches, they haven't really turned the lights on. So I don't know what's next for them, but NRG will got to be really happy with that. Tarek 25 for 9 in that game of Dust 2. He was loving life.
Yeah, I mean, again, from NRG, saw some very good default, fundamental Counter-Strike, which looked super clean, looked very comfortable. And we saw everybody performing. Cirque was doing his job. You know, we saw Ethan, we saw Tarek, we saw Breeze, we saw Science, we saw everybody from that team delivering what they needed to deliver. That was great, good focus. But on top of that, they made adjustments, small adjustments in their game to make sure that Avangar couldn't play their game. That's how you play professional Counter-Strike. So they're looking, I'm just loving that from NRG.
Yeah, that was fantastic for them. It's not over, though, for Avangar. They are 2-2 now. So I don't even know how much they can really take from that. They just got absolutely battered. Yeah. They had no momentum. It was really just brutal to watch.
Yeah, I think the only thing really is just adjusting how they play because they got so abused by just these small aggressions. It offset them so massively. Before they could really start the game on Dust 2, they were like 7 rounds down. And that's a problem. So there's definitely things to address for them. And they've got so much skill and talent and work ethic. So it's a shame to see them struggle so much.
Yeah, that was a really hard one. I'm going to have a quick look at the table. So the other two teams, Simon Gaming, Fours, and Greyhound. So
Simon Gaming, what a revelation!
I know, right?
What is happening?
There's been a crazy few days at this major in terms of the wins and losses. Complexity has been eliminated now. They went 1 for 3. Furia 1 for 3 as well today. It's the body bags are rising.
Yeah, certainly are. It's been a really interesting major. You know, Pick'ems often get wrecked, but I'd never expected them to get wrecked quite in this way.
Yeah.
You know, Dream Eaters and Simon Gaming contributing significantly towards that. So that's been very fun to watch. It's been a really interesting major. I got to say, the level of play so far, you know, leading from the minors leading into this, it's been pretty fun to watch.
Okay, I believe we're going to Stu, who is on the stage with NRG.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Cirque after that dominant 2-0 victory. So first of all, congratulations, Cirque. You're through to that Legend stage, and this is only your second major ever, and you're making back-to-back Legend stage. However, this time the team looks different, so what are your initial thoughts?
I don't want to sound cocky, but I mean, we expected to go through this stage, but we're still excited because after the first loss, it felt like it can go really badly.
Well, despite that first loss against Dream Eaters, since then it's been really smooth sailing for you guys. And I want to talk about the transition that the team has been going through since Stanislaw became the IGL. Results-wise, your team has still been looking really, really good. ESL1 Cologne top 6, top 4 at Blast Pro LA, and then of course the minor, not a single map dropped. So personally for yourself, how has that transition been?
This is the first event that we're actually playing with Stanislaw's like strats. Before that, we just plugged and played with him because we didn't have time between tournaments. We never had time, so we had a 10-day boot camp before this tournament, and that's when he introduced his game pretty much. Before that, it was just Daps's game with him calling screamy stuff.
So in terms of the sort of strategies that Stanislaw has been bringing in, how do you feel that he sets you up to succeed?
Before, we didn't really have strats around up, and I feel like we added a lot of strats around up with Stan joining the team.
Last time at the Katowice Major, Energy did not do so at the Legend stage. You went out 0-3, but like you just said, things are a lot different this time around. Now with the addition of Tarek and Stanislaw, how do you think things will be different this time?
I feel like last time there was a lot of nerves, so I just hope that that won't be the case this time.
We'll see if that's indeed the case. Thank you so much, Sirk. And guys, we're going to be right back. When we come back, let's break down that series.
Worry about game, not about bet. Insure your bet with Heart Code. GG Bet with gamers in heart.
Predict the outcome. Win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Well, business as usual. If you are NRG, you have actually sat there and pummeled that of Avangar, who have been defeated. What that means, though, is big things for the side of NRG. My name is Trey Stonis-Saranthus. I am your desk host. And alongside of me will be Pimp and Sponge. Guys, why was this such an important matchup?
For everybody, Jacob. Oh, okay. Well, maybe we're having a few microphone issues here, but we're getting back on track. There shouldn't be too many. I'm going to do that a bit again because I liked it, and people didn't hear what I said. So let's try it again.
Let's run it back.
I just said because NRG actually stands for No Remorse Gaming.
Yeah.
And they showed none here in this victory. So it probably works better the second time, but looking at this game, I just wanted to point out Breeze being the long anchor for NRG, right? That must be such a fantastic feeling, having your best player locking down that position of the map, because long is one of the most volatile parts of the map, right? Knowing that he's good for one every time, that allowed Cirque and Co to be so flexible. You could see Ethan, he picked up a secondary AWP, and if we just have to look at the stats within the first 8 rounds of that game, as soon as those first 8 rounds came in, I thought this is over. I thought let's just finish it, pack their bags, get them back to the lobby. Like,
and you know what? It tells a lot about the player's capacity as mentally as well, right? When you look at it, Dust 2 as a map, and you position yourself, where do you want to play on the CT side? The worst position to play, let's be honest, is towards the long, right? Yeah. It's like if you play football, you don't want to be the goalkeeper, you want to be the guy who actually scores the goal himself. The fact that Breeze, knowing he is as good as he is able to mentally play that anchor position and play it so well, that gives so much to energy, and that says so much about him as a player, both mentally but also the way that he plays inside the game. Not many star players will be able to deal with that, trust me.
While we're on that same sort of vibe, did that make the midfielders the rotators?
Yeah, no, legit, right? Yeah. They also get to be the strikers as well, though. That's like when Cirque's pushing into lower dark within the first 8 rounds of the game with an AWP, when Jame on the other side also has an AWP, you can see that he was feeling that, right? Some of the stat lines within that first 8 rounds, there were 3 players on 007, right? You didn't have an opening kill come in within the first 8 rounds of the game for anybody from Avangar on the T side of Dust 2. That is inexcusable in itself.
Even opening kills across this entire series, we're looking at 28 to 15 in the way of energy. I mean, that's kind of indicative as to what we saw. Who got first blood? Energy. Who won the round? Energy.
This is the way it was, right? We may forget to tell you guys that after the first game, but the top fragger from Avangar had 14 frags. I believe the second guy was at 12 and the third at 10, so none of them were fragging in the first game, and that definitely also was what transpired here in Dust 2. None of them felt it, none of them had what it took to go toe-to-toe with the NRG players. We talked about the individual skill of this team. They're just so much better.
They were certainly better, and it wasn't even something that we had to see Cirque come online necessarily, because, well, guess what? Tarek, Breeze, and Ethan pretty much picked up all the slack that they needed. Stanislaw lingering around in the rear. All things said, it is the NRG show here. This is where they were able to kind of assert some dominance. Now they find themselves sitting in a much better, much more comfortable situation, having lived through this Swiss system.
Well, they're through now, right? This is the fantastic thing for NRG. A couple of majors ago, they were struggling. Now they're through to the next stage. They need to win one more game within the Legend stage to maintain that status to come back to the challenger for the next major we have coming around. But so far, so good. And this is a team who we definitely have within our top 10. And their game plan of let's go aggressive, let's find picks, and let's not let Avangar execute was perfect.
Let's kind of do something here and kind of reflect over onto the B stream.
Oh,
Now, there are some spicy meatballs coming out of the B stream. Not only did Complexity take a loss there, they didn't even garner over 15 rounds over the entirety of the series against Greyhound. Now, that is not where the story stops. So what I'm going to do right here is actually reference a tweet from Jason Lake. You might know him as the owner. You might know him as the guy with the red tie that's kicking chairs and lighting fires. But here is what his tweet says, because he's not happy. I love our players as individuals, but these results won't be tolerated. If you are a Tier 1 player looking for a fresh start at the best facility in the world, HMU, stands for hit me up, just want to catch you guys. I'll pay your buyout and give you the world's highest salaries. Let's build a juggernaut, spread the word.
Honestly though, let's decompile this, right? If you're one of the players, that's really fresh, right? He did make a follow-up tweet, but it's still really fresh. But I love the fact that Jason Lake is more than happy to just say, hey, let's go. Because I have the Dallas Cowboys, one of the biggest sporting organizations in the entire world, and let's get Complexity back to where it was for a period of time in 1.6, where they had Fraud, they had Ward, and they had all the boys, and they really set the way for a time for North American Counter-Strike.
They were North American Counter-Strike for quite some time. There was this up and down seesaw back battle with them and Team 3D. Obviously, never say never, but Team 3D is not here currently. However, with that loss to Greyhound, Complexity has been eliminated here in Berlin, and that does spell a disaster. We can see the frustrations. We can read the frustrations. Moreover, that's the end of the road for them.
Do you want to announce it, Jacob?
I want to announce it. Yeah, me and Chad, we're going back. We have Chad as a coach.
Yeah, I'm going to coach Complexity, and Jacob's going to be the star player.
I mean, I went to
I'll come in as the GM. And then
why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because it's so ridiculous to think of me doing any Counter-Strike work, really. But
it is pretty strange.
To me, you know what? To me, it sounded like a proposal to Cold Zero right there. I think he's reaching out.
I mean, he's definitely put it out there and said, like, hey, let's have a talk about it. Let's open a dialogue because the stuff that my guys are putting on in the server is simply not working. Again, Complexity out, and here are the results for
what did he expect? Come on, like Complexity. I think they won a game here. They won a game. You know, that's pretty much what I expected. If they could avoid go 0-3, that would be a success.
Yeah, I guess ECS in that time period, right?
Yeah, they might be.
Sure.
Okay, even with the Complexity lineup as it stands, I mean, is this something where you remove one player, or you remove another player, you fire sell this whole thing?
You don't make a tweet like that and just remove one.
No, you retool the whole project.
Yeah, you kind of have to rebirth the whole project.
Well, because by going out 0-3, they have to go back through the entire minor system again, right? You think about this at FACEIT, you know, they're able to trickle down. When you have to go back through the entire minor system, you may as well start again. And it doesn't even matter where he gets his players from, right? They have that many resources behind them that if you want to feel comfortable anywhere, they can make it happen.
They could make it happen. Guys, we've seen quite a bit of action here thus far. And in fact, some of these names can actually come off the wall.
Are we doing a bit of decorating?
I think we could do a little bit of redecorating as to
Jacob,
who is
you
no
down
longer
Complexity.
with us. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm going to set him up for failure here because he hasn't actually looked at how this all works.
So that's not going to work. We can do that.
You can turn it around. Just turn it around.
Yeah.
Do that maybe?
Okay. Complexity's out.
That's not really.
We didn't plan this gag. It was meant to be like a little bit more casual.
Yeah. Nonetheless, there are teams eliminated. And that is the bottom line. Teams are going away day by day here, and that's okay.
But I think we can talk about what team has gone away, right? Because I don't think I'm missing anyone. The teams that are so far is out of the tournament are also the teams that I did not expect to go through. So in that sense, I do not miss them. I think they're not good enough.
Okay.
And they wouldn't make any damage in the next stage of the mid game.
There's a website that somebody's actually made again. So it was like last time around with the ELO adjustments, and you can see who's going to play who.
Right.
So if you assume for the rest of the day, and the last two best of threes we have, if they all go to the favorites, that's assuming that Vitality win and Crazy win, tomorrow, Greyhound will have to play against Vitality. Right, so all their hard work just to get back to this point, they have to like climb the most insurmountable task of coming into this tournament, the number 2 team in the world. So it's going to be quite difficult for Greyhound.
Yeah, but the thing is, with Vitality, we keep putting them on this pedestal.
Yeah, we have to.
And we keep kicking the pedestal out from underneath them. That's just how it's unfolded thus far.
And they're doing that to themselves, right? It's not our fault that they all of a sudden suck at Counter-Strike. I don't know what it is. No, but it's just, you have what's supposed to be the second best team in the world coming into a, dare I say it, and I think anyone has thought about it, like this field of teams in this stage of the major is not as strong as it was in Katowice. I don't feel that they're on the same level. I think that we saw better teams at that stage. I think we saw more competitive teams. Not saying that anyone is bad here, but they're just not as good as they were half a year ago.
Chad, would you agree with that?
I'll follow up and go one further. The next 8 teams that we meet, I only care about 4 of them.
Exactly.
Just hear me out for 1 second.
All right.
The rumors around FaZe, if any of them are true, they'll be changing roster after this major. NIP are playing with Golden standing in, and we don't know if GetRight's staying with the team. That's 2 names. You look to ENCE, who have just gone Sierra, Lexi B just before the major. We're going to bring in Sunny after the major, so no matter, like, they're going to play obviously the same style. They're going to try, but for me, I can't invest myself in a team that's going to be different after the major. Right. And then the last name is MIBR, who have to play with their coach because of the roster locks, right? So you look at 4 teams from the legend status coming back down to meet these new teams going up to the legend status. 4 names I already have to look at and almost write them off completely. So yeah, I guess you could see some weakness in the field.
That's why it should be such an important major for some of these teams, right? Because this is their one chance to actually make it into that top 8.
Yeah,
I don't think it's ever been weaker in that sense. So a team like Crazy, a team like North, for example, as well, they went 3-0 here. They will never have such a great chance of actually implementing themselves or cementing themselves as a top 8 team in the world.
And, you know, speaking on a positive note, you say a team like North, they're through. Mouse Sports is through. G2 is through. Now NRG with that W is through. So I guess that's good for them, you know. So they have something to go with here. They have somewhere to go and a direction to go with. Now, can they carry some sort of momentum into that? Who knows?
The fun thing is, I think those 4 teams are all better than the 4 teams you just mentioned.
if they didn't have those problems, or just in general?
No, just in general. I mean,
Okay.
FaZe potentially is the one that could be an outlier there, and I think FaZe can do some damage at the
I
major.
agree.
You have Nico, you have Guardian, you have some legends on that team. The three, of the other guys, not sure. North is a better team. I think if they're playing up to the level of standard they've set so far.
Okay.
Mousesports is a team that I reckon can be a top 5 team in the world. NRG as well, potentially a top 5 team in the world. So they really need to look out for that, because that's going to be one hell of a fight.
It will be that. What we are going to do, though, in this moment is take a quick break before we go. I want to tell you that we have another matchup coming your way. One that you certainly don't want to miss is going to be that of the Dream Eaters versus Crazy. So don't miss this one. We'll be right back here for the Berlin Major.
This is the Verti Music Hall, and this is where the new Challenger stage and the new Legend stage is going to be happening for the StarLadder Berlin Major. And where you guys at home, if you bought your tickets, can come and see all the games live and in action here in Berlin and join us before we get over to the arena, which is the Mercedes-Benz Arena. But what I'm going to do now is show you guys around the Verti Music Hall, show you some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, and give you a nice guided tour. So come on, let's get into it. Once you guys have made your way inside the Verti Music Hall, you'll be able to come through the security, get your band, and work your way in to go and see the games, which is exactly what you want to do. I won't be here to greet all of you. I'll try to be here, but I've got a lot of content to do. Let's get on with the rest of the tour. This is where all of you guys attending the Challenger stage and the new Legend stage as well can get your snacks, get your food. They've got ice creams, they've got hot dogs, fries, nachos, and so much more. And they've also, if any of you guys old enough, got some alcohol. I think after I'm done filming all this content, I might get myself a few of the shots, all of these big beers, because we know what Germany's good for. So once you've grabbed your food at the food court, you can come out here to the terrace. You can obviously also have a smoke here if that's what you do. Eat your food, enjoy a beautiful view that you can see behind me. And also, just around this area in general, there's so many other restaurants and bars, little places you can go for when you're finished here at the venue. But what we're going to do next is probably what you guys will do after having your food, and that's go inside and enjoy the games. So now I'm going to take you to where the talent and the players can get all their food, chill out, watch some of the games in between theirs as well. And as you can see, they have everything they need here. Drinks, food, snacks, you can watch the games here. They can group up as they're waiting for their games to come into play, and overall just get themselves in a good position and feel comfortable before we see more games get underway. Oh, Les, man, come on. I said we're not supposed to be filming this part of it. This is the makeup room. It sounds very odd to say probably to most of you guys, but this is how we look acceptable on camera and on broadcast. No sweaty foreheads, no shining and stuff like that. And obviously all of us talent, we get this done. It's something part of our usual routine, and this lovely lady looks after us the whole way through. Now go on, get out of here, get out of here. So this is where any of you guys come in to attend. You can watch all of the games inside the arena. You've got the players oh so close by. It's a very intimate feeling before we get over towards the big arena. And honestly, it'll be worthwhile getting down here because you never know who you might bump into, and some of the players you might be able to see and get some autographs off of. And honestly, this is a pretty dope setup to look at. Here we are on the player floor. You can see exactly where all the players are sat. They're getting set up and ready for their games. And this is such a nice location. I said it's intimate. The crowd area is just over there, and it is so close to where all the action's happening. We've got a great screen above us, and you just get such an intense vibe just watching the players, seeing how they feel, seeing their reactions. I love it, and I can't wait for this to continue. And that concludes our tour of the Verti Music Hall. I hope you guys are going to get a chance to come down here. If not, enjoy seeing it all on the stream. But honestly, this major, I cannot wait to get underway. I'm so thankful to be a part of it with so many great teams and players in attendance. And honestly, I just want to get us further into it and see more of these games. CSGO and CS in general has been a part of most of my life. I'm so thankful for all of this, and I hope you guys enjoy the show.
Sie sind besiegbar, die Faschisten. Es liegt in unserer Hand.
Aber was noch unglaublicher ist, diesen spacigen Staubsauger haben wir mega günstig auf eBay Kleinanzeigen gefunden.
Wo gibt's das denn? Entdecke jetzt Elektronikartikel und andere Angebote auf eBay Kleinanzeigen.
Als die Menschen damals nach Amerika kamen, brachten sie uns mit. Die alten Götter. Aber in Amerika wächst die Macht neuer Götter. Und jetzt wollen sie uns auch noch zerstören. Kriege kommen. Ich habe eine wichtige Rolle für dich, Shadow.
Den mache ich platt. Ich werde sie alle auslöschen.
Things are about to get crazy here in Berlin. That's right, the Dream Eaters have a date with them right now, right here. In a 2-1 record, we're going to be seeing who's going to be advancing on into that next stage. My name being Trace Saranthus, and alongside me being Sean Gares and his friend Chad Burchill. Guys, welcome back.
I kind of just get brought along, like I carry the bags. Sometimes Sean asks me like to come have dinner with him, but usually I have to walk 4 to 5 steps behind him and refer to him at all times by sir and no eye contact.
Yes.
Sometimes that.
What about like a dress code?
Just like Jacob.
There's no dress code because he doesn't look at me, so it doesn't really matter what I'm wearing.
Awkward, no eye contact.
I was kind of hoping that maybe you say, yeah, you follow behind him with like a half coconut shell and you make the horse noise.
I saw you've been referencing that movie lately.
Yeah, I've watched it a couple times, and well, next thing you know.
The Knights Who Say Knee.
Okay, so we're not quite the Knights Who Say Knee, but we do have a little bit of a prophecy here. And by that, I'm talking about Chad Burchill. We do have this tool that we can kind of reflect to. Chad, can you kind of explain what it is that we're about to do?
I referenced it before, and what it does is it has all the matchups with the ELO in there, and you can simulate how things are going to unfold within the tournament, right? And we only have 1 round left. So if we bring up the graphic, or it'll be live actually, the website, we can show you what the matchups are going. There we go.
There
What the
it is.
matchups
Nice,
are
dude.
going to look like tomorrow. So right now, if you look towards the top of your screen, those are the round 4 matches that we're in. You can see the green are the teams who have progressed. Obviously, North and Mouse have already advanced, and Tyler and INTZ have been knocked on out there. But what I want you to look at is Crazy and Vitality. Right now, we have them penciled in as the winners of their matches respectively. So then look on down to where it says round 5, and you'll see Vitality versus Greyhound, Avantgarde versus Simon, and Fours versus Dream Eaters. If Crazy win and Vitality win today, just to finish off the last best of 3s, those will be our matchups going into the final day tomorrow. Now, this is where it gets tricky.
Yeah, let's flip the switch, and let's put Dream Eaters winning here and that of the Hellraisers.
Okay, so if Dream Eaters win, you can see that only a little bit changes. That just means that you have Crazy taking on Fours. Dream Eaters will already be through. Avantgarde will still be playing Simon, and unfortunately for Greyhound, they will still be playing Vitality. But if we change it again and Vitality get upset by Hellraisers and get knocked out of the tournament here...
Anything's possible, not right now.
Yeah. No matter what different constellation we go for, Avantgarde will always be playing Simon. So one of those 2 CIS teams will be through. They're going to make it no matter what. Crazy now, as you can see here, would be taking on Fours, and then Hellraisers would be playing Greyhound. So the only way, if you're an Australian Counter-Strike fan right now, to save Greyhound from playing Vitality is for Hellraisers to beat them in this matchup. So those are a couple of the options that could be coming your way, and you could even try this website out yourself at berlin.wa.vg.
Really cool stuff there if you think about it. Like, who was the guy that went in there and said, you know what, I don't have anything to do on my Saturday.
Let me code this entire website.
My kind of guy.
Yeah, that's a pretty helpful guy. We should get that guy on the phone. Maybe he has some more insight for us. But in terms of insight, what we need to be talking about is what we need to be focusing on is the matchup at hand here.
I going into this one have a feeling that Crazy are just going to steamroll Dream Eaters, right? I don't know why. I think it's because Crazy yesterday, when they were being really scrimmy against the structure of North, were making it work, and Dream Eaters don't have as much experience as North. Right now, the pressure's on.
Yes, the pressure is on for the Dream Eaters and Crazy as well. This is a toe-to-toe matchup. Both these teams currently 2-1 and looking to make their way into that new Legend stage. Let's hear from them directly.
Thank you very much, as always. It's a pleasure to speak with you, Emmy. Crazy has been earning so many fans recently, and for good reason. I want to start with how Crazy did at the minor, because there was a lot of surprise, maybe, because you guys took down Fnatic 2-0, very convincing fashion, and then North 2-0 to qualify for the major. So what did you think of the results and how they did, and how much of a confidence booster was that for you guys?
Well, of course, we were really happy that we managed to beat those teams and organizations, but we know how much we work for that, so it's not that big of a surprise for us. And I don't know, like, I feel we're ready for every team we play.
And yesterday, one of the games that we saw yesterday with you guys, coincidentally, was Crazy. I feel like that's just the best word to describe it. We saw that quadruple overtime on Inferno, and then another overtime on Train. It was just so much action going on back and forth. What did the team feel after the whole series was over?
Well, obviously it was a tough loss. We missed, like, I don't know, 6 match points, but still, we're still in the game, so we just slept good and tried to forget about that. And today is a new day, new opponent, so we feel ready for everything.
And speaking of new opponent, it's going to be Dream Eaters, who has been looking really good as well. They took down Vitality and NRG, so what are your thoughts on them?
Well, we respect them a lot. They showed a pretty good CS at this tournament, and we're not gonna underestimate them, and we prepare for them, and I hope we're gonna win.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Emmy. Let's head back to the desk to get this series started.
Yes, we're going to try to get the series started promptly. I know that you guys have all been resident sleeping while you're waiting for these matches to start, but don't worry, that all changes now. You all need to come forward, wake up, and look directly at your monitor. Look at me, right here. I'm ready to get this matchup started, and so are these two. Dream Eaters versus Crazy, and, well, for both of these teams, this would be a monumental success.
Yeah, especially for, Dream Eaters. No one saw them being here. I can't believe they beat Vitality yesterday. Kinky stepped up huge. I thought, honestly, Speedak was probably their best player coming into this. I'm a little bit surprised to see Kinky dominate them the way he did yesterday. I'm pleasantly surprised with the style of CS I'm seeing out of Dream Eaters. A lot of good utility usage, and you can tell they're putting their homework in. They're bogging teams down in timings that, typically they would be flourishing in.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, there was a couple of little details that I enjoyed yesterday from watching them. It was the day before, but I wanted to clip it and upload it. But it was just like some of the peaks they would go for, especially on overpass, right? They had all the boosts for over the smokes. They had ways to bait G2 into certain scenarios. So the preparation is definitely there. When you look at Crazy, their preparation is a little bit different. It's a looser style of Counter-Strike that they're playing, but they have so many individuals in this team that can win rounds, and Nexa feels like he's been delivering with Hunter time in and time out, and then Otto on the AWP, that's a potent trio.
It is a potent trio, especially when you think about Hunter overall and what his relations are out throughout the game.
Yeah, being the cousin of Nico, I'm assuming that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going for. Thank you, Sean. Yeah. Somebody took the bait.
He doesn't have to live in that shadow, though, for much longer, right? If he makes it through to the next stage, and then maybe he gets a chance to even play against Nico on the next stage, that would be a pretty cool grudge match. Well, not a grudge match,
especially
but
with the state of FaZe.
That's true, right?
Oof, he could beat him.
The state of FaZe. That is a conversation to be had by itself. One conversation I want to have right now, though, is that of Dream Eaters. And then Speedak. What do we know about Speedak, and why is he a god?
We know that he's an AWP player, Trace. That is what we know. he had a lot of success at the CIS minor, but they had to come through the play-in where, you know, they almost beat INTZ, I think.
It was a rough journey. They should have probably closed out within the minor, right? They had so many games there that they just really struggled to close. And Sue actually asked them in interviews, like, what's the problem? And they said, they're like, yeah, we need to work on the mentality of that. But this team, ladies and gentlemen, everybody watching at home, that of Dream Eaters, they're not on your radar for a very good reason.
Right. And, well, those reasons might change right here. Let's talk about map eaters, guys. Best of threes are on the cards. So we're going to see Inferno first and a CT pick of Dream Eaters starting off.
And I think that they probably chose this map because they have such a large amount of footage from Crazy yesterday, right? 50-something rounds.
That's curious. I'm not sure if that's right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it might be the other way around.
Yeah,
Crazy,
I'd assume,
pick CT.
Yeah, but yesterday against North, Crazy's CT side was actually the problem, right? So maybe it is right. Maybe they have decided to start on the T side. That could have been a choice here. Dream Eaters wouldn't have had the chance to pick on the map choice that they themselves picked, right? They would have to, it'd be the other team. Oh my God.
That's a lot of reds, a lot of L's, and a pretty dismal win rate here on the map, but representing Serbia will be Crazy against that of Dream Eaters, hailing from Russia. Vitality stopped, and Luminar stopped, Vex stopped.
Yeah, their logo's a backwards L. Yeah. Look at all those L's.
Look at all those L's. Nice, Sean.
Hopefully they can turn that around, ads.
Or to, like, angle it a different way.
Yeah, and then duplicate it.
Yeah, there you go. Make it
We're on the same page.
And the page that you could be on right now is the GG.bet one, which is the official partner alongside of that of Strafe here at the StarLadder Major in Berlin in 2019. Now, these odds, I don't know how much stock we could put into the percentages of what's been voted on Strafe, but how are you guys feeling?
I just feel that Crazy, the only problem for Crazy is the mentality, because they've stumbled. Them making mistakes in games that they probably should be winning is the highlight for Crazy, and the negative highlight. But if they play the Counter-Strike that I know they can, they should probably be able to just destroy Dream Eaters. But we've seen Dream Eaters go with some of the best teams in the world. So I don't know why I have this gut feeling about Crazy, but I think it's going to be 2 games, single digits.
Damn, okay.
I think maybe Dream Eaters could steal Inferno because we've seen them be able to plug energy down with utility, keep them out of sight until the last 10-15 seconds. And you can do that on Inferno. But when it comes to Dust 2 and Mirage, the later maps in the series, I don't put much stock in them taking either of those maps. So it would be a feat for them to even get the first one, in my opinion. But I don't see them winning after that.
I just want to say why I think it's more difficult for Dream Eaters to prepare for this matchup than maybe Vitality, because like Vitality, when we saw them like playing, they were a lot more structured, right? You know, they were going by a pattern. They had like a clear game plan. Whereas Crazy, I don't think they have a clear game plan. You can look to counter-strat tendencies of individuals because stars have things that they fall back into, but I think their overall game plan is going to be difficult to disrupt.
Let's talk about the game plan a little bit going forward. I mean, regardless of the outcome of this match, one of these teams obviously winning. Yes, we know 16 is the magic number. Thanks, guys, for that. But let's see how they fit into this new Legend stage. I mean, either of these teams, do they have a chance to make ripples?
I think Crazy does for sure. I don't know about Dream Eaters. I still haven't seen enough yet to make that call, but I think Crazy could actually make a run through the Legend open stage, potentially, depending on their matchups.
I think if this Dream Eaters roster gets to stay together, I don't see anybody on the team who really lets them down. For me, during the minor, it was Kinky, but then he had a big game for them in the play-in to get them through. I look at Sviat as an in-game leader who is somebody who seems very switched in, and he looks very intense at all times, and I like that. He's well in control of his team. Speedak is the main AWPer, Krad doing the secondary AWPing, and then they have Forrester as like one of their anchors, you know, over towards Pit on Inferno, those kind of places. And their roles, it looks really nice. They play and play off each other very well. But right now, I just don't think they have enough experience.
Yeah, but what about over on the side of Crazy, where they have this one individual who is single-handedly, or actually, you know, dual-handedly, giving massages down the line? We can see him right there getting deep into the back of that man.
Very deep into that back, Trace.
Is that Jordan's job?
Yeah, it was. And honestly, we were talking about this outside. What do you think about giving massages during matches? Because you don't is that guy giving massages during scrims online?
Hey, now that's an interesting idea.
That's a good point. Maybe they all have personal masseuses at home.
Maybe it's just like one of those ritual things like we see with Furia, where they close their eyes. But in this case, Furia closed their eyes, and they're not going to be opening them back up here at the Major. Am I right, boys? Yikes. Just kidding. A little too soon, but it is true. Sorry about that one. Anyway, yes, Furia out and have absolutely nothing and no bearing to do with this matchup that is the Dream Eaters versus Crazy.
I think something that might be important here for Dream Eaters, if you want to look for win conditions, is when they find themselves in these mid-round situations, they can't give an inch. Because if you remember yesterday on Train, Nex is out on the bomb train in situations where he should never be picking up 3 kills, and he's able to sweep the defense, right? So those scenarios there is where either Dream Eaters have to go like Asian Counter-Strike style, in your face, take the fight, and match them with aggression, or drop right back and let them outplay themselves, right? Let them really milk the clock, because every player on Crazy, if you give them time and room, they're going to play with it. You know, they're going to see what they can get away with. So if you can completely take that away from them, play super turtle, super reserved, maybe they'll make mistakes.
Yeah, and you brought up a good point earlier when you said that Vitality plays a very structured style, and that's how Dream Eaters was able to, you know, take advantage of them throughout that game. And Energy, the same thing, actually. You know, they were always hitting bomb sites as a team. What we saw at a Crazy yesterday was tons of individual plays and people, you know, taking what was given to them. Yeah. Nexa working up to the end of halls, you know, people dry peeking mid all the time. And when teams are doing that, it's very difficult to anti-shot them. It does create a lot of inconsistencies, but a team with Crazy skill level, they should be able to take care of a team like Dream Eaters.
Just quickly, I'm not sure if it was Dream Eaters or if it was Fours, but both of them were pretty candid in their interviews with Sue, right? And Sue's asking them questions, and I remember one of the interviews, they were like, yeah, we knew that they were going to hit A mid-round, and we knew that they were going to hit B late round. Yeah. And that is the level of counter-strategy, or at least understanding of tendencies of the team's strategies that these guys have gone into. That, for me, with Crazy, feels like it's more of an impossibility based on their more flux nature. You know they're going to come early, but if they decide that they want to play a slower game plan and let their players just work around the map and milk with basic defaults, that point there is just going to be almost a stalemate, because I don't think that the guys from Dream Eaters do anything crazy outside the box. They play default with their own quirks.
Right. And I mean, for that, I guess, chances and probabilities that, hey, we've looked into your game plan so much, we know what kind to expect based off of the clock alone, is pretty fascinating to say that maybe they're going to continue to try to do that here.
I just don't know what you would look for. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't know the patterns.
I mean, we watched 50-something rounds of Inferno yesterday, and there's not any patterns off the top of my head. There's a lot of just grinded out individual rounds, scrappy buys, like weird things that you could never really put much stock into. And these are the rounds Crazy comes up with because they have such highly skilled players.
Well, let's talk about some of the stock that we have in these players right here. One player that's going to stand out for me over on the side of Dream Eaters would have to be Krad. I think that this guy, between him and Kinky, they are getting it done.
Krad is an interesting one, right? Because I don't think that he like goes to take star roles or star positions, but he can deliver a lot with the multi-kills that are necessary. The Kinky's an interesting one because, like I said, during the minors, during the play-in, he wasn't one of their most impactful players. It was more of the Speedax, it was more of the Sviats of the world. So now that he's having the impact on that side, that's great. But the one on the side of Crazy, who if he can come online, and from his interviews, you can see, man, he's super sad. This kid, maybe he is really sad from the interviews.
It's pretty funny interviews.
Esperanto, man, like if he's a good player. He obviously in this team there's so many stars and nobody can be the only star, but he can still contribute.
Let's talk about the contributions from you two and who you think is going to win this matchup right here as a whole, this best of 3.
Crazy 2.
Yeah, I think Crazy is going to take this best of 3.
Okay, it sounds like you're you're pretty convinced in the fact that it's going to be a 2-0, that it's pretty heavy-handed on one side, which is kind of strange because normally I'd ask you why that is. Why do you feel that way? And I think we still have time to do that.
Oh, okay. Well, as we wait for these players to get ready for the match of their lives, I just think that the flair that we can see from this crazy roster, the individual prowess, their clutch, and how hungry they are for this should be the defining factor.
That should be the one. It should be the morale point, which is where we're going to leave it. We're going to stop our conversation. We're going to stop talk, start match, and we're going to be doing that with Crazy versus the Dream Eaters. Take it away, commentator friends.
We have names, damn it. One is DDK, and I'm with James. And we're excited for this one. I think Crazy can take this. I am with Chad. I think that there's going to be a pounding efforts.
Interesting, but early for that.
Let's see what Dream Eaters can put together here. They're going to be rushing up towards middle, and Hunter's going to hear the steps. He's going to understand what's going on. He'll call that information to his teammates, and he's going to pop out. Oh, God, that's one quick headshot, and he gets it for free.
Off angle from the pillar. Super Mario Brothers in CT spawn, and Dream Eaters. They were alive for now. That's quite a nice frag, and they've got themselves almost an open B bomb site. Otto, he's been a problem so far for a number of teams here. Trying to deliver another kill. He's done some damage, but no frag. Nexa has much to do. Maybe the HG will help him. Coming up top mid at the moment. Got a sound cue or two, but he won't know where all three players are. Where does he choose to... well, does he choose to use the HG? He's got to go in with the gun first. Nothing doing just yet. I like the attempt. Go towards the middle pillar. Not much damage done. I don't know where he is. He could use the smoke to try and stop a crossfire. Flash goes out first. In he goes. Around double stack, and Kinky from the back will be enough. Dream Eaters take the pistol.
Good stuff from Dream Eaters. Really nice start. That's definitely what they need. We did see that Crazy struggles against North on the Inferno match yesterday. Of course, there was a quadruple overtime in which they showed that they could adjust. So it wasn't that they were just very static in the way they played this map. They can adjust. They can learn their opponents. And interestingly, Dream Eaters, they've shocked all of us. So I'm really, absolutely, of course, open to seeing something fantastic from them. This is the stage to do it on, and I'm excited now that they've got this good start. We've got the Force Spy from Crazy. Of course, we all know it to be a strong, very strong map, one of the strongest for a Force Spy on the CT side in the second round. Kinky's going to be up top. Beautiful flashbang will deny him any vision, but Esperanto cannot capitalize with a kill. They're somewhat aggressive with these pistols. There's the flash. Oh, he doesn't get anything. Good stuff here from Dream Eaters. It's one hurdle dealt with.
We haven't seen the Dream Eaters matches of this stage of the tournament so far. We watched them at the minors where there were some pretty shocking holes in their game. The same with Simon Gaming, where they could easily make, with the right person giving them some info, they could easily make strides in their games, and they've taken some teams by surprise here. On the CT side of Dust 2, for example, they were extremely over-aggressive back in the minor. And it was pretty standard stuff for Simon Gaming to win those T rounds. So looking forward to seeing how that's changed once we get to the second map. But still at the first, Dream Eaters are clearing out the B bomb site, leaving Letny and Otto to hold on to what they have and try and make use of these in the next round.
Yeah, really nice anti-force buy from Dream Eaters. They keep it pretty clean. I don't think they'll be too concerned with two players saving here. You could make the argument that it might not even be worth risking a player. And you're very careful here. Crack's not going to want to walk through that choke point, even with the Mac 10. It's not all too favorable. And again, it's only two pistols surviving potentially. Sviat will close the distance, as will Crad. Maybe they'll be able to find something here. Ooh, there you go. That's a good open, but you can see the pistol. Dangerous. Sviat will get his, and there's the finish on the last one. So beautiful work there. They'll sacrifice only one player for removing all the weapons in this following round for Crazy, as they need to go for a full save. So I'm really excited here because, again, both Dream Eaters and Simon Gaming have been so surprising in what they've been able to deliver. They were so many people's 0-3 picks going into the pick'ems.
I hope that box under the monitor has got like toffee in it or something. Some kind of treat. You get a nice, well, actually, you shouldn't never tamper with the setup during a round. But look at the difference of how high that monitor is, and Nexa's monitor is as low as it could possibly be, as is his chair. So you know when you're sitting next to teammates at a table on LAN, one of the greatest advantages is that you can just have a quick glance at your teammates' monitors to see what's going on. Keep an eye on things. If you're like playing together on a bomb site, generally sit next to each other so you can have a glance over. But that's the most difficult glance possible. Almost touching the floor with his gamer chair, and the other monitor is almost touching the ceiling. Quite a challenge there. We've got a tech pause at the moment. Indeed we do. But I think the unpause is about to come through. Nothing's been purchased, save for a HE grenade for Crazy. See what they choose to do with it. 9 of the 10 players have voted yes for an unpause. We wait for number 10. Dream Eaters 6% in the pick'em predictions to the 94 of Crazy. I haven't been crazy my pick'ems. I didn't even realize. I actually forgot. We went to look at Dan's pick'ems and he hadn't confirmed them, so he's got no pick'ems.
Seems like I didn't press the accept button. I feel like it should understand that if you drag him in there, it's locked in.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive. You feel like
archaic.
Yeah, it is.
Please help out. Please help me.
There it is. But yeah, but do the map stuff first. Cheers.
Well, it's the full save. Only an HE bought by Esperanto. I always wonder about these single HEs.
You've got a CZ on Hunter as well.
Because it seems like you're taking away a potential smoke grenade or something like that from the full buy next round.
At least they seem to have some purpose with it here. You can see they're all mostly around that top mid position. Normally it's like the odd thing here or there, and there's no coordination, but they have a plan in mind, so that's a plus.
Yeah, I can get behind that. I can get behind that. Here he goes. Some utility from Dream Eaters. There's the mid take. And, well, there we go. Pistol set up. The crossfire's looking really good here. Isolating some of these players. We get 3 kills going the way of Crazy. 2 versus 2, but isolated on the porch roof. Otto can't do anything else. And now it's down to Letney. Letney's got some fantastic pistol aim. We're going to see some great flicks from him, but you can see that Kinky's waiting for the response, and he's going to find it and deal with it. 3-0 for Dream Eaters, but I have to say, that was really good damage for Crazy. They made up the investment that they expended just through the kill bonus alone, and here comes their full buy.
Yeah, considering all the utility that Dream Eaters dumped on the chain flashes and so on, getting 3 kills out of that was very impressive, and it could have easily been worse if the timing was better for the last Crazy player. So many rifles on the floor, not really anywhere to dispose of them, and it's not really safe to do so in such an exposed position. Anyway, we move on. It's round number 4, the first buy round for Crazy. They've got pretty good utility, the AWP on Otto as well. Let's not forget how brazen he was in their last game of Inferno for Crazy. I do wonder if we will see such plays here, or something more traditional will happen. They'll start with 3 towards B Crazy, but Hunter's already made his way back towards the A bomb site after contributing some grenades. Dream Eaters poking in the apartments at the moment and looking to clear top banana.
He's up onto top mid for Dream Eaters to take some space there, and Otto will be forced back a little bit, playing towards Library now. So the CTs are playing the deepest positions on the A side, and they are, it looks like there's going to be a play here. Nice flashbang out, it's always a good one. You can see pretty effective. Oh man, Krad will take down Hunter straight away on the A bomb side. That's a big pick. Otto has to go close. Nice, takes one down, has to fall back behind the smoke. He's going to play retake with his teammates, but Sviat will surprise him. Not expecting a player to come late round of Arch, and that's going to be a safe build now for Crazy. 3 meters. The interesting thing I have to say, James, is that oftentimes when you see a team, let's say, we saw Dream Eaters, 3 weeks ago at the Miners, more or less. You see their level, as you said, you see some of the holes in their game. You don't necessarily expect that all that can be fixed within a period of a month. For most teams, the progress is a lot slower, if of course it's not a team that has a lot of support behind it. And
yeah, but I think with most teams, they are at a place where there aren't as many simple things to fix as we saw from Dream Eaters. Like honestly, on the CT side of Dust 2, they were just constantly holding the W button, going through long doors, having people stand there on T side and just shoot them for free, and just things like that, which were just way too, things were turned up just way too much. So I think toning things down in that respect could lead to quick advancements. I think most teams are beyond that kind of thing already, so their improvements are a lot smaller and a lot shorter, but Dream Eaters could easily have they had some big holes that they could plug and make a dramatic step forward. I think this series is going to be scrappy. So I'm a bit late in saying it. It's a 4-0 to Dream Eaters, when most people have said they think they're going to get battered by Crazy. But I don't know. I think it's just one of those odd matchups, especially with where Dream Eaters. Right. That said, I haven't seen any of the Dream Eaters games, but I mean, the fact that they're still in a tournament in itself is shocking based on what we saw at the minors.
Yeah, again, it's just credit to them for making the improvements they needed to make. But not only that, for being able to not just get a win. Because when you get an upset win, sometimes when you're a huge underdog and you don't have the experience, like nearly anything close to experience of the other players you're playing against, like the likes of Vitality and NRG and so on, you can kind of get ahead of yourself if it, to you, is so far beyond your expectation to do that well, and that can be distracting. But they seem so focused, and that's really a good sign for me as far as their mentality goes, because they clearly are here to get to the playoff stage. Like, that's clearly their goal. It's not just to get into the major, which they've worked so hard to do. And again, credit to them for that. So I'm really impressed with what they are bringing to the table so far. And they've got this good start, but Crazy, they're yet to really get going. We haven't seen a 4-buy from them. They are going to force, well, not sorry, force. They're going to go for the half-buy here. So they've got a decent buy around the saved rifles from the previous rounds. So they are offering up quite some firepower, but that's going to be circumvented entirely because Dream Eaters are going for a set piece towards this B-bomb site.
2 rifles for Crazy. 1 flash on Esperanto, but 4 of the players are towards the A-bomb site. And the utility usage towards B is to try and encourage Dream Eaters to rotate, and that's exactly what they're doing. Into Nexa can't get a multi-frag this time, but we know he's good for it, and maybe we'll see it in the later rounds. One of the rifles taken out, but they continue to go towards A. With a fake of their own, Dream Eaters have smoke towards CT, but Esperanto with a multi-frag, easy 3 for him, and that's the only one left. He'll eat the 4th one. Beautiful stuff from Crazy, quite a turnaround.
Not even a little smirk or anything there from Esperanto. Robotic 4K from him. And that is such a fantastic display of skill. And that's the kind of danger that Crazy offer with their players. We've seen that Otto can do it, Nexa can do it, Esperanto can do it, Hunter can do it. Like, they're all capable of making plays like this. 4 1v1s, 4 wins. And Esperanto brings Crazy back into the buy with quite some money in the bank. The Dream Eaters as well. 4-buy for them. Aggression on Banana here. Nexa goes deep with those grenades up onto the logs. Yeah, from below, but Nexa will take him down. Kinky looking to follow up. He's taking lots of nade damage. Can he find anything as they retreat? Looks like he can't. They're out of there with a 5 versus 4. Maybe not. Esperanto goes back, and he's punished by Kinky.
I do wonder about that one. Well, again, if you're going to have an error in judgment, do it in round 6. Not round 26. They went away securely. The spray through the smoke was nice, but now they got problems on the B bomb site. Everything's fallen to pieces. With such a difficult start for Crazy, they've gifted the round to Dream Eaters, essentially. The round's over. There's no movement to be had on the A bomb site from the remaining players. Going back to the well. Smoke is not a brick wall. With so many sound cues as well as you move away, you never know what might be happening on the other side of that smoke. And one error has cost them all the momentum they gained from that 4K from Esperanto.
Sometimes when I look at like the bomb timer, like at the mid right of the screen, it makes you think of like downloading something with like 56K back in the days or something like that. It's like staring at the download screen. Because the bandwidth was consumed, I couldn't do anything else. You know? I mean, this isn't too bad for Crazy, considering they won the previous round. Obviously, with the saved weapons and all the nades too, they're going to have a full buy this next round also with the lost menace that they'll continue on with. So not the end of the world, but you have to once again, plaudits there for Dream Eaters. The call there to go to B and explode in the timing window in which they did was fantastic. That was a great play. They hit if you're familiar with StarCraft, they hit a timing, a specific attack whereby the opponent's weak in that particular time at that particular position. Very strong timing attack from Dream Eaters. And that shows some good understanding of the fundamentals of Inferno. Oh, we get a push down middle, James. This is not looking all that fun for Dream Eaters. We see Crazy love doing this, but Forrester, he's going to decapitate Hunter.
I didn't think they'd seen the barrel of the gun, but apparently they had. And there is the first frag. More difficulties now for Crazy. Also can hold this for only so long. This position is good to avoid grenade damage if some shrapnel is being thrown top mid. Corner of the wall, but indeed eventually he'll have to back off. Not an easy shot to land above the waist. That angle through the door. 3 meters with a minute 10 on the clock. You can see them moving towards Banana now. Again, the standard stuff. Textbook, take off Banana, denial of information. There's no eyes on top mid from Crazy. And also has made his way towards B bomb site. So in that previous, there are 2 AWPs, both on the B bomb site though. As we mentioned on the previous Inferno yesterday, the more aggressive snipers will often creep back up top mid to find out what's going on. They are not in position to do that. Letney, however, looks like on the radar he's going to do exactly that, dropping a smoke of his own towards short. So he's got some area control, but doesn't quite have that information. Next we're on the arch position, and now the numbers come towards the bomb site. Otto will land a shot at least. Esperanto, who was doing better with the silence than 4. Not sure what he's up to at the moment. Also trying to buy time. There's 20 seconds to plant the bomb. There's still 2 CTs more or less on the site. They've been isolated to Esperanto now behind the smoke. Let me take it down towards the bomb site. There's a flank if they need it. And it's Esperanto alone, 1 versus 4. Can't stop the bomb. Trying to hold on to the AWP. $50 in the bank.
Okay, that was a huge issue. Esperanto missed so many AWP shots there. Even if he picks up 1, that might slow the T's down just enough that his teammate on the bomb site with the second AWP would have been able to do a little bit more damage, and then there's a retake opportunity at the very least, or a denial of the plant entirely. As you mentioned, the time was low. It looks like off the bat, out of the gate, Dream Eaters are much more energized than Crazy. And one of the things that we saw yesterday in the series that Crazy played, the really long series against North, it took 5 hours. But right from the beginning, I mean, they got to start off in Mirage, and on Mirage, they 16-8. They got a 16-8 against North, and they got to start in their territory. And here they're starting in a position of discomfort on the very first map instead. So if Crazy are a team that can have slow starts, that is something that can be abused by the likes of Dream Eaters. And look at Forrester there. He was ready for that. It didn't look like, that looked like a pure reaction. See the frustration there from Crazy.
This is a really bad start. 1 to 6 on the CT side of Inferno. Take nothing for granted in this series. While we know more about Crazy, I don't think this is in the bag.
Looks like the Danish flag behind them.
It's a Smash logo. To me. Do you mean the logo?
Yeah.
Just all I see is the Smash logo. Smash Brothers. Super Smash Brothers.
Let's go, boys!
You heard the call. 2 AWPs for Crazy. Once again, Esperanto will continue. Won't be deterred with a few shots missed here and there. It is still early. Maybe he's a little cold. People do say those hand warmers are completely useless, by the way. But maybe they work for placebo. Crouching peek with AWP, not what it used to be. There's an early frag for Crazy. Sees Fiat moving up. Beautiful peek from Nexa. Holds on to the banana position. Now they can deploy some utility should they want to. In the meantime, Dream Eater's going to respond towards top mid. Denial of information there. Bombs collected, moving towards second mid. So 3 versus 5 Dream Eaters. And this will tell us where they are as a team at the moment. How they manage situations like this. Lost a few players early. How do they turn things around? Well, that's a good start. Also taking it. That's a huge frag in any round.
Yeah, great stuff from Crad. The response is just as strong from Hunter, though. Smoke down and Porch to slow things down for Dream Eaters, and Kinky and Forrester is all that remains. They at least have the bomb in their control. They've got a couple smokes, a flash, and a Molotov, so there's utility to work with as well. Looks like they may try to force the issue here. Like this, Boost can jump along the ledges here to make their way forwards on these balconies. And Crazy have so many players. They should be able to cover for this. Oh, flashbang. They don't actually see the player high because he's so high above the vision. That's not a bad trade. Forrester moves forwards now, but there's so much to handle. Oh, he almost did it, though. If he would have taken down Nexa, he's on for the 1v1 clutch. That was a scary situation for Crazy. Dream Eaters are looking really scary. Kinky, Crad, Forrester, those three in particular so far have really shown some really crazy stuff to us, and Speedak is actually the one who's also one frag behind Forrester, so they're fragging out right now.
You could, well, Dream Eaters have nothing to lose, I would say, in this tournament. I think you could say the same thing about Crazy, but when they got so close to making it and they looked so good to make it to the Legend stage and then failed against North, I feel like they absolutely do have something to lose in that respect. And if there's any pressure, it's all going to be on Crazy. Yeah, no one expected anything of Dream Eaters.
Exactly. They're the true underdogs, aren't they? The underdogs of the underdogs. Oh, that's a decent 8.5. Oh, wow, that's painful. So here, all the first stabs here. He's not blind at all. How many can he get? Just the one. Oh, but Nex is ready. He lines them up. And that's the bomb not at his feet, but that's the bomb down in front of him, at least. And that's all the information that Crazy need.
It's a good situation for them. You can see Esperanto's moved down Speedway. He can hold a flank from that position and support Arch if necessary. And Nexa can just keep an eye on things in the meantime. Another tough situation for Dream Eaters, and now their money is starting to sap. Nexa's gone off the angle, however. And Esperanto's going to peek out first. Nice timing, bait and switch situation. And they still have control of the bomb. Forrester now leaves Speedak alone, 1 versus 3 with 45 seconds. 5 HP. Got to be careful jumping off this balcony at this point. There we go. Looks like he'll be saving. Not much you can really expect to do 1v3 with 5 HP. And there's a third round for Crazy. They'll survive with 3 players, which is really important for them, as they have a lot of building to do.
You mentioned the hand warmers earlier. It's I kind of like them, but you know, I read a long time ago that due to the body's want to be in homeostasis, apparently, like if you want to cool down, it's like a hot summer's day or something, it's actually a very bad thing to have a cold shower, because you're signaling your body to want to warm up as opposed to cool down. And so you should have a warm shower instead. So maybe it's the same thing, James.
Yeah, you do that. I'll stick with a cold shower. With the hand warmers, I feel like it's just a sensation of warmth, but it's not making your hands physically warm, if you know what I mean. Like inside, but they're going to move around faster and so on. You're not going to deal with a chill in that respect. You're just going to feel the sensation of warmth, but you're not going to be like warmed up like a turtle stands in the sun until he's warm up and ready to go. 6-3, and we have Speedak with the AWP moving into the pit position. No one challenging top mid, no risks taken. In the G2 game earlier on Inferno, there was lots of aggression top mid with AWPs. But maybe we won't see so much of that in this one. Such is the timing. You have the flash, you fired a shot, you get the kill. The AWP drops immediately. Things go from bad to worse for Dream Eaters in this hero AWP round. Can they even recover it? Is the next question. A big flashbang and Crad will collect. With no Kevlar though, he's got to be real careful about these peaks. Nex is there for support as well. He'll pop out when necessary. Hunter's the bait.
That stuff is all about Crad, really. This AWP, if someone makes a step too far, a overextension of any description, Crad will be there to punish Nexa and Hunter. This is such a strong start. I think the run boost that is absolutely mad. Got to respect it though. Another kill will come out though from Forrester's P250, so they've actually managed to pick up 1 kill at the very least.
It's interesting they went for the run boost on Arch.
Oh dear.
Crowd alone with the AWP now. I think they realized that it was a bait situation and the guy's probably going to have support of some description, be it a flashbang or a second player there. But with nobody challenging them on short, I suppose another option was to try and burst into a site. Whatever they do, it's going to be hard and probably suicidal. There'll be a crossfire somewhere. 4 rounds for Crazy, 6 for Dream Eaters. Taking care of the dangerous situations, not losing too much. And now Dream Eaters back on the buy. 5 AK-47s. Plenty of utility. If they win the round, maybe they collect a sniper rifle. See if Crazy can stabilize now.
Indeed, all Nex is in trouble, and Kinky can finish him off. It's down to Esperanto. Good to see him connect there. I've been having the best time connecting some of these AWP shots. Oh, the flashbang. Oh, just about does it. Kinky with the follow-up again. 2 players dead at B.
And that's a rotation of 2 from Crazy. Of course, they have to rotate towards B. Dream Eaters with so much time on the clock can reset the situation, just keep presence here. You see Sviat's firing into the smoke. And now Crazy, they've got to take big gambles. They've left Otto towards A. And we know that when Otto's warmed up, when he's firing off, he can decimate an entire team by himself with an AWP. This is a beautiful boost to counter any info play. I love this. You don't often see it set up like this.
Yeah, there's some warning in case the flashbang went over the roof. Doesn't look likely at the moment, however. They're comfortable holding their positions. Well, maybe not comfortable, but they're holding their positions Crazy. Now we see Forrester is holding an off angle. There's a big shot from Otto. And what is the response from G-Meters? It's down to them to play this time correctly. And again, with less experience, that's going to be harder to do. You don't want to overplay your advantage. Sviat sending something towards the bomb site. We've got a Molotov towards New Box to force Hunter forward. Still 2 of the 3 players there. Smoke on the balcony. I don't know who this came from, but it should hear that Otto has jumped onto the side. Beautiful correction from him. And now Krad's got a 1 versus 2. His teammates running up the mid position, and they can call for the rotation, but he misses Krad, and there's time to plant the bomb.
Otto's done such a good job there. He got 2 pretty difficult, I mean, the second shot especially, incredibly hard to get. Giving his team a chance for a retake here, 2 versus 2. They fail, though. Money's definitely not in the best position ever. They've got a kid onto Hunter. Hunter will be making his way first around Porch, as will Letney. He'll be joining him. Crossfire here is very dangerous. It's Hunter and Letney look to push the issue, making the sound, announcing their presence. Again, the crossfire is so dangerous. Sviat with a headshot angle, and Krad goes to the spray. He goes down, actually. Does Hunter realize where Sviat is? He must realize that he's in pit. He can't find the bomb. There's surely no time at this point, and Sviat will finish it off. Great round from Dream Eaters again.
7-4. Crazy, they just can't keep the momentum going. They had 3 rounds in a row, but with 1 round 1 from Dream Eaters, the money is broken already. Survived with 2, 3, 4 players, but it wasn't enough in those 3 rounds. Crazy. Actually, what am I talking about? They've got to fall back. Ignore everything I just said, literally. 2 AWPs coming out once again. Numbers down. Numbers. Arabic numerals were alien to me for a few seconds, but we're back. 2 AWP, so there are some shortcomings. We see that there's double MP9 here for Crazy, and there's a big lack of grenades. So I suppose it was on the edge, but they've gone for the buy. And maybe with these big guns, they can do something. Esperanto looking for a player on the logs. He will soon find one. He's got the flick. There we go. Seems like he's warmed up a little bit. Otto delivering in Boiler. Not the first time we've seen him do that, but maybe the first time in this particular game. And now they slow things down with the smoke grenades. Great response from Crazy so far.
It's quite interesting because if we look back to the games against North, Crazy did have a rough start on both the maps, like at the beginnings of both maps, but they always seem to then bring it back to an 8-7 or a 7-8. So I wonder if we'll see a similar story here, because they're on track for that. Looks like they may be able to win this one. And if they are able to eliminate all of Dream Eaters will not have any money. So that will be very nice. And they won't really have a loss bonus either, so they will be truly broke. Need their bomb plants. And they'll set up for that push, but as they are looking to go for the push, they get caught before they want to. And now, honestly, like walking into this crossfire is not going to be working for them. Sviat makes his way through CT. Esperanto hears it, and stops just in the nick of time. Holds the angle with the AWP, waits for the timing, connects the shot. Crazy pick it up, and Dream Eaters are broke.
Nerves of steel not to take the bait with the elbow showing. Let me get to an upgrade to the AK from the Galil, I think. So 3 AKs and 2 AWPs, all of a sudden Crazy looking really strong on the CT side. Always a good indicator when you've got sniper rifles and T-weapons. 3 meters down to the pistols. Will there be any grenades in this round? 3 Desert Eagles, 2 Glocks, not a flashbang in sight. So it seems 3 meters will be creeping for a while. They'll have to avoid the initial assaults from the likes of Crazy. Flashbang over the roof to have a look. Also knows the situation, not shy to have a peek down mid of the AWP, but he won't re-aggress. Esperanto by the car with the AWP, moving into position and back out again. Doesn't want to be too aggressive in case somebody slipped past his vision. Everyone's still alive for Dream Eaters. Will there be a wide swing? The bomb being shown top mid, and they make their way up now. Molotov will create some space for Otto, but he needs to fall back because the numbers might be too great here. Oh, this is getting rough! Hunter's there to clean things up though, so is Letney. Not too much damage done. Crad in the pit in the meantime. And he didn't realize, it seems. Chance for more damage. Bad angle though for Crad. Showing his body without being able to see the situation. But there'll be 2 frags. This is more than you could expect in that situation for Dream Eaters.
I was a little bit scared for a second. I'm like, Otto, what are you doing? Going for that wide. Then he could have actually got out of there. He's like, I will pull out the pistol now and commit to this. But of course, he had 2 teammates pushing at the same time, and that's really what made that play make sense. But of course, if he was by himself, then that would be quite crazy. But here we go, 6 to 7 as we get the catch up, comeback, the recovery, whatever you want to call it. Esperanto has changed his position, working middle now. Otto, in the meantime, is towards the B-bomb sites. It's very cool. Oh, very fast push coming in. Esperanto, there's a nice jump to evade that shot as smokes go down and they cover themselves. But there's the trade. Looking good here for Dream Eaters, but Esperanto straight through the smoke, straight through Arch, finds himself another one as Letney gets taken out, and this is looking desperate. Esperanto connecting some good shots here. 2 versus 2 after plants.
Smoke to create some space. Double AWP retake wasn't ideal. Picks up the AK instead. Otto's still got a bunch of grenades. Moving top mid, Otto. Scoped in, but we've got Sviat making his way towards Boiler. Who's going to have the right angle? They've both been seen. That's a big headshot from Otto, though. 2 versus 1 now. Speedak on the side. We've got flashes to go over the top. Speedak won't need to easily avoid it. That bomb's quite thick. They've both got kits. Haven't spotted him just yet. Rifle versus rifle now. Esperanto, can he deliver? He can. Just about time to defuse the bomb. And the score's going to be tied.
Sick round from Esperanto. He did so much for them there with that AWP, switching out for the AK at the end for the final kill. Speedak was looking on point as well. That last frag is just a little bit too off with those first few bullets. That was all that Esperanto needed to close it down. And this is it. We're 7 to 7. It seems to be crazy how crazy play games so far at this, at least from all the games we have seen. They struggle at the beginning, then they come back in the first half.
That has been a common theme.
And it always goes 7 to 8 or 8 to 7. Well, I also like how Esperanto, well, you know what, I won't even get to talk about it. Hunter's going straight into second mid. Esperanto's back to B. Great HE and Molotov damage will eliminate Kinky. They were trying to go up fast, Banana. They're getting crunched. Oh man, the double peek, the smoke to cut off any trades. This is the very definition of catastrophe for Dream Eaters.
This is absolutely crazy. They are sandwiched, and now it's Fiat versus 4. Only the 1 frag there from Dream Eaters. The double HG down mid was cool, but there's time to talk about it after the break. We'll see you back here in a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Berlin Major. And we have ourselves a comeback from Crazy at the end of the first half. They picked up
what was it, something like 7 rounds of the last 8 in that first half after struggling desperately in the opening 7. So that's fantastic. Now let me move on to the T side. And I would say that the T side is where they gave North perhaps the most problems. So this will be quite interesting.
Time for Letney to wake up. He's got 3 kills at the moment. Player spotted at the bottom of mid at T-Ramp. Speedax saying hello through the window. And now what's next? Crazy towards top mid. There's no one there for the CT side. They've got 3 players deep on B. Rotation will be long. The landscape will be arid. Crazy haven't committed to the A bomb site just yet. However, they do have it surrounded. They have the Molotov. They've got a smoke. They've got double flashes. Here goes the first one. There's the second one. Molotov towards the pit position, but there are different angles here. We've got a crossfire between the graveyard and the pit. Won't last very long. That's a clean A bomb site.
Absolutely. This is going to be retake time now for Dream Eaters, all coming up mid, and everything we heard by Otto. What a beautiful position to play with. Esperanto chimes in as will Letney, and Crazy win the pistol. Dream Eaters, they will, I mean, they do look really strong. I mean, we've seen how strong Crazy are, and Dream Eaters are going to need a force buy here, I would imagine.
Poor Letney took 2 points of damage to his Kevlar. So he's got to spend $1,000 to get the helmet. I think it was Hunter who he gets the cheap upgrade to the helmet, $350. Triple Mac 10 Dan.
Mac 10s here for Crazy to keep the pace high. They showed a pretty good proficiency, I would say, when it comes to their anti-ecos, but look at that flashbang, that's enormous damage done to Crazy. They're down to 2 Mac 10s, they've lost the bomb, they've got to get it, and this runs away. I don't think there's really anything else they can do here. They're going to try to get rid of some of these guns, maybe, but if they do so, they are losing rotation time. And look at this, Dream Eaters now can spread out. They've got 5 players alive. They can spread out across the width of the map. Crazy have decided to play this slow.
That's textbook stuff. That seems like a lack of focus for me from Crazy.
Yeah.
A pop flash play top mid, top banana. It's vintage. It's vintage. You shouldn't get exposed like that. Commonly, teams will have a guy playing anti-flash. They'll show some presence, show some noise. Wait a few seconds to see if that kind of thing happens. And yeah, has spotted some players potentially going towards B. You can see the off angle he's holding now. Very close with the 5-7. Okay, he's got some teammates for support. They could get cut to pieces though. Forward smoke grenade and Crazy are stuck behind the choke point. This is a huge problem for them. 30 seconds remaining and it's complete guesswork. They don't know what the situation is towards CT spawn. Also walking towards short. Hasn't been spotted just yet, but his teammates trailing behind him. They need to stay close to trade if needed. And we've got a flank going in towards the boiler position. This may take too long, all too long. 13 seconds, there it is from the back. The bomb's on the floor. Otto now, what can he really do? 9 seconds. If he tries to plant in a smoke, it's pretty much a guaranteed frag. Oh, the knife, he's going to miss. He could actually win this. He could actually win this. No, he can't. 2 players in that position. If he had found one of them, then who the hell knows? That was a mess.
It's pretty nice to get the money though from the bomb plant. Yeah, that's pretty shocking. And again, if we look at the scope of this series, I think it's fair to say that Dream Eaters must win Inferno. It's where they are most favored. It's where Crazy are most vulnerable. And so this is really needed. The bomb plant is a big deal though. As we can see, it's going to convince Crazy, it seems, to go for a force buy. And, well, I mean, if they win it, of course, Dream Eaters' economy sucks right now. So they'll be able to, I mean, Dream Eaters will force buy in return. You know, we're going to get this force buy battle now. However, Dream Eaters have a pretty damn strong buy with almost full utility. So what is the plan here for Crazy? They've got to get something going. So yeah, with some quick flashbangs to be ultra safe if there was a fast push up banana, but there won't be. Now Crazy make their way towards top mids. Perhaps setting their sights on A.
Very back and forth start to this half. 4 Crazy players towards A. Only Hunter in apartments. Got 3 flashes on the Crazy team. Esperanto just spotting towards mid, towards banana, sorry. Also taken out with ease by the Org. Such a tight angle for Forrester. Hard to flash him as well, but there is a trade by Letney. Holding onto the bomb. There is some position. Making towards Library. Hunter just, it's not a favorable engagement for him with the MAC-10 versus an AK. Speedak holding a smoke. Kinky moving into position, so there's some kind of crossfire for the CTs here. And there's 49 seconds on the clock. Third man in Sviat if they need him. Currently in CT spawn with a MAC-10. And the clock continues to tick. Esperanto with the Desert Eagles picks up a Galil now in that arch area. There's some Curiosity. Can't get across there in time. Now Letney's got a lot to do. Look at the off angle from Speedak. That's a brutal one. Kinky, surely he instant trades if the kill is made. Oh boy. Just turns around, cannot escape. 9-9.
I like the play from Speedak there. You know, he drops that one-way smoke in pit, which is very commonly used, but he decides not to use it. And when it goes away, of course, the T thinks that he has to be hiding there. Like that's because he was playing behind that one-way, surely. But he'd actually rotated around, and that was always a bait. So I like that. It's really cool to see that level of detail. Some of you guys can do it at home as well, perhaps, if you're playing against opposition that know how to read into that one-way smoke. But the force save comes up from Crazy as 3 meters win the force by battle. Didn't last very long. 9-9 all even here on Inferno, map 1 of the series. Crazy when it's 3 meters when they're going to go through to the legend stage, which for both teams is just such an achievement in of itself. Major run the dream for any Counter-Strike team or player. Premier Counter-Strike tournaments.
There's a P250 for Crazy. Ooh, Sviat's getting curious. Maybe too curious. Maybe too curious. You're up against Nico. This is what I was talking about with Dream Eaters on the CT side. They like to hold W.
Oh no.
So we saw it. This is the kind of thing we saw at the minor. It was good. The previous run, it was good towards the arch position. They were trying to abuse the range. They're going to force their way back into the B bomb site now. Still a man advantage for Crazy. Still a horrible situation. There's a flashbang as well, and it's found now Forrester. 64 HP versus Esperanto with 10. Esperanto. Oh my God! That's the P250 bought. That's the only thing they bought in this round. Absolutely disgusting. And again, Dream Eaters have just eaten their own dreams. Opened the door for Crazy on Banana. And there we go.
You gotta hand it to Crazy though. Esperanto, those 2 P250 kills were both absurd. Especially that second one. I have no idea where the hell that came from. The first one, he was half blind as well. And indeed, they capitalized massively on a mistake from Dream Eaters. And wow, I mean, how could you ever expect that to be the result? And that's awful because it has shaken Dream Eaters' economy so heavily. They're going to be able to force up here, and it's going to look decent enough, but Crazy will still be in favor, and if they win this, they'll be with full momentum, and Crazy are so dangerous in that spot.
This is the biggest issue we saw at the minors. Curiosity kept killing the cat. Dream Eaters just searching for information they don't necessarily need, or at least in the fashion in which they're doing it, just walking down. It was a huge problem for them at the minors. So many rounds lost. Just taking risks that weren't really necessary. Again, the round before, having range, abusing the range of the rifles and so on. Yes, it's a MAC-10, you want to be a little closer, but against the Nico, there are other ways to do it. At least if you want to do that, you want to post up behind a smoke or something so you have the setup. Criad will start well, taking Otto out.
Just a dry peek. Where the flashbang?
Yeah, a little sloppy.
I think they didn't expect the AWP or something like that. They may have misread the money.
Well, there are 2 of them, so...
Yeah. That has to be it, because I would imagine they're flashing that if they expect an AWP. There's a flash. Another AWP shot. How do they interpret that?
Yeah, is that the same AWP that's rotated? Or is it a second one? Kinky's on a 5-7 at the moment. Really back and forth game, despite the consecutive rounds in the middle, 2 Dream Eaters rounds. either side of a crazy pistol win and an eco win. A win in which they spent $300. 25 seconds, it looks to burst onto the B-bomb site.
Nice start from Krads, dropping down one. There's 3 more to go, though. Oh, headshot comes in from Esperanto. That's one way to do it. There with the MP9. Oh my god, Esperanto is really turning it on. Kinky, though, in from Bananas, doing all the damage. Esperanto has to kill everyone by himself. He's got 4 seconds. I don't know that there's enough time here for him to do it. Can't even get the next kill. And Dream Eaters lock it down. Big round from them. And also denying the plant is huge. The money is just not there for Crazy.
This is really... It's a very bizarre half of Inferno. Very bizarre.
I don't know that Crazy can force it here, though. I think they would have been thinking about it, but only one player with more than 2K, so they won't.
Spent a fair bit, though. Nex has gone for full armor and the Desert Eagle.
Yeah, he was the richest.
Yeah, he's still got more money than the rest of his teammates. Esperanto with the wide swing. What has he got to lose? Why the hell not? They need to dispose of this weapon.
We had a small pause from Esperanto's deadliness when he had those in a couple of AWP rounds, which didn't go his way. But since that, he's looks really damn good.
No grenades to balcony bursts. But Otto is still towards top mid. Maybe looking to wrap on one of these players. They still managed to get 2 players out with no answer from Dream Eaters just yet. Now Kinky starting to deliver these frags. Forrest a close to double stack. They're both in the red, I think. Forrest is 36 HP. It's going to be a close one. He's got the cavalry here. Beautiful headshot with USP. An expensive round, though. Only 2 of them survived, and that was an eco from Crazy. And now they can really ramp up the pressure with the AKs.
I'm actually surprised that wasn't worse, because Crazy, after taking down the AWPer, they went for the balcony burst play, which is actually pretty smart. Oh, wow, just out there with that deagle. Nicely done. You can see here that all of the Ts get out of the balcony, and usually when that happens and they can swarm you close range, you're going to die. But Crazy didn't quite hit the shots at that point that they needed to fully capitalize. And the buy again. A little bit awkward to Galil on Letney, but otherwise doesn't look too bad. Locking down Banana with the deep smoke. Oof. Big damage there to Letney. Now, there's a couple ways you can think about this deep smoke if you're the Ts. You either decide that you don't want the CDs to have that in control, and you retake it through the smoke, or you retake it after the fact, or you just go for top mid control. Working out here for Crazy. They keep the pace up, it seems. They're going towards A straight away.
Lots of time on the clock for Crazy. Bomb needs to be collected, though, and Sviat's about to peek from bottom mid. It's going to get really weird on the radar. You can see it's really awkward. Esperanto by Boiler. He's had to drop a smoke grenade down, and he's looking to cut off the CQ rotation. This is pretty smart, actually. And Krat has no idea. Caught reloading by the bench position. That was really smart from Esperanto. He could have just got to pick up the bomb. It was behind the smoke. He gets wrecked by his Sviat, but he's done the job. That was a really awesome move. While action was going on A, that was the most important thing happening, which I could see on the radar. The bomb was exposed. The timing as Sviat came around the corner was crazy. But what a play from Esperanto. 2 of the 3 players are low. The bomb is planted. He's got a kit, and he's still moving forward. Next is bottom mid. It might be a peek here, but Sviat's looking the wrong way. Letney is about to emerge from the short position. Doesn't seem like he's seen him, and Otto will do the job. And
So
there is the rounds.
It's really cool to see that what Crazy did there was they responded immediately to the deep smoke on Bananas as I was talking about the options when that happens, because that's a moment in the round where you have to make decisions as a T side. You can't just ignore that the CTs have done that. What they get is a huge amount of information in map control. And the issue, though, is that Crazy, I don't think that there was enough information for them to know that 3 players were there. But what they did was they acted as though there were 3 players at Banana at the beginning of the round, and then they just hit A really fast. And we talked about a timing attack previously, and that's another timing attack you can go for because the rotation for the CTs is quite long. So you do actually get a window where there's only 2 on A. If you just run for it, just go for it, and you get the kills quickly, then that happens. And we're tied up again. Esperanto 22 for 10, by the way. He's having a hell of a game.
Not too shabby, but will it be enough? The score's only 11-11. Letney still really hasn't done a lot in this game in terms of damage. Started the half with 3 kills, if I'm not mistaken. Hasn't gone much further than that. His ADR is 23 at the moment. That's not very good. But no one's in danger just yet for either side. But it's not a comfortable game of Inferno for either. Dream Eaters on the pistols once again. They've picked up the smoke grenades. So we'll see how much they can delay. A minute 25. There have been very uncomfortable rounds for both teams, as we've seen the way the half has gone back and forth. Minute 14. The human cannon also having a look towards shorts. Space created towards top banana. Kinky has a look, makes a forward play. But they're far back crazy. Not going to fall for the same mistakes. We see some adjustment there. Not charging up banana and getting wrecked by a flash over the roof. They'll take it slow, but you don't want to take it too slow. And in the matches we've seen from them before, we have mentioned that their timing has been pretty good in situations like this. Around the 45-second mark, they've been pushing in towards a bomb site. Now, the smokes have been a problem for them, and the Forest has got the last one here towards the short position. And with that smoke on banana, Dream Eaters start to rotate towards A. But Crazy seem to be reading that. Dream Eaters want to funnel them towards A. They'll head towards B.
All the way towards B. 20 seconds to go. And they should be fine. Only Sviat, but the facility should do the job. He's going to push through. I mean, that's all you can really do. Oh, no, there's like a little bit of a one-way almost there for him. He'll take down one, but that's about it. There's no real chance for the retake to work out. They don't have a kit, but they can try to do some damage. Maybe steal away a gun. Those are 2 real objectives that can be achieved. Play for some exits. And this is a good spot for Crazy now. I love the confidence from Esperanto. You know, we get to see how clinical and clean his fragging capabilities are at the moment, and the confidence he has to take the fights, just standing out there at bottom banana at the beginning of the round. And this is a really interesting game because it's one of those games where, like, all the way throughout the beginning, all the way to this point, you're unsure, like who's gonna take those edges, who's gonna generate that momentum, who's gonna steal away a lead. I like this from Crazy. They're only going as far as they need to.
Yeah, more people need to learn that. You don't have to just run forever into close corners on Inferno where you might get wrecked by a CZ. Bottom of banana is enough. They have one person covering as well in case there is a push. So very good awareness there from Crazy. And they take the lead. 12-11, and money's not great for Dream Eaters, so they may have to concede one more. They did what they could with the smoke grenades last round. Didn't quite work out for them. This time only Sviat buys some grenades. We've got some pistols here and there. The lost bonus isn't fantastic. They're at the 2400 mark in terms of lost bonus, so the investment won't be great. Lenny not wanting to get isolated from his teammates and potentially drop a rifle. But back he goes. Nothing doing just yet. 4 players towards top mid for Dream Eaters, and Sviat is holding the flash from Arch.
The bomb is down right now at the bottom of the T-ramp, so looks like Otto's going to, well, he's the closest to it. He could collect it and rotate it around, but he's got the AWP as well. But that tells us just that Crazy are, not that they're indecisive, but they're looking for information right now. They're not committed. That's a better way to put it. They need an argument, and here it could be the argument. There's a lot of players here. Hunter's there to try to defend and swing around. There's an arch smoke that the CTs have disappeared behind. They're going to rotate towards B. That's quite smart, actually. If you possibly can, you know, it's really good to force the Ts to have to gamble onto a bomb site because you wasted time. And then you get to play some nice team play setups, some crossfires perhaps, with those pistols as opposed to dying in the open against the rifles.
Time's running a bit low here. They have 2 Molotovs. They have 1 flashbang. There's 25 seconds on the clock. They are just around the corner from the bomb site, but these things worry me, and we've seen them go wrong. They're not up against much, but look at all the different targets. How do you communicate all the bedlam? Which way to look and which way to deal with the players? 14 seconds remaining. Crazy are better than this. We've had better pushes into sites with much more time. But they ran their own clock down and they had 0 frags. They had 0 intel really at that point on where the players were. And Dream Eaters will take 3 rifles away, they'll take 2 rifles away, but they've won a round they had no business winning. That was just, let's try and do some damage and keep this economy honest. I feel like Crazy just created their own errors in that round by running the time down. We gave them so much credit yesterday for doing the opposite of that, moving in with about 45 seconds to different maps. Yes, Inferno's harder because you got more close quarters, but don't make it even harder for yourself by having no time to sort things out.
Yeah, you know, we see, I forget who it was we watched yesterday. Maybe it was Crazy, but just that on Inferno is one classic thing you do, and it just works out really well. When you know that the CTs don't have too much, you get that one player, could even have a rifle, doesn't have to have a MAC-10 or anything, but you get like a guy that can kind of, as you're set up towards a bomb site, to make sure that you avoid a stack, you get that one rifler pushing into a bomb site. Because if that rifler gets a 1 versus 1, he's probably going to win it most of the time. And if he doesn't get a 1 versus 1, and there's multiple players there, well, that's cool. You know, your team can just push into the other bomb site, knowing there's no stack there. So that's a basic, a fundamental that you see the top teams execute all the time. But that was not present there. You're right.
Imagine what the comms were like. We'll come back to it because Pratt's getting aggressive. He's going to get absolutely wrecked. Takes one in the chest at close range from Otto. But now things might calm down with these Molotovs. Sviat has a smoke to deploy. He's behind the sandbags. His teammates rotating for him. Might be a flashbang. Looks like he's going to try and battle it out. He's got his gun out. And the third player rotates as well. Sviat falls forward. There's the flashbang, and they'll take control. But Otto through the wall delivers another kill. Dreamix is still holding on to the B bomb site, though.
Oh, Speedak was wise to the jumps through the smoke there. Oh my goodness. Oh my, please press it, pull the trigger. Oh wow. Such a tease that we have the X-ray.
So just imagine the comms in that previous round. They start moving into the site. They see somebody jiggling and coughing. They don't deal with him. Someone's behind fountain or pillar, and there's a player boosted, and they've got time pressure. How do you deal with all of that in about 15 seconds? You can't really, unless you have some fortune on your side. That's why they created a problem for themselves based on the information they had and the timing of their push. 37 seconds in this 5 versus 3, and you do wonder if a similar thing's going to happen, because now we've got a flank from Forrester and the second player making his way towards the A bomb site. They can't deal with the player in mid. They've got to go towards the site. Kinky playing time now. They're lining up the bombs on the floor. This is brutal. We've got a player in the library now. Speedak with the AWP. Does he go through the smoke? 2 versus 3 as he gamble. Forrester taken out. He's looking. He sees a cap. Can't quite make the connection. He's going to commit to it. There's a graveyard player there. And he's got another one, Speedak. 2 kills so far. Can he really do this? This is absurd. 12 versus 12. This is a huge run for both teams. One team's going to be more or less broke. Hunter creeping around the smoke. He's spotted straight into the crosshair. Another stolen run by 3 meters. Another one.
The composure from Speedak there was phenomenal. Those AWP shots, missing that first one, but still remaining really calm. Absolutely crisp snaps to follow that.
That was a 3 versus
really
5,
impressive.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Really impressive stuff. Yeah, that was amazing. And crazy. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways they could have done that. They made the right call to go and hammer that A bomb site. And it's really cool that they decide to go around Arch, because you might be thinking, oh, why don't they just barrel through the porch position? Well, going through Arch as well and splitting it means that the player in pit can't do nearly as much damage. Kinky is a really good player. You know, if you all go through one choke point, he could definitely do huge damage. So they slow it down, but that was just all that Dream Eaters needed to get the rotation in. And Speedak with the clutch was just a dream, I should say. Look at that.
That was sick.
Yeah.
That was gangster as hell. I guess he went through Arch to avoid a potential crossfire on a short position, but again, time becomes an issue in a 5 versus 3.
Yeah.
Madness.
Going for that play through the smoke as well, you know, it looks so good from Speedak's perspective just because he's waiting for it. So it's as though it looks like it's a silly push from Hunter, but you know, you have to take risks. We saw a risk like that work out in Crazy's favor when Nexa was doing something very similar yesterday against North. So you know, you can't really criticize that. It's just an immense highlight from Speedak, and what a beautiful round to win. Because as you say, you know, the money was on the line, and also the confidence that Dream Eaters will be afforded after such a victory. You can see the pause will come in. It's a tech pause, though, it would appear. So hopefully we can get back into it quickly.
Those are 2 huge rounds for Dream Eaters. Again, Crazy going to start having, they're going to be shell-shocked. After the struggles versus North on Inferno yesterday, they're in a similar position versus a lesser opponent, if you will, at least on paper. And they are 1 round behind. 2 huge opportunities falling away, and their money's in a weird spot. You'll soon see it. But these dangerous waters for Crazy. Otto's brought up. Will it be a Hero Krieg? They're going to go for the fourth buy.
Yeah, they had decent enough money to get something respectable in here, being on the T side too. Get a couple Mac 10s. Why try to hammer the banana position? They have been fairly successful when they've been going quickly towards that.
Letney still got 5 frags. He's having a nightmare.
So yeah, it's going to be a storm towards that B-bomb side. Flashbangs over the top, the running plays, and the footsteps will be heard by Sviat, who's playing close to oranges. And the rest of Crazy will be slowing it down. Now this is kind of interesting because Dream Eaters are on high alert now because they're like, okay, you guys open with a rush. Obviously we stopped the rush, but the last known information for us is you probably have 5 on banana. So you see that there's a rotation of Kinky. That's 3 players on B right now. Crazy just have to wait.
Ooh, they were halfway into their execute. That's more information. A 4th person rotating now. Just before Kinky threw that smoke grenade, there were flashes going over the roof. That is very telling indeed.
Yeah, they can't rotate 4 players yet, though, because there's a minute left, and Crazy cut the noise. And they've cut the noise for quite a long time at this point. It's really hard to know what the best play is here as far as Crazy is concerned, because either the 3rd player rotates back to A after this amount of dead time, or he stays. Staying is risky, but there's a risk regardless.
There are 0 grenades for the CTs now on the B bomb site, and here comes the charge from Crazy. All the 5 players, but they're getting stopped by the first one. Sviat, he's delaying, and again, the time is low. There's no transfer, though, from the high position. Krad, what can he do? Can he get a kill through the coffins? Ooh, Esperanto taken out, and Krad's going to play up with that. Oh my god, they've done it again. There's not even a bomb plant for Crazy in that 4th buy.
That AWP shot, did that come through the smoke? I don't know where that came from, but that's what convinced Speedak to go for that push. He gets the kill onto Nexo, who came off the bomb plant, and then that was a wrap. Dream Eaters look like they're about to sprint to the finish here. Crazy are losing energy. They're bleeding out now.
Must have been through the smoke. I'm not sure what happened there. I don't know if... I don't know if somebody was up on the barrels looking over the smoke or something. It wasn't really on our screen, but yeah. Dream Eaters have just won 3 enormous rounds in a row, and surely they're about to go to game point. This is their pick, but the fashion in which these rounds have won has got to be crushing for Crazy again. I think especially after the performance yesterday, many eyes will be on Crazy. They're a heavy favorite in this series in general for the people at home and the people on the desk. But these 3 rounds have been a nightmare.
Yeah, and with a buy like this, obviously, Crazy aren't expecting to win the round. They're thinking about the overtime. However, Dream Eaters, of course, they make a mistake. And of course, Crazy will be prepared to capitalize on that. And it's unlikely we're going to see any similar mistake as to the 4 Glocks and 1 PT50 round that was won by Crazy earlier. Very safe approach with the jump peaks, just want the info. Usually a flashbang will force this player back, but there's no utility on Crazy, so they can't do much about this.
I can't remember if the noise of your knife hitting the wall travels further than the jump. Because if it does, I feel like it's free information as to your intentions. But the bait, but you've got to find a kill as well. It'll get 2. Is it worth it? We'll have to find out in a few seconds or so. 35 seconds, and Crazy considering their options, it seems. Can't take too long about it, though.
Given that they have no utility, taking down the numbers feels worth it to me, at least, because the numbers is where they have the most advantage.
At least the slowdown has put 2 CTs back towards the A bomb site. It was more or less a full rotation. Bell's being rung, but the bomb's not going to get planted. Just the 1 kill, and it's game point for Dream Eaters.
They're almost there. Almost over the line on Inferno. If they get Inferno, I feel like we're destined for a 3-mapper, and Dream Eaters there have been moments where it looked like they were being quelled by Crazy's strength and some of the clutches that they were coming in with, but they've managed to show resilience and composure, and here we are, Dream Eaters with a chance to make this one work. Decent enough buy from Crazy, a little bit light on utility, but enough. They're going to go for the banana hold here. Siats goes straight forwards, and Speedak as well delivers a headshot. Dream Eaters 4 versus 3. Still, though, 3 players of Crazy with some utility, so they can slow things down here. They don't have to. This doesn't have to be the end.
3 versus 4. Crowd showing lots of presence from the banana position. And he has got another smoke in the hole to waste yet more time, or he can just jump spot and put it in later. Seems like it will be the latter. Molotov deployed. SpeedX vision is obscured. A Molotov from him as he quietly moves away. Kinky moving towards the B-bomb site, unsure as to what exactly is going on at the moment. SpeedX got AWP on Arch. Forrest dealing with shorts. Scoped in with Yor, gets brutal. Despite the nerfs, creates space for the smoke, but he doesn't have the info as to where the last 2 players are.
Very desperate now for Crazy. SpeedX will whiff on that shot. There's no recovery from that one. Lenny will take him down. Hunter's in position as well. He can likely predict that there's a player in pit or on the sites or graveyard. These are probably the 3 most likely positions that they could expect. Looking towards the pit position. They know it's not safe. Forrester waiting for the right time to peek out. There's a stepping, goes for it. That's not perfect. The bomb's going to go down, but the incendiary is going to leave them nowhere to stand. Kinky goes for the punish, takes down Letney. It's just Hunter left. He's got himself 1. There's 2 more to go. The bomb's ticking away. And the CT slow it down. He knows one's in pit. 27 HP for Forrest. Forrest, I should say, Hunter. Knows one's coming from balcony as well. He's got all the information. Just has to connect the shots. 13 bullets to go. Forced into the corner. They know that he's there. They can close it down. And it's a good effort, but it's not enough. And Dream Eaters are going to get the defuse. They've done it 16-12. They've taken Inferno from Crazy.
With some huge rounds, nonetheless, towards the end. Absolutely crazy. The rounds they strung together. Crazy will feel like they let that one slip. They had to go into that with confidence, especially in this late round, but too many errors, too many exploits from Dream Eaters put them 1-0 up in this series. I thought Crazy were going to take that one. Yeah, until those fateful rounds.
There are a lot of moments from them, very big moments, mistakes where they punish, like that P250 Glock round. That should never have been a mistake from Dream Eaters. That was kind of heinous, but even still, you know what I mean. That's really what's impressive to me. I think, James, is the resilience and composure from Dream Eaters. They look so dialed in and focused from start to finish that I mean, it's so exciting to see the transformation from the minors to the major. This is brilliant.
It is really, really crazy. We're going to head to a break. Everyone's going to catch their breath after that one. More action to come.
Change of range.
Worry about game, not about bet. Insure your bet with Heartcode. GG Bet with gamers in heart.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Hide your kids, hide your wives, because the Dream Eaters are in town, and they're here to eat it all. That's right, your lunch might not even be safe. You might want to put that one to the side, because they do take that first nap. They do it 16-12, and they do it right here at the Berlin Major of 2019, brought to you by StarLadder. My name's Trace, this is Sean, this is Chad. We're going to walk you through this whole scenario right here. It's how this one felt like it was a bit of a game of tennis, back and forth.
It was a back and forth affair, right? I just think that the standout here for me was the resilience of the Dream Eaters not to kind of get run over, right? Because they lost some multi-kill rounds that they probably should never have been conceding. They looked like the better team throughout the entirety of this game, so I'm glad that they did win this one, and their structure shone through.
Yeah, their structure definitely was what got them this win, right? They started off really well with the opening pistol round, first gun, and then we saw Esperanto come to life. Yeah. With that awesome 4K with the Silence M4 in mid. And, I mean, Chad spoke that he's kind of wasn't really feeling well. So to see him come alive at the start of that game right there, you thought, okay, this is where things turned around for Crazy. And they did. They kind of rallied through the rest of the half. But when the second half started and they lost that second round, I think once Dream Eater's economy was underneath them, that structure that Chad talked about is what that's the problem Crazy ran into.
Yeah, I mean, of the problems that Crazy ran into, what looks good, Sean? What looked good from the side of Crazy?
I think the four performers, the four fraggers on Crazy looked fantastic this game. 4 players over 80 damage a round to end a game that you lose is kind of like unheard of. And it just goes to show like how, I guess, poorly Letney performed in this game. I think they were making tons of individual plays. They got a lot of multi-frags when I was watching. They were playing aggressive. They were trading kills well. They were spacing properly. They're just getting bogged down a lot by utility, in my opinion, and they're just not good enough on Inferno as a map.
And here's the thing about Letney, and you want to talk about numbers, we're going to run his too, because you're right. There was at least 80 and above on the other 4 players. With Letney, though, goes 8-20, has 31 ADR. That's simply not going to cut it here on the map.
I thought he almost redeemed himself towards the end of the game when he had the Krieg and he gets the opening kill on the Arch. So I thought, okay, maybe he'll grab a second here, and that could be the round to get them back into this game. But yeah, he really did struggle. And unfortunately for them, that was a map that they really could have taken if he contributed just a couple more kills throughout. But if you look at the details on the other side of things from Dream Eaters, right? That round that Sean's talking about where they did win the Force Buy and then they went to lose to the following Force Buy, Dream Eaters, with winning the early Force Buy, had so much money in the bank they could bring out 2 AWPs. And there was no way that Crazy were ready for that, because once the AWP kill had gone down top banana and then they had gone for top mid info and they heard the second AWP, immediately they thought it was just the same AWP and it had rotated away. They fell back to B, they executed. There was already 3 players on the bomb site for Dream Eaters. They were so prepared.
Is it fair to say that these teams are playing just about on par with each other? However, one is just a cut above, just a little bit above there.
Ooh, individually?
They're playing different styles, I would say. So yeah, you're watching, like, I guess kind of a poor man's Astralis. And the fact that like they have excellent utility usage. I think they're playing the map well. They're rotating around correctly. Whereas like when you watch Crazy, I don't know what you would really equate them to in the team, but they're just fantastically skilled players.
Maybe Phase of old.
Yeah, maybe Phase of old.
Yeah. Vintage Phase. I think everybody's vintage around here. One thing that is certainly vintage is Dust 2. It's been here since the beginning of time, perhaps even before the dinosaurs. We're not sure. We'll run those numbers on our own. That's where we're going next, guys. Dust 2 could be the decider.
What I really want to see from Dream Eaters continuing is the details, right? It's these little things. When you guys see them retaking a bomb site and they had lost it to the round they had lost to Glocks and P250s, I still like what they tried, right? They're pushing through the smoke, a player's spamming so the other guy can run through. It's those little details that some people might think, you know, gimmicks, but those things are what separates them right now from Crazy, is being able to be so cohesive as a team. That needs to continue on Dust 2, and they just need to make sure that they're not allowing, you know, Hunter to stand mid-long and kill 4 people with an AK as they run out Cat. Those are the things you want to avoid. Make sure your utility use is on point, and then they're not going to be able to multi-kill you.
Yeah, and I mean, for Sean, if I put you into the coach role and I say, hey, what do we got to do here, guys? Because yes, this isn't the end of the road for us, but this is a pretty big map. You want to stay in this series. You want to win this series, moreover. How do you get yourself to that 3rd map?
I just think as long as they don't have any just ridiculous deaths, you know, like someone pushing out long A all by themselves, completely off pace, or pushing into B all by themselves, they can get in open spaces, like running off of Cat together and trading kills. It's a lot different than Inferno. People can't nest in sites and like hide from you. And once Crazy gets in those open spaces in this map, Dust 2, this is why I thought, you know, they'd take this series 2-1 at the beginning.
Well, some of you thought a certain way, and that would be the ones over at GG.bet. You're also the ones that thought that perhaps Strafe, when you head over to there and you put your votes in, wow, that one has kind of turned around.
Those numbers don't add up.
In a way, yeah, I think you're right.
Like definitely. Like I'm pretty good at maths, and they don't add up.
Yeah.
Look, going into this one right here, if we said they couldn't identify patterns, but at least what they do is they know what the standard move is. And I guess that's what Crazy do. They do the most standard move. Occasionally they'll YOLO and they'll go for like a big play. Those you can't quantify. Those, there's nobody in the world who knows when that's going to come in. But some of the things they did well was crowd controlling on their T side with utility when information plays late round would be coming out. There was, I think it was round 7 of the game, they used utility really well top mid to stop an info play from Letney, and they're able to cascade onto that B bomb site. So those little details, look for how they play with those on Dust 2. It's not as easy to do. There's a lot more opportunities for CTs to go for aggressive plays. So let's see how this one pans out.
Speaking of crowd controlling, there was an instance there where the Dream Eaters actually vocally said, hey, I'm not hearing you all support me very much. Yeah, and guess what happened? The crowd roared. They rallied behind that. Somehow, some way, they have a fan section out there, which I'd like to think is playing into their corner a little bit.
It could just be all the StarLadder staff just going out to watch the CIS teams play. But yeah, there are people cheering right now, and Zona's loud as one man, but there's people in the crowd for both Crazy and Dream Eaters at the moment.
There's a lot of superstitious people in the crowd for Crazy.
Yeah, and
seats must be occupied, specific seats.
That's true.
Specific seats, and, well, you're exactly right, guys. Not much time left for us to jibberjack, so I need to know who's going to be winning this map.
Look, I'm going to stick with Crazy. They didn't perform in the first map how I thought they would, but I think they've got map number 2.
What about you, Sean?
I'm going to definitely go with Crazy, Trace.
Okay, well, let's keep it that way. Let's keep it that simple as we do look ahead of Dust 2. This one being Crazy's map pick, that certainly could help them out in a tremendous fashion, perhaps if they want to stay inside of this series. Again, this is not the end of the road for them. Should they lose here, there's still another chance, as this team and that of Dream Eaters are both 2-1. Now, making yourself 3-1 is the ultimate goal. That is where you want to find yourselves settled into that new Legend stage, and what we're going to settle into is this matchup on Dust 2. With the salt and pepper of CSGO, we've got James and Dan.
Damn, you said you're as white as salt, Dan.
What's wrong with that?
Like, I didn't say anything negative. I was just saying. I was just saying. Right then, Dream Eaters will be defending to start off Dust 2. We've got 3 Crazy players going towards the B halls. Speedak is on short. We've got Sviat with 2 flashes and a defuse kit. Maybe for potential entries towards B. Can see him at CT spawn at present. Having a look-see. Having a butcher's hook. Speaking of flashbangs. Through the tight checkpoint, bounces one off the wall to help himself fall back. Having another look, but nothing doing. Pulling him out of position and they're charging towards A.
Speedak has to drop off very quickly. Kinky hastily makes his way up to slope to go for the defense of A. But Crazy, they're going to slow it down. They're going to hold position. And Dream Eaters are left wondering what is going on, because are Crazy running all the way back towards tunnels? And that's kind of that's the point of this, creating the question, maybe catching Dream Eaters on a rotation as they go for the push. And there's a smoke to cut off players coming in from CT. Are they going to drop? Are they going to go for a cat drop? My goodness. 2 players dropping down and making a run across. So eliminate the side defense as well. Although Speedak lurks by car, they have no idea he's there. Oh no, he's doing damage. There's one more player to go on the cat position as well. So lots of players all over the place here as they make their way forwards. It's a 2 versus 2. Dream Eaters not in a bad spot, actually, all things considered.
Krad's got a kit. They've both got Kevlar, but it's all about the headshots. Crazy running around naked at the moment. They'll have to be real careful. Next has got a USP. Are the sound cues there? Both players biting Gandalf position, looking for the head who's pretty close, but not close enough. Crossfire if they want it. Next to Renata will finish off the job, and there is the first round in the bag for Crazy. When they initially pulled a CT out of position, I mean, they could have tried to run to the A bomb site. They had the numbers advantage. However, a pistol round being a pistol round, they could have easily just been popped 1, 2, 3 and then beyond by these USPs. Play it slow, use the utility. And it just about works out. We've got Krad picking up the scouts. It is a force buy for most of Dream Eaters. Speedak's leaving money in the hole for the AWP to come. And there's a quick smoke for Xbox.
Making their way through the longhouse. There's a smoke. Might want to go through that smoke, actually. They do have the flashbangs, and they have the MAC-10s. So sometimes you just don't want to respect the smoke like that. Because look at all the time that's being bought. The whole plan is you throw that smoke and now they occupy Catwalk. Hoping that the T's will be pushed towards Catwalk, respecting the smoke. but they will make sure they go through the long position regardless. And with that said, if there's the correct utility used by Crazy, Dream Eaters shouldn't have much of a defense here, and Hunter makes it a little bit harder by taking out one of the cat defenders. Looking like a solid push here for Crazy. It's a nice smoke, but Otto somehow finds Sviat. I don't even know how he's managed to do that, but it happens regardless.
Yeah, the smoke is still dangerous, however. Esperanto just about seen the boost, but not in time. We've got 2 frags for Dream Eaters, and they're causing more problems for Crazy. Really is a nightmare scenario, isn't it? 45 seconds, though. There is time for Crazy. That scout is a problem. However, we'll see what Nex is able to do. He's got the bomb, at least. If it was Otto, it would be more awkward, because he would need to eventually cross. Now, if Otto sees any smidgen of Speedak behind that short box, he could probably wallbang him from this position. Just about not seeing anything just yet. Nex is making his way up. He's seen something, but he can't quite get the kill. Finally, he does. 20 seconds, and he's cleared the bomb site, but now he's alone. Does he go for another frag? I don't think he knows where the second player is. Krad still alive with the scout, trying to even the numbers. Can't do it just yet. 11 seconds on the clock. There's a flashbang for Dream Eaters. That's about it. He still doesn't know where the last player is. Now he does! We've got jumping play. He's got to reload his gun. Only 3 bullets. Forrester with the deagle. He could do 55 in one shot. Next has got 54. Oh, but he'll do more than that with the headshot. Dream Eaters will not make it easy for Crazy at all.
Oh my god, what a beautiful shot. What a beautiful series of shots from the deagle. That is not a happy Crazy over there. Next, they're not looking all too pleased.
It's looking like he's doing a tax form.
This is a fantastic shot, but this next one's even better. My god, that's the only way they win the round is like these 1-digs. Fantastic stuff. And this is really annoying because this is really what caused problems for Crazy in the second half of Inferno, if we cast our minds back to the first map. Dream Eaters. They keep forcing me to believe. I don't believe yet, but they keep forcing me to do it. They're creating a compelling argument that they will be able to weather the storm that is Crazy. And this is the map. If Crazy can't do it on Dust 2, obviously Dream Eaters are through to the new Legends, and that would be incredible. Well, the Legends stage, I should say. Right, we've got Slatny now through the double doors. He's got Esperanto with him as well. They're going for the old B splits.
Lots of calls that divide can be heard. Everything's fine for the time being. Krad jumping through the smoke, trying to capitalize on this anarchy. Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Hunter. That's a rifle to be collected, but Speedak's also in CT spawn. Doesn't jump down. The bomb needs to make its way towards the A bomb site. Currently crossing short. Otton there to stop the rotation, but he can't do it. He can do some damage, however. Now where do they plant the bomb? They can't plant it for short anymore. That's been taken back by Dream Eaters. Sviatno doesn't have the range with this MP9. However, Nex is lacking armor. Esperanto is low, so he'll give Hunter that AK to do the heavy lifting. All 3 players on the site. Got a creep from Forrester. In the meantime, it's a big frag from Speedak. 2 versus 2. Again, Sviat still doesn't have the range there. It's Hunter with another one. Sviat down to 11 HP now. Hunter will finish off the job. And Crazy force it straight back. A 4K for Hunter. 2-1 to Crazy.
And that's how they do it. And that's the thing. This is a map where there are more possibilities than a map like Inferno to like find these engagements where Crazy can really leverage that individual skill advantage that they have against Dream Eaters. That said, we've seen some pretty fancy stuff from Dream Eaters so far in their individuals. Don't want to count them out in any sense. I got to say, though, force buys on the CT side of Dust 2 really suck. It's not like Inferno or Train. It's the opposite. It really sucks. It's hard to make them work. Although, of course, we did already see Dream Eaters make it work once. So perhaps running off of that confidence, they go for it again. They're stacking towards the B side of the map, completely abandoning A. It's an interesting approach. You know, if the Crazy go A, they may just have this protocol that they say, you know what? We will just hold towards B then. We're just not going to allow you to frag us. We'll carry all this stuff into the next round. I think he will look to make life difficult with the smoke, but that shouldn't do too much. Of course, Crazy do have the ability to, 1, wait it out, and 2, the ability to flash, smoke, Molotov, use numbers, trade. Maybe they're still hanging out at B.
Yeah, Crazy will reaggress now with more utility. And I'm sure they'll push the actual A bomb site. Esperanto moving away from the mid doors, which means there's no cover for a short position if in case there is a rotation. Just having a look. Doesn't know what's coming through the tunnel, but sees nothing for now. Crazy quietly creeping along. These rounds are real worrisome, aren't they? They still have no information towards short, and there are 33 seconds on the clock. How they choose to plant the bomb. Kinky could go for a jump peek and try and stop the bomb from being planted. He gets a free kill onto Nexa, but Hunter will take him out. They clear Gandalf, and they can move towards that short position now. 20 seconds on the clock just as the bomb's getting planted. I feel like Crazy are really trying hard not to make a mistake, but then sometimes time can become that mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, playing it too safe is in of itself a risk.
The balance is hard. Counter-Strike is hard.
Yeah, indeed. Or I should say, you know, sometimes it feels like you're playing it safe or playing it slow, but actually you're creating more risk for yourself. It's a better way to describe that. And I think this plan is kind of backfired for Dream Eaters slightly. Because again, if you play against a team that understands how to play the proper anti-force buys, anti-ecos, you can't really get much done in rounds like this. It does require some mistakes. It requires some big mistakes from the T side, and it requires some excellent shots and plays from the CT side. And so there are some teams that just decide to completely give up rounds such as that and just go for a full save, so that they can just have more money in general. But Dream Eaters will need to go for the full save now.
Yeah, this round sucks as far as you're concerned. If you're Dream Eaters, they buy nothing. They have USPs. No need to invest into this one. Crad has a go through the doors. Nothing doing. So they know that one player is in the B bomb site. One player was hopping around the doors for a while, and the B bomb site's been taken. Nice and simple. Keep it that way. Crad stuck behind the box for now. Hunter's moving into position, but he's going to lose the duel to a USP. Awkward, gloriously awkward angle from Kinky. Gives Crad an AK-47. So there's a bonus weapon to be had. Oh dear, now there's another one. This is really important for Dream Eaters. If they can hold on to these rifles, but they seem to want to go for it. Maybe they think, oh my god, what's going to happen here? Only Nex is alive with 16 HP.
Oh, why is this happening? Oh god, this is scary. They don't, okay, they have to rush in. Nex has got 16 HP, as you said. One kill. Crad is very weak as well. This is really dangerous stuff here for Nexa, but he might just have it in the bag. Crad spots it. Does he have time? No, I don't think he does. He has no kit, but the damage is absurd. And Crad carries away an AK-47.
Okay, so first, they pick up a USP kill from Kinky in CT spawn. It's like, all right, we've got a rifle, cool. We can save some money. Then they find another kill, but it's not just the kill. It's the position of the players. I think they read that that Crazy are chasing to try and eliminate them, and they don't have position to actually defend the bomb site. So off they go. That was way too close for comfort. Way too close.
And also just the elimination when you have a bomb down like that, it just doesn't, against USPs. You know, the risk versus reward is so horribly weighed towards don't take the risk because the reward is so little that's also pretty mad. So, well, we'll forget about that for now. Esperanto will get position behind blue, but I was about to say, it can be kind of an issue if you don't have any teammates to help you with any nades because CTs can just use utility to take you down, so that's not worked out. That opening is definitely not looking good. And it honestly feels like Crazy are struggling a little bit more against Dream Eaters in some of these situations than they were against North.
I feel like they're terrified at the moment.
It does feel like they don't have the same energy as they did against North, perhaps because of the difference in dynamic. Against North, they had nothing to lose. If they lost that match, cool. Well, not cool, but but it's not like they're getting eliminated. And they're the underdogs as well. That's fun. But here they aren't the favorites for this matchup, and they have to win this. So definitely a difference feeling as far as pressure is concerned.
They are going to struggle to hold on to the short position, and they don't have long either. Kinky's making his way there with the M4A4. The numbers are coming up the short area. If they were coming CT, maybe it'll be a lot easier, but this is going to be a hard one for Crazy to deal with. Look at the numbers here. The choke point's tight. Spiat gets 2 of the 3 kills, only 1 going the way of Crazy. Also, it's got a lot to do. Kinky's creeping by the wall. The smoke set up for the retake for the CTs. Spiat goes out too early, though, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Kinky picked off in a long position. One has dropped down to the low ground. Crad going wide. Otto delivers once again. Next has got the jump, and that's a huge round for Crazy. That one looked hella difficult, but they managed to hold on to short more or less. 5-1 to Crazy.
Yeah, that's a really good round to pick up. Silence Dream Eaters for the time, especially after the previous round, having lost so much. And maybe feeling a little bit bad about that one.
Imagine, imagine being the person doing the odds in running for this series. The way Inferno went back and forth, they're going to be smashing those numbers every single round, every 40 seconds.
Well, Dream Eaters will be using a tactical timeout to assess the situation. They're down 1 against 5. They don't want to make it worse, but obviously they can't buy in this situation. You guys can't see their money, but I can. So, and they have around between 4 and 3,000, mostly towards the 3,000 mark. So they need a half buy here. I mean, honestly, it's fine also just on a Dust 2 to go for a full save as well. As I mentioned before, your odds to do much is pretty limited. And if you go for a full save, it does allow you the ability to get a buy-in later on. However, the money for Crazy, or I can add up into an extra buy later on, but the money for Crazy is actually so poor that if they do damage, that's actually a huge win as well. A couple kills would go a very long way for Dream Eaters, and oh my god, they're going to get annihilated. Hunter finding good timing with the MAC-10. Forrester, can he deliver again with the Eagle? He's looking for those long-range shots. That grenade's going to do good damage. Hunter closes the distance. Nice shot. He finds a headshot onto Letney. Hunter's made some serious bank with that MAC-10, though, on the other hand. Craig can just chill here. Doesn't really matter. We're next to find him. He's only got a USP. I don't think he's going to get anything from this.
Crowd of the USP. Did he see next to go here?
No, he did not.
Looking for his wallet in his pocket. Won't find it. Well then, it's looking a lot better for Crazy score-wise. There have been some worrisome situations, but as long as they keep winning the rounds, then we may be good for a third map of Mirage, excuse me. I would love to see Mirage with these two teams. I think that one would be 30 rounds.
I think that would bode very poorly for Dream Eaters. I think that's by far Crazy's comfort pick.
Nothing's been comfortable about this series so Crazy. Not yet, anyway. Esperanto lined in the long position, won't go too far. Now, with a nice spawn towards the B bomb side, a sniper will look for a player to jump on the platform, because once you jump up as a CT, you can't hide. You are exposed to the crosshair of your opponent, to the reticle, if you will. Crazy, though, moving towards that short position, and Forrester has indeed been taken out. I don't know if Otto went deep and got him by double stack. I think he did, actually. Either way, there's an opening frag, and that's going to cause problems for Dream Eaters. Fiat forced to move back towards the B bomb site.
Defensive smoke being dropped down. Forced to drop it at a very early timing, though, so that's never ideal for the CTs. They are only with one smoke now on Speedak, who is on Catwell towards A now. Crazy have so many options. Does Kinky go through this? There's no flashbang, so it would be suicidal. There's also first steps, though. Surely, though, someone's looking at it. He's going to find a good timing for it. He's going to go through. He actually found a decent timing, but here comes the push. Oh, the line up there. That could have been massive, but instead, Dream Eaters will wilt in front of Crazy. Another round. It's going to be 7-1 now. Speedak trying to back away without giving away any sound cues. He'll be successful for now, at least. Oh, Esperanto spots him for a moment. And that's all that's needed. Goodbye, Orb. And Dream Eaters cannot buy.
7-1.
I would like to see some more of those full saves. If they had done that full save before, they would have a buy in this round.
It was only the second round they won, Dream Eaters. Looked like things would be really bumpy for Crazy. And yes, we have seen some tight situations like that. Almost retaken an eco round. Imagine that, retaking a B bomb plant on the eco and almost winning the round.
Yeah, that was really ridiculous. Nexa was one bullet from death. Imagine how Nexa feels in that. He's like, I'm in a 1v3 against 3 players running at me. I have 14 HP.
That's one way to raise your temperature.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. By the way, I have to say, you know, when casting big, it was enough of an issue not saying big all the time. I think crazy is more difficult.
Yeah, I have to take a second. What's another word for crazy? Things are getting wild. Speedak moves down to the short position. He's ahead of this Molotov. Hunter's going to get picked off by the 5-7. But just the one kill. Kinky starting to creep now. Is next ready for it? Looks like he is. Too much jiggling from Kinky. Who knows what would have happened with a wide swing. We have more information than he did. 4 versus 3. 3 meters of 2 of the 3 players towards the B bomb site. Let's see how the anti-eco continues for Crazy. They've got the Molotovs to clear out the A bomb site if they want to. Moving towards long now. They're going to have to go through the tight choke points of the doors. I do wonder if they may be overplaying this with the utility they had and having taken short. But once they do go through the choke points, then they have the range advantage of the rifles. They've got the smokes for the cross. Fiat has seen that no one is in the short area, but they don't know if they've gone towards B. They don't really have the information. They could be middle doors as well, because you can see Dream Eaters playing close to B, so it looks like it should work out for Crazy. Fiat just picks up an AK-47. Another push comes in.
So they are pretty secure here. Oh, that took a while. That worked eventually.
Yeah, now it's a 3 versus 3. What do you have to lose at this point? You're buying the next round anyway. It's another big opportunity for them.
Yeah, it's insane how they keep finding these situations. But as you can see, Esperanto will handily deal with 2. Only leaving Fiat, but he's the guy with the AK. Untouched. Fiat's going for that aim punch. Really making life difficult. That lack of Kevlar, not ideal. 8-2-1 here for Crazy. It's starting to get out of hand now, James, for Dream Eaters. They need to turn things, and this has to be the moment. This has to be the moment. Double orbs come out, Krad and Speedak with those. You can see that basically Nexus cannot see him. He's invisible behind those flames. Must have been really weird for Nexus from his perspective. Ooh, we might get a approach towards long coming in from Crazy here.
Wow, that's a CT spawn smoke from
awesome.
long doors. That's pretty cool. That is
amazing.
pretty damn solid. All right then, a minute 30 on the clock. Dream Eaters need to find some rounds. They've got a huge opportunity, having taken the first map. Look at the shadow on the floor. One thing to bear in mind, if you are standing in that short position and your opponent has CT, then they can see your shadow if you stand on the ledge. Anyway, Crazy moving towards the B bomb site. They've got a split potential with Otto outside the tunnel position. Forrester doing what he can, just good for one. Scat pushing for smoke. That hasn't been so successful. And only 2 players remain for Dream Eaters, but they've made it 2 versus 3. Bomb not planted just yet. They're not too far away either.
Yeah, Esperanto's kind of weak, but Otto and Letney looking really healthy. Retake smoke coming in from Speedak. Going to the tunnels, it seems. It's an important one. So now there's just a flash left. They got a kit as well. They just picked one up. Are they going for this? No, looks like they won't. But they threatened it enough that Crazy won't chase them. Crazy definitely would want to chase them with the money that they have, if they knew. 9-1. It's getting really badly out of hand. And with the save of these 2 guns, we'll see a full buy coming in from Dream Eaters. Both Speedak and Kinky will be able to drop M4s. What do they have to do to pick up some of these rounds? They're getting really outclassed here. And again, as I mentioned, Mirage, honestly, I would imagine Crazy are just such a heavy favorite for that. I mean, if we cast our minds back to yesterday, we saw that they absolutely decimated North on there. Obviously, it's not the greatest pick in the world for North, but still.
Hunter with a forward spawn towards the bomb site. A little flick, no connection, no 152 guess shot. Speedak very fast towards a short position. Spots Hunter's cap, time to move away. Forrester and Krad look like they're going to push the B tunnel. As I say that, here it comes. Letney's looking for it, making plenty of sounds. He's going to get punished for jumping. If he was just running there, maybe he would have had a chance, but he wasn't expecting that push so early. It's a good start for Dream Eaters. Aggressive towards short as well, but again, Spidak making all kinds of sounds, running away, and that might, well, it doesn't seem like it will bait Hunter into a push. He's got no one to flash for him. Just hiding behind the corner. This is a pretty deep corner, so he could catch somebody off guard. In the meantime, the bomb is halfway up long, and Spidak's looking for something.
Smokes here to give away the intentions. Spidak go on top of the box or not. Be quite desperate going to Gandalf. He's been spotted though, also out with the Molotov to force him out of position. Now Spidak has to go towards Catwalk. This is not ideal. He's given up the bomb site completely. And although it is a 3 versus 5, they're crazy out of position. They can plant the bomb as well. Next they're going for a safe plant, but it's not a good one. It's not visible from the long position. So they're going to have to defend from the bomb side here.
Are they paying attention to long?
Forward.
Okay, Otto is holding an angle, but Esperanto is somewhat exposed. They've got to push something. Krad taken out. 3 players now coming in from the long position. Accidental jump's going to be a problem. Otto's still there, though. Spidak now creeping on the short position. There's another one from Nexa this time. 2 versus 2. Forrester charging up. Is Otto ready? Of course he is. That leaves Sviat alone. It looks so strong. Maybe it can still be. Sviat moving out. Doesn't see the player by Gandalf. That's Nexa. He's hiding. Sviat's got a kit and a smoke grenade. Puts the smoke forward. Doesn't consider Gandalf, though. Nexa pops out. Crazy make it to 10. No smiles. They know they've still got work to do.
Yeah, they are so laser focused at this point. Another round. It is looking so desperate at this point for Dream Eaters. If they could just find a way to just get 2 or 3 together, that would be something. But it's looking right now like it could be too much to ask. Looking at their money again, they're in one of these situations where they're just shy of having enough for a full buy. They've got 2 players around $3,000. Seattle 4,000, Kinky 4,200, Forrester with the most at 4,700. So that's really rough when you're in this position where you need rounds. Because Dust 2 is one of those maps where you kind of need the AWPs. You kind of need those full buys. Yeah, so they're just going to go for it. They are going for it with the rifles, forcing it all in. Getting whatever they can. UMP will make an appearance.
Ooh, just a bit high.
They might go for a tons push here. They've got 3 towards the B-bomb site. Forward smoke as well. Actually, there's a flashbang. Crazy running their default, taking control around middle. They'll take control around Catwalk as well. They can pressure it. And holding for a long push as well. They've got Nexa waiting for that in case it happens. So Dream Eaters instead will actually play very passively. This is actually a common way to play a bad rifle buy. Have 3 towards B and try to encourage the T's to go for a B split and run into 3 of you. It doesn't always work out though. Now the tunnels push comes in, but it might be too late, James.
Indeed it might be. They've got some utility for a potential retake again. If they can take short, they already have long. Crazy have to hold onto the short position, but there are incendiaries. Well, Spidak's got one, he's on long, and Krad has the other, he's lower tunnel, so if they can force Crazy back into an awkward position, then maybe there is something to be done. Moving up now. Not really having the right angle to use that incendiary though, and it doesn't look like they're going to go for it, despite the 2 players on long. The other 3 are moving away. They're going to fight for 4 rounds instead of 5, it seems, Dream Eaters. Too risky. They'll stay in situ on long. And Crazy will move away towards short. So it looks like 10 players will survive this one. 11 rounds. An angry Crazy coming into Dust 2.
Yeah, it always sucks when you know, you're in this position, you just got to go for the save, the full save like this. It really does suck. But this map is similar to Inferno in that way on the CT side, that sometimes you can just be so out of position that you just can't even attempt it. And this is like one of those spots like when you run a setup like they ran, that's one of the possibilities. And that's just the nature of it, and you just have to accept that. It's not nice though, it's a bitter pill to swallow, but at least this round they'll have more utility to work with. However, the UMP is still in action, which is not fun. It's decent enough around the mid position, but it's difficult to get it working dynamically on the map with such big ranges. Crazy looking to go for contact into the B bomb site. Cran with the UMP. He's got some damage. Forrester will stop it with the Org. They're going to recommit. Forrester wasn't ready. He was repositioning. And now the smokes go down. Double smoke on the doors. That's not ideal, but they're going to get themselves a bomb plant, perhaps. Yeah, it's really close here. And Molotov will deny him. Will he go through the smoke? They are 3 against 2. If they go for the plant, if he can get that kill, even if he trades it, that's a superior position to be in. There's the flashbang. Otto's waiting, so is Hunter. Oh no, it's not looking good here now for Dream Eaters. Maybe it is. Otto tried to defend, but Speedak, speedy as ever through the window, makes it happen. And there is a round, an unexpected one.
Seems the bomb plant attempt was the go signal for the flash to be thrown by the CT. Smart stuff. Only one rifle is going to be ready to shoot. Finally, a second round for Dream Eaters. Again, they chose to fight for 4 and not risk everything in the round prior. Let's see now if they can get some late momentum. Much needed rounds. It looks strong for Crazy, but you never know. Crazy have money for both the remaining rounds. 3 meters, maybe yes, maybe no. Well, they pretty much need to win this one. 2 AWPs though. Crowd having a look, sees 2 players towards mid. Does he choose to post up? Quickly in the lower tunnel are 2 of the Crazy players as well. Fearing a potential push, he moves away. 3-0-2 setup for Dream Eaters at the moment. Nobody spotting in, well, nobody in mid. They can spot from A and B, of course. Crazy taking short. They've got a lurker towards long in Nexa. And again, Dream Eaters from the minor, they were very over-aggressive on the CT side. They haven't necessarily been so. Still not having a good time, though.
Yeah, and they feel the pressure from the catwalk position. But that smoke is so strong because it can either be the indication that they're setting up behind it, or it just leaves the question that, okay, you know, the intentions are unknown effectively. So it can force out some utility sometimes. It definitely puts the CTs on high alert towards A. Dream Eaters left to sweats as they wait for the next move from Crazy. Not moving a muscle just yet. Another smoke there on catwalk. And Speedak. Oh, there's no flash. That could have been the opportunity for a frag. Oh, okay, maybe flash out for Forrester. He's burning alive. He's going to have to go for the peak. It's not looking good here for the Dream Eaters, but it looks like they will get some kills. It's just the players on catwalk now that are the problem.
Looks like a nervous situation for Dream Eaters. Some key shots missed on the A-bomb site. Man advantage for Dream Eaters. 2 incendiaries and a smoke grenade. If they can clear the site, then short could be a problem, but only Otto is focusing on short for the time being. Everybody coming in from long and CT spawn. Letney's dead. So is Otto. Hunt's got so much to do. Only good for the 1 frag, though. A 3rd round for Dream Eaters.
All right, okay. Getting some rounds on the board, obviously, as you mentioned, only 4 is possible. But at least that is a chance that they can, an opportunity that they can get for. The money is still outrageous for Crazy, so they're not going to have any issue full buying here. Dream Eaters must do it yet again. Now, Crazy tried to mix up the pace in a previous round with a fast push into the B-bomb side. One of those didn't work out. That's actually I think that was the 2nd round victory for Dream Eaters. So I wonder if they'll try shock and awe once again, or how they'll approach this. They're actually going to hold suicide, get their players fast for down a fast mid timing and a fast catwalk timing. Esperanto spotted on catwalk. Will there be any utility used? Well, they have Speedak on the angle. Crazy will be happy with the position. The accelerated defaults positioning.
Minute 25 for Crazy. 5-man on road in a short position. Sviat on long, just used his last grenade. He's got no support flashbangs. Speedak with the AWP. Kinky looking to punish a setup, but moving back to the site. Here we see the smoke grenades now. How will they counter this? There's a gap between them. Sviat's looking to use it. Avoids all the flashbangs. He's in a pretty good spot. Moving more into the smoke, expecting the spray. There's a spray from Hunter. Can he go for a flank now? Kinky running distraction in the meantime. When does Sviat activate? Going behind or oh my days. Okay, well, we've got 3 more players for him to find. There's time to do it. Doesn't see the player who's close, though. He's got the bomb, but where's he going to go? Nowhere. Spiak takes him down, and there are the 4 rounds for Dream Eaters. Much needed rounds towards the end. Will it be enough, though? Find out after the break. I love the halftime music. But halftime is over. And Cheetahs move to the T side with all of 4 rounds. Crazy have made heavy investment into grenades in this this defensive round here on Dust 2. We'll see a replay towards the end of the last round. I'd say with a lot to do, unable to do it. Well, speaking of grenades, we see some on Crazy, we see a bunch on the likes of Dream Eaters as well. Speedak and yeah, gonna have some smokes and flashes. There's a P250 for Speedak, finally. Dust 2, one of the longest ranges in the game. And a P250 can be useful. However, Krad's the only person to make it through the doors, and he's dead now, of course.
Reroute themselves into middle. Jets will lead the way. Esperanto. He's been pretty fire in this series. Oh, he's going to be denied, though. Smoke. Quick peek from the window, though, with a flashbang for Letney. He's got some good pistol, but he'll be denied. Not even a chance! Nor for Hunter. And that's the bomb down. Dream Eaters doing what they must, doing what they have to have a chance in this one. Looking good for this pistol round. But it is a pistol. The bomb is ticking. I don't know that there's a kid anywhere. CTs need to move fast. Well, one will be taken down. Kinky will take down one more. So looks like that's probably a wrap here. Next is trying to save himself, but he will be taken out also. All right, so the round goes relatively cleanly to Dream Eaters. They get 5 to 11, and maybe they can do to Crazy what Crazy did to them. Do you fancy their chances, James?
Whose chances?
Dream Eaters on the comeback.
I'm making no assumptions, especially the way some of those rounds in Inferno have gone. We've had situations. I think on the CT side of Dust 2 is the worst side for Dream Eaters based on what we saw from the miners. I can't imagine it had improved so much that it would flip. So I think we'll see better from them, but we might not see great things from them. Time will tell. They've got the AKs. Let's see what their anti-force buy situation is like. They know a scout is on deck. They're close towards doors at the moment. Crazy are on a pilgrimage towards the short position. Dropping the smoke grenade now. They'll try to ruin the timing of Dream Eaters, it seems. Otto is with the scout at the back of B looking into the tunnel. And if he needs it, Letney's got a smoke for the choke point. So these smoke grenades may be the main offensive strat for Crazy. Hunter eating a HE. There's another smoke grenade. Krad not really fully investing in that. Could gamble a pop flash play. Don't fancy it though. There's still a minute on the clock for them. And how many smoke grenades could there be? Well, apparently 3. There's another one. They weren't expecting that.
That's good though. I mean, that one's going to go away around 30 seconds, so That's enough time, but they have to be extremely decisive if they are going to wait it out. There's a flashbang, just slightly before the smoke goes away. Oh, okay, weren't expecting next. He didn't do any damage really though. They have the Molotov for the bomb side, so they can push, and they have to keep the push moving. They have to keep moving. Esperanto trying to scoot and shoot with that Deagle, looking for the headshots. Has some meat shots being done. He's still on full HP, and he's got the Kevlar and the helmet as well. Time is of the essence. Nice headshot comes in from Esperanto. It's Letny now alone, 1 versus 3. And he may as well give this one a go. Oh, he's on an AK as well. He's got a smoke grenade also. And he's lacking a helmet, and he will be making his way towards long. Is he going to try to save what he has? He actually does have some nice equipment.
I did wonder if Esperanto would try to rotate around a block and go for a jumping shot on a potential planter. That was really awkward for Dream Eaters. Now, indeed, Letny's not really committing to anything here, so I do wonder if he's going to save, moving away. I think that's a smart decision. He's got an AK, Kevlar, a Deagle, and a smoke grenade. He can drop the Deagle to somebody else and rock this for the next round. So that was a hairy one for Dream Eaters, but they came out on top, and that's what's important.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't too bad. Only losing 2 players. Giving up the AK is never ideal, but it's only an AK. How much damage could it really do in a round like this? It will be a save for the rest of the crazy players. I mean, they can. I mean, that is the thing though with crazy, is that they have so much skill.
Tunnel push. I want to see a tunnel push with the AK-47.
We might just get that. We've got 3 players going towards B. There's one in mid. So a tunnel push could be on the cards. We've got Esperanto representing a defense towards the long position. The crazy, just waiting here. I mean, one of the, you may expect every so often there would be a rush on the B bomb side as an anti-eco in a round like this when it's just USPs. And that's part of the reason why crazy stacked towards the B bomb side. But as time goes and the rush timing is gone, they're starting to spread back towards the middle. That was a little bit too short, that flashbang, but doesn't matter.
Letny picks up a helmet, which I think is smart. $350 in this situation. A worthy investment because you just never know. Calculated risk. So the AK's been left towards the B bomb site, and there is a 4-man stack on A, including 2 Desert Eagles. So this could be nasty. You see 2 of them are in CT spawn, however. Letny's starting to rotate now. Does he have a look towards the short position? They're all moving deep towards short themselves, Dream Eaters. And there's plenty of utility. So what's cool about this is that Letny can just choose to hold on to what he has. Oh my god, I thought that could have been everything, but it wasn't much. Nexa takes 1 down. I don't think there's too much threat now for Crazy. Letny is rotating. I can't imagine he really commits to this unless somehow Crazy finds another frag. 3 versus 4, they move towards a short position.
It's actually kind of worth it to try to damage the economy of Dream Eaters. There is an argument to be made that trying to invest for a kill or 2 here could work out because the money's so weak for Dream Eaters already, and Crazy will be on the full buy next round. But at the same time, I also think there's a great argument for trying to hold on to as much money as possible. Obviously, Letny has an AK-47, so he's going to be saving effectively around $3,000-ish in the next rounds by surviving this one.
That's pretty important for the CT side.
Yeah.
It's more expensive to buy on a CT side. He could potentially drop an AWP. You can see Otto trying to scramble for something. Scoop anything he can, any utility, any bits and bobs. 5-round lead now for Crazy. 4 players survived that round. And now the second half begins. Otto with an AWP. And then he's got 3450 in the hole, so if the worst happens, he could even buy an AWP later on for one of his teammates, well, for Otto, obviously. So that extra money could come in handy later on, but we'll focus on the now. And the now is a 4-round lead for Crazy. Sviat making his way towards long. Support grenades from his teammates. A smoke on the corner, which will make it hard for Crazy to defend. It's awkward for them now. 2 players right next to the smoke. Next are moving forward rather than back around the flames, and he's going to be exposed by Sviat's position. A great fade through the smoke. Esperanto goes as well. This is a horrible start for Crazy.
Yeah, at this point, there is, because Letny has the $3,000 in the bank, they could just try to stack 3 players to a bomb site, or I presume, well, it would be B in this situation, and it's just try to chill and hold on to what they have and get another full buy in the next round, and that's not awful. I mean, Dream Eaters have so many options available to them. They could all rally around to the long position and attack A as 5 from long, and That's probably what Crazy would suspect in this position. But Dream Eaters are holding their ground. They've got to be careful not to give too much time to Crazy here. As you can see, Otto's starting to get curious towards middle. If he gets a pick there, things start to turn around. He knows there's one player in middle. It's just a lurker, though. And he gets the kill onto him. And this is what I'm saying. Now there's no pressure on Otto. If he gets another kill as they cross onto the bomb site, all of a sudden this round is suddenly alive.
There's a gap in the smoke, and Hunter will deliver. The bomb's on the floor, but it could be in a worse position. Flashes. How do they plant the bomb now? Hunter could go for a jumping attack. They might have to go for bad plant. There's the boost from Letny, and Sviat is exposed. The plant comes in, though, and he can't get the frag. Krad with 2, leaving Otto 1 versus 1. He knows where Krad was. Krad going for a pick. Does Otto know he's on the corner? Is Krad going a wide swing? Seems that he might know. Unscopes though, and he moves forward. The head is spotted. Did he see Krad as well? He's on the high ground and delivers a shot, but there's a spray from Krad. And again, it's scary, but Dream Eaters keep closing the gap.
Yeah, that was actually a little bit messy from Dream Eaters there. You can see they waited a lot of time, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there's always these timing windows at that point. You know, you've got the CTs, they've got 3 players alive. There's really not too much they can do to stop a push, but if the more time you give them is time for Otto, and as we saw, to find a kill. He picks up one, and when he does that, he doesn't worry about a flank anymore. If the push comes in before he gets that kill, he goes to catwalk, and there's a flanking possibility, and he won't get nearly as much damage. So there's just so much at play. Obviously, the gap in the smoke, but it's a long push from Forrester, and that's a decisive way to open up this one. Letny is the one here for Crazy with the AWP now, looking towards that lower tunnels position. He gets spotted, I believe.
Yep. You start to wonder if we're going to see a 2-0, honestly. I'm starting to wonder.
Yeah.
Again, nothing is guaranteed in this series.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
I feel like Crazy have some scarring from the series yesterday, which may have an impact in this game. Letny teased by the elbow of Sviat. Letny with the AWP. Didn't have a great game last game. He's got 9 frags at the moment. There's a trade through the smoke from Dream Eaters. That's a really important play. Stops Crazy taking position. Also does what he can. Next has got some grenades. Got Sviat top mid at the moment. He can have a look, and he may spot some of these players if he actually has a look, but he won't. He knows there's an AWP. He'll rotate to keep an eye on the tunnel. Now, Crazy have got a weapon to save here. Letny needs to wake up. And so do Crazy overall. They have not won a single round in this half. It is 5 from 5 for Dream Eaters. It is going to be 8 of the last rounds in a row for Dream Eaters across the last 3 on their CT side. And now 5 on the T side.
Of course, both these teams are both 2-1 teams, so the loser will not be eliminated, but they'll play they could play Hellraisers or Vitality, I believe, if they lose. And for Crazy, you know, they almost won that game against North. You know, at this point, you really don't want to make it any more games if you can possibly avoid it. But it is interesting to see that they're struggling against Dream Eaters. Obviously, Dream Eaters have pulled in some great victories so far in this tournament. All unexpected. Huge underdog story from them.
Yeah, you look at the I just muted myself. You look at the statistics on this map, and both with 11 maps last 3 months, 82% for Crazy, 55% for Dream Eaters. It is a weird statistic though for Dream Eaters because again, how they were at the minors and how they are now is a stark difference. But for Crazy, where is that 82%? Doesn't feel like it at the moment, especially not here on the CT side, which was a struggle for Dream Eaters as well. They got 4 rounds in the CT side, 3 of which were towards the end. Currently, Crazy have 0.
We've got the double orbs coming out for the likes of Crazy, and here comes Forrester once again with that really aggressive push. Almost Hunter, one more bullet would have done it, but Hunter wins the battle, and that is a good change. Letny on the AWP, that's an easy shot, but Letny I guess they didn't expect the AWP. Nice flashbang work for Kinky to win the battle against Esperanto. Now leaving Letny, he's burning, he's going to go down in the flames, and Kinky spraying into him as well. And now the B-bomb side is lost. This is definitely a good look for Dream Eaters now. If all they needed to do to get the site, they have another smoke to cover the double doors, buy them more time for post-plant positioning.
Crazy have 2 incendiaries for a retake. They can put one underneath the window, which is always really strong for a retake attempt. Also looking over the box, they could put one behind that box as well. Nexa has the first incendiary. Okay, he's doing the one which goes under the window. He's doing the big Molotov. There it goes, bounces off the box, and Sviat's going to be in trouble jumping up now. He's on fire, he's really on fire. That's 10 HP, he's still alive though, he's still a problem, and he might just get himself a frag. Now Otto's got no choice but to run away. They used the utility, but they got nothing out of it. Almost just isn't enough. And Dream Eaters move to 10.
I can't believe it. I actually can't believe they're playing so well now. And Crazy are really struggling to get the rounds on the board. Also, we'll keep the AWP alive for now, but that was a cool round. You know, we see Forrester once again going towards long, which is, it's good to see that consistent attack. And he almost won the battle against Hunter. But then you're thinking, all right, Crazy got a man advantage. But then this push comes in, the flashbangs were really good, and that utility usage allowed Dream Eaters to take the bomb site away. And they also handled the defense, 3v3 defense, really well. So it's safe now for Crazy. They'll buy what they can to keep themselves still in a position to get a full buy in the next rounds. They start 4 towards A in this one. They really wanted to take down Forrester if he's up to his usual tricks towards that long position, but he won't be. Otto's definitely the key factor with this AWP. They need to make sure, they being Dream Eaters, they avoid this at all costs. They're going for a late long take, I like it.
Wall of smoke. There is a flash for Esperanto to throw from the A site. Will it come in time? It's going to be a push for the smoke at the same time. And this might be the round. That's a big shot from Nexa. That was, I think that was the only flash they had, was on Esperanto. And look at the difference it's made. Only 2 players remaining for Dream Eaters. A nice idea from them, the wall of smoke, but just the wrong place at the wrong time. That one flash through the smoke, the push from the second player. Beautiful stuff from Crazy. Maybe gifted something here, but they still need to close out this round, Crazy. 2 M4s, the AWP now. But the AWP is towards the bomb site, but it may not be required. Speedax, that's a beautiful shot from him. 40 seconds, so much more to do. Not sure what that smoke is. Looking for CTs now. Most of the team have money. Picks up the AK-47, needs to be nimble versus 3. I don't think he can really allow all these players to stay alive. I think he's got to go for it. Try and do as much damage as possible. If he stands on the box, he should be able to see beyond it. That's a big spray, but it won't quite hit the mark. Great cover for Nexa. 3 survive for Crazy. A stolen round, and finally they're on the scoreboard in their second half.
Yeah, I like that little off angle there from Nexa. That's a good one. Always good for one, if there's only one left. That's fantastic. Indeed, they'll get themselves back on the board, but the money's still good enough for Dream Eaters that they can do a 4-buy here. They've even got a little bit left over. 3K on Kinky, 4K on Sviat after the 4-buy, so there's still more work for Crazy to be done. If Crazy obviously pick up this one, it's huge. It's really huge, especially if there's no bomb plant. Be up against some kind of a save, which will push Crazy to a 14-10 situation. However, likewise, Dream Eaters, you know, if they win this round, Crazy, although they do have a huge loss, well, Crazy have a huge loss bonus actually, despite winning that one round. So Dream Eaters will have to win a couple against 4-buys. But if they're able to do that, they're looking good for being able to win this one. So this is going down to the wire once again. I didn't expect this. Let's not forget how dominant that first half was from Crazy. I thought the Dream Eaters were out of it. They managed to scrape together 4 rounds right at the end. Get the corner smoke there for long. As Kinky goes forward with the flash bang, and there's the bunnying going backwards. The big challenge. Who's going to get the frags to line up for the Kinky? How did he not get anything? They get nothing. Crazy take it down 5 versus 3 now.
Finally, things seem to be turning around for Crazy. The money's pretty low for Dream Eaters. This could be a very impactful round if Crazy can close it out in the right fashion, i.e. by elimination with no bomb plant. Dream Eaters moving through middle doors, nothing doing just yet. No one in CT. The bomb hits the floor. That wasn't supposed to happen. No one's close enough to hear it, but they don't know that. A push towards the B-bomb site seems to be suggested. 2 smokes in CT and Molotov in response from Crazy. That will isolate the players and kill some time, maybe buy some time for rotation, but Hunter's been taken out. No answer yet from Crazy. There's a good angle from on the window from Letney and top mid. There can be some entertainment there from Nexa. He does not need to fight to the death there. He sees the bomb as well on the radar.
They actually force him back, and Forrester gets the kill into the B-bomb site. They bought so much time by challenging Nexa. Nexa had to run back to long for a second, and now the position. The off angle from Forrester. That's his 3rd frag in the round. Otto's gonna nail him, takes off his head, but it's a 2 versus 2, and they've managed to get a bomb down.
What a turnaround. They had no idea. Somebody was just lurking by the door of B. They thought it was a full rotation, and now there's 1 flash, and that's it for a retake, and they're coming in from other directions. Nexa by the door, Otto rotating, but he might be rotating straight into Speedak if he's holding the angle. Looks away from the flash. Will he scope in? He will. There goes Otto. Doesn't Nexa risk losing everything now? He's got a kit. He knows where one of the 2 players is, and Speedak's waiting for him. Misses a shot though. Tags, but he doesn't need to peek anymore. It's too late to defuse the bomb, and Speedak's looking for elimination. Got to be careful though. They all need the money. Nexa's got to move away. He's going to die to the sword. Die on his sword. He's got money, actually. He's all right.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure that the AWP went away from Speedak, and they do get rid of it. Although Sviat has enough money to rebuy it, so I would imagine he surely must. Speedak's damn good with that AWP. But Forrester in this round, what a beautiful save. There were so many, like, they start out 3 versus 5. It's so amazing how they make the calls there. They go to mid, they sit in mid for a while, they try to make bait rotation, they throw the double smokes. I don't even have time to break that one down, but it was awesome. Great calling from Dream Eaters to save that situation. And this is it.
They're in the Matrix now.
Both teams have no money. This round is incredibly impactful now towards the outcome of this.
Yeah, there's more potential here for Crazy, just a round up over Dream Eaters. But one of these teams is going to be under even more pressure. I think they're both under a lot, mainly Crazy though. Again, a map down at the moment. They'll feel like the first one slips out of their hands. And this is supposed to be their map by some margin, but that margin's 1 round.
Crazy of a bigger loss bonus as well. There's no loss bonus really for Dream Eaters. And oh, Otto is very good at those ones, and there's more players where that comes from. He knows it, and he's so close to flashbang, goes straight over Otto's head, but Sviat, he gets 2 somehow! And that is an opening onto the A bomb site, and they know it. They'll be sprinting as quickly as they possibly can onto a plant. Time is of the essence.
Nexa pushing the long position. The CT's coming in from the low ground. That is not a good situation for Crazy, despite the man advantage. Really hard to activate from down there, especially with Kinky in that short area. There's a flashbang for the time being, but is the timing good? Hunter spotted moving around the corner. There's a Molotov as well. You can see him moving over, and Nexa activates at just the right time. Is there a trade? Sviat has got so much to do. Got a 1 versus 1. Repositioning, jumping into the low ground. Did they hear it? The reload gives him all the information now. He's got no way to stop a defuse. He's got to do something. Smoke to create some space, but how can he possibly stop this? Not really going to try to just yet. Nexa stopping him just in time. Did what he could, but it's a round for Crazy.
It's really important they got the bomb down, but even still, they're going to have to go for a very light buy here so they can get the buys going to follow this. It's a really tough situation now for Dream Eaters. This was a heroic effort from Sviat to save that situation. He almost gets this kill right at the end towards Catwalk, just a slither, a few pixels to work with, and can't blame him for missing those. Oh my god, they're forcing it up. I didn't expect this. They're actually forcing it up, and they're doing it, I guess, because they know that Crazy's economy is very bad. Are they going for a B rush, a delay B rush? The problem with this is if you're too quiet for too long, suddenly this happens. You know, you start to wonder as a CTs. It feels like they're gearing up for a rush somewhere. We know their buy is going to be weird.
Well, Letney's in a great position with that second AWP, but will the guys in mid run distraction? Will they pull the attention away? Esperanto gets off to a good start. Letney spotted a lot of players coming his way. He's on fire now as well, but he's delivering the first kill. Never too late to activate, holds his ground, falls to the flames, but Hunter's in position. The other CTs are isolated, though, from the players on the B bomb site, and here comes the push. The flash goes the wrong way, however, and that might make all the difference. Hunter gets a free kill on Speedak. Forrester moving in with the bomb, and he's the last man standing. Is this the end of the line for Dream Eaters? Perhaps not. Somehow he gets a frag. There are flashbangs coming through. Moves away from the site, and he's picked up an AK-47. It's not over just yet. Crazy repositioning. Esperanto going through the doors. Going to drop a deep smoke grenade. Gonna walk through, and there it is. Crazy move, one step closer to a third map.
Wow. All right. It's a really difficult call to make when you're on that. I mean, I guess I said they decided to go for the force buy there. Another reason why that's questionable is because if they've gone for just a light buy and maybe go for that that catwalk play that's so